Hello! Hello, everyone. Welcome. Welcome, Aki. Welcome, Shuhard. Welcome, Chad. How is everyone doing? How are you, Aki? Let's start with... sorry, how are you, Shu? You were about to start.
Bruh.
This is very rehearsed and very professional.
Of course.
Of course. So Shu,
It's
go
all
now.
planned.
Now he's already called you out, so let's go.
I've been called out. No. Stuff is okay. I am very prepared. I am very rehearsed. I am very professional, of course, as usual. Everyone's doing all right.
Heck yeah.
Yeah, and as Kobu pointed out, I'm still using the Sonic design I had for Rin stream, which Rin Tinning made. Amazing VTuber. Pretty good. Sorry for the promo there, but it's so good.
What?
I didn't want to switch for this one.
No, sorry. Absolutely no sorry for that. Rin is awesome. Rin is freaking amazing. Yeah. You know what I didn't do? Because I am an absolutely super duper professional streamer, I didn't set up my collab commands for Discord. So give me a second. Let me do that.
I forget that all the time, so it's no worries.
Never heard of
I'm doing absolutely great, so yeah.
Yeah, everything's going now. Everything's going great. And also, okay, let's try to catch up with chat. And hi Kobu, hello Tapes, welcome. Lechonk has arrived and so bye. Let's see. Blue, thank you so much for the resub. Heck yeah, 2 months. How? Heck yeah. And that is everyone so far. Let's see.
Time sure goes fast.
Yep.
If I remember correctly, last time I was a sus pilot or captain when we were at this.
Oh yeah, you were
character feels great.
Yep, you were Among Us. You know what? you actually being a Sonic character is very apt for the quality of my writing.
I was gonna point
sorry.
Out that you should... Bruh, come on.
I'm sorry, I couldn't resist.
Did you take Shuhart's joke?
Did I? I'm sorry, Shu.
What? No. I was just gonna point out that you keep choosing like forms from games with cursed fandoms, you know?
Oh.
First time Sonic.
Oh, that's fair.
What's next? It's gonna be Homestuck?
Oh, jeez.
My Little Pony? Is that?
I mean, I mean,
next time I visit Helix stream.
I mean, you're the one who should be answering that.
To me, it doesn't really matter. I can take any form I want. Remember, I have magic.
Well, yeah, but like it doesn't depend on me. Like you're the one who's choosing these forms. I didn't make you be an Among Us or a Sonic character.
I know, but if there's anything next time on Helix stream, I was asking if Chad had ideas for what I'll be next time, and I'll fix that for then.
Almost done with the collab command. Sorry about that.
Don't worry about it. I was just gonna say that Aki is funny that you're the one switching forms every bloody stream. It's now I'm the one supposed to be fucking doing. I'm the one supposed to be doing that.
It's a good start, Shu. Okay.
Yeah. Well, okay. Listen. At least I'm not the one who swore first.
Nah.
Well, yeah, that was the funny thing.
How long did that take us? Yes, because we are all responsible.
4 minutes? 5 minutes?
Yeah, about 5 minutes.
Yeah, 4 or 5 minutes, something like that. Hi, TJ, welcome.
Oh, hello.
Legend of a Soul Part 2 and Seek of Vitamins. Why is this? Why do I have this follower go up here? That's no longer necessary. Okay.
No, we already reached that with a bang. Jeez Christ.
Yep. Snake, hello Snake, welcome. Thank you so much. Wow, that's a lot of people. That is a lot of people that I haven't seen in a while.
Hello guys. Mm-hmm. Hey.
Gia, hello, welcome. Thank you for the RR redeem. Arra. There you go. Aussie Donkey, hello, it's been a while. Just came in to say congrats, mate, on 400. You know that hit 500 in no time. Thank you so much. That means a lot to me. That means the world to me. Thank you. Mina is here. Hello, hello, Mina. How are you doing? And I look too much. Oh, I really appreciate the lurk, Gia. Been busy, man. Yeah, I totally get it. I totally understand. I have been very, very busy as well. So, okay. We should probably...
I have to ask, why was
Yep.
the aura so soft? It was too soft.
Oh, was it soft? The man
it's-
literally drilled a hole in my ear with this.
It was so good though.
Thank you.
I have to raise volume maybe?
I don't know.
Well, I'm ready otherwise. So you were gonna be doing some sort of catch up for chapter 1 to 3?
Yes. Yes. Let me just catch up the chat real quick before we begin that. I love how calm Shoes avatar looks next to yours. That's fair. That's fair. Actually, why am I wearing my mask? It is chill time. I shouldn't be wearing my mask. There we go. Congrats on 400 followers. Thank you so much, TJ. Sadly, I'm depressed and want. Oh no. Other than that, I'm fine. Oh, I'm really sorry to hear that, Mina. I hope maybe the stream will help you get your mind off unpleasant things. Who's this unmasked man? Oh, you know what I also forgot? I also forgot to disable most of my redeems. Because they will be very, very disruptive, and a lot of them actually are completely useless because
wait,
I'm...
Wait.
What do you want, Shu?
Damn it, he already did it.
What did you want? What did you want to
Well,
redeem?
I wanted to redeem exercises, of course.
Oh, no,
Yeah.
no, absolutely not. Absolutely not. Not today.
Damn it.
Not today of all days. Hopefully. Sure, too slow. No, I actually disabled the exercises yesterday because yesterday I was feeling pretty darn crap. But I'm feeling a lot better today. Thank you for the tapes. Thank you for the bruh tapes. Jesus Christ. Can you?
Thank you for the thanks, bro.
Thank you for the tapes, bruh. we're back in the 90s. We're back in the 90s and the early 2000s,
Yes!
and we're sharing anime on tapes.
Check out my mixtape.
You want my mixtape, bro? Oh my god, mind link, Shu.
Hell yeah.
Link.
Okay, let me do the bruh. Bruh. There you go.
There's my mixtape, bro.
Thank you for the tapes, bruh.
Thanks for the bra, mate.
Oh jeez. Okay, let me hydrate. I'm gonna be hydrating with coffee for the beginning of the stream. But I will switch to water afterwards. Don't
Well,
worry.
be ready. If you are gonna listen through my mixtape, it's only Justin Bieber. Maybe that will make you wake up. Yeah?
I also have something to say. I hope you don't I hope you don't crank my mixtape up in here without Waleczny, because it's straight fire.
Oh! Wait, is it...
Oh, that was good. That was good. That was very good.
That was actually...
Hello,
I was
welcome,
imagining
welcome.
you would say something about Russian hard step music, you know. What is it called now again?
Russian. I
what?
know what you're talking about.
The what?
Not hard. Hard bass.
No, not hard step either. It's
hard bass.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Hard bass.
It's pretty good.
Hard bass? Like
Bass. Please.
Don't
Please.
worry about it.
I'm sorry. I just love the fact that you just said hardfish.
Fish.
It's a
I mean,
it's
fish
a
do tend to be kind of hard.
Russian
even
hardfish
so.
music.
Yes. They do tend to be quite hard, even if they are kind of floppy, you know?
Oh,
Ever tried to pour a fish into a glass? No,
You're
they're
flying
solid.
very close
They're,
to the sun,
they're,
Shepard.
they're hard.
I know,
You're flying very close.
I know you have successfully poured fish in a glass shoe. I have seen it.
Have you poured floppy disks too?
And no, those are too soft. You need that nice hard bass, that nice hard sea bass, you know.
Oh my God. This
You're all
gassy
flying too close to the sun.
gas. Yes, babes.
Oh my god.
Yes.
Kobu being super duper wholesome. Yes, I agree 100% with
Yeah.
what Kobu said. 100%. Hitting with the Russian heart.
We were gonna do a drawing stream. No, wait, not a drawing, like reading stream.
Yes.
What's reading?
But it-
I cannot read. Literally
What?
unable to.
Hello,
Hello.
Fua, welcome. I hope you're having a wonderful day. I hope everyone's having an amazing day. I am. Can you tell I'm super nervous about this again? Okay, let's do a quick recap of what the story has been so far. And because I am like this incredibly professional streamer who always prepares 130% for every stream, I'm just gonna skim through and try to remember everything that happened and try to tell it to you guys real quick. So we basically met the main character, Vaughn Leidenford, who, let me see if I can find his name. It should be somewhere around here. It does appear in... Oh no, it doesn't. Okay. Well, never mind. You'll see it. Vaughn has always dreamed of being a knight. And he had actually gotten very, very close to achieving his dream, or like beginning his path on that dream, because he was actually selected to be the squire of a local knight, local to his village, and then something happened. We don't know exactly what. It hasn't really been explained, but it's not really super important. But like the details aren't super important. What is important is that Vaughn got injured. Vaughn's knee got very injured, and it is some kind of permanent injury that makes him limp and makes his knee hurt, and can get much worse. So he's been told, if he doesn't take very good care of his knee. So that's completely derailed his goals, his dreams of becoming a knight, because obviously you need your legs to be a successful knight. And so he became bitter. He became very withdrawn from his family, very bitter, very unpleasant to be around. But he was keeping a little bit of self-awareness still. He was aware that he was becoming someone he didn't want to become, but he didn't see any way of stopping that, because it was just emotions pouring out of him. And that was until a man named Arlen Howless came to his house. Arlen Howless is an old friend of his father's, an old friend of Vaughn's father, Bray, and he is for all intents and purposes, he's a wizard. He is a magic man. He's in fact the headmaster of what is called the Academy of Transcendental Learning. It is the first and only one of its kind, a school, fully like an academic teaching institution for magic. And he came to Vaughn's home to invite Vaughn to enroll into this academy. And it took Vaughn a little bit to make sure that he was making the right decision, to just to even get his mind around the fact that apparently magic is something that can be taught and is something that he can learn. But he agreed, and eventually they took him to the academy, where he is now an official member. And that is where he met a few important people who I will go over hopefully quickly. One of them, his probably only real friend that he's made since going to the academy is called Finbar Inman, Finn for short. And Finn is a very direct young man. He's very straightforward, straight to the point. He doesn't like beating around the bush. He is also somewhat quick to judge, but has enough self-awareness to know when he is missing facts and when he needs to reassess the situation. So Finn is right now his only, I suppose, his only real friend. But there is also another person who they have befriended, called Vivi Strand, and Vivi is kind of an enigma. She is not very, she's not very easy to read. She is very withdrawn, very on the surface, very unemotional, but also seems to be fascinated by Vaughn, because the first thing that happened to Vaughn when he met his class and his homeroom teacher was that his homeroom teacher singled him out and basically told everyone not to bully him. This was given with no context. And so obviously it turned his entire class against him. Apart from Finn, who later found out that Vaughn is injured and realized that there is probably something more to what happened, and it's not just straight up incompetent nepotism. And similarly, Vivi saw that Finn was giving Vaughn a chance, so she decided that this is interesting to her, so she decided to also give him a chance. And the other somewhat more important person in the story so far is a girl by the name of Alexis Bienfa. We don't know much about her. All we know is that she looks obnoxious, she acts obnoxious, and she appears to be bossing around a group of other boys who are, by all intents and purposes, bullies. And she seems to be reveling in torturing Vaughn because of the target that was painted on his back, and because she seems to be able to do so with some degree of impunity, unless there are teachers around, because the rest of the class doesn't really care too much. They don't really like Vaughn because of what happened. And I suppose the only other more important person that we have met so far is a teacher by the name of Lianen. There appears to be something very wrong with her. She appears to be in her 30s, but has been teaching in the academy for about 30 years, so obviously that's not her actual age. And she also appears to be dead. Like, she basically looks kind of like a zombie. Not like rotting or anything, but like her skin is translucent in a very uncomfortable way. And her voice is... let's just put it as, it sounds otherworldly. So the last thing that happened that we read, let me just look real quick what exactly happened. We had a nice talk between Vaughn and Finn. And yeah, I think we're ready to continue on and to start with chapter 4. The plan is to read chapters 4 through 6 on the stream. There are 3 more chapters after this, but that I have written. The story is not finished. I should mention that. I mentioned that last time, but I should point that out. The story is by no means finished. But the last 3 chapters, I don't think we'll do a reading stream for them, because I am frankly not very happy with how they turned out. They will need some work, and they include some things that I would rather I would rather not reveal. I revealed some things in those chapters that I would rather keep for a later reveal. Hopefully that's vague enough. Oh boy, now I gotta do the whole explanation all over again.
Would we want to do a simplified version this time?
Yeah.
Hi, SC, welcome to. Thank you so much for the raid, SC. Oh my god.
You literally finished the entire prologue
Yep.
and everything, like in its entirety.
Bloody
With...
moment.
Yep, literally said, okay, I think we can start raid.
Amazing.
Oh,
though.
thank you so much, SC. It means the absolute world to me. Yeah,
Welcome here,
okay,
Raiders.
welcome Raiders. Welcome Raiders. My name is Ray Helix. Normally I play video games usually. I also do occasional karaoke stuff. But today we are doing my 400 follower celebration stream, and we are reading I guess part 2, chapters 4 through 6 of a story that I have been writing for a couple of years. And joining me today are Akiseya and Shuhar the Red. Aki, you want to introduce yourself?
I am Aki, buffer buddy of the fucking week. Oh, sorry.
No,
I don't know.
it's
I do a lot
okay.
of things. I do a lot of things. I'm kind of chaotic at times, but I'm here to read with passion, and that is me today to you.
Heck yeah. And Shu?
Alright, hi, I'm Shuant, or as Helix already mentioned. I'm a human, and I stream, and
You're a human, you do
Yes,
human
I'm-
things, you stream
Yes,
human
of course.
games.
I like human things, like drinking water and walking with my leg.
With your leg? Singular?
He's secretly an ostrich. No, wait, flamingo.
What? I was like, wait, do ostriches have one leg?
No, I'm thinking flamingos because they're standing on one leg.
No,
and I said
it was a
ostrich
meme,
because
it
they
was a
bury their
meme.
head in the sand.
No, I know.
Let me show it. It was like a Tinder profile of a fish. No, really.
I thought that was one of those one of the Mark Zuckerberg ones where he's he is very much he's obviously a human, just a human. Don't look
Just a
into it.
human-
He
just
is a
human after
Are
all.
you a reptile?
he is a 100% regular human.
I mean,
Don't
trust
question
me,
it.
Depending on the universe, I may become a reptile eventually.
Oh no.
We'll see. Yes. Oh, for Skyrim.
Oh boy.
Let's go.
We should probably do the
Maze.
sport revisitation.
The human and Bum Bum have nice voices. Yes, they do. They have amazing voices. That's why I asked them to join me. That's why they'll be voicing some of the characters.
Thank you.
Not
But-
okay.
But again, thank you so much, Issy. It means the absolute world to me. Okay.
Do you want to take a short repeat of what you said, like a very short one?
Yeah, I should repeat it a little bit. Okay. Very like much quicker. We have our main character. His name is Vaughn Leidenford. He is a 14-year-old boy. He dreamt of being a knight, but because he got injured, he cannot accomplish that dream. And instead of that, he got invited to enroll in a magic academy. And he is still trying to get his bearings, still trying to realize, like, understand, like, try to find out what he wants from life. And he has made a couple of friends. And we're in the academy. That is basically the gist of it, of what has occurred so far. We've met a few characters, but you will get to know them as we continue our story right now. Thank you for the lurk, SE. Okay, you guys ready to start with
Yes,
chapter
I think
4?
we're ready.
Yep,
Yeah.
Let's go.
Heck
I was
yeah,
born ready. Come on.
heck yeah. We're only 30 minutes in, and we're starting now.
Absolutely.
Chapter 4. The next morning, The two roommates checked their class schedule. The very first class they'd have was Magical Etiquette, taught by Professor Percival Rowan. There were already 2 copies of the class textbook in a cupboard in their room, so Vaughn decided to give his a look, see what the class was about. The first class we get in magic school is to not use magic, he finally said with disappointment after skimming through the first few pages.
There's got to be more to it than that.
Finn replied skeptically, though his face was one of disappointment as well. Kind of, I suppose. It's just that the whole textbook reads like an enormous list of situations where you're not supposed to use magic. Here, listen to this. The people of Orlanthus, more commonly known as the Southern Kingdoms, view magic with utmost mistrust and fear. As such, wizards are well advised to not reveal their abilities or any magical items they might possess when traveling south of the Ketlar River.
So, no magic, or nearly a third of the continent.
Finn concluded with a frown. Soon after, the two put on their dark reddish-brown robes, the daily uniform required during classes for freshmen, and left their room, heading towards the classroom. Vaughn kept his hood on at all times, though he was trying to remain keenly aware of his surroundings, lest someone try to bump into him again. The walk took longer than normal, as Vaughn's knee was still hurting after he twisted it falling down the previous evening, and he kept limping. He gave Finn an apologetic look, but his friend would have none of it, slowing his pace down to not rush Vaughn. Once in the classroom, they took their seats next to each other. Vaughn's eyes met and quickly moved away from both Alexis, who gave him a sickly sweet smile, and the raven-haired girl that had accosted him earlier, whose face seemed stuck in a perpetual disinterested pout. Professor Rowan entered the classroom soon after, an elderly man with a great, long, white beard, large circular glasses, and a bald head. He sat down and looked befuddled for a moment, leafing through some document before a look of understanding came over his face. Now then, he began, looking at the class, but no one in particular. Welcome to Magical Etiquette. We'll begin with a brief explanation of the attitudes towards magic that you're likely to meet when you go out into the world. Professor Rowan's idea of the word brief was quite different from the rest of the class, as he took up the entire first period with his explanation, which often deteriorated into tangents and diatribes on a multitude of topics. From local history and legends to the geographical origins of certain cafeteria foods. He was obviously overwhelmingly knowledgeable about all sorts of bookish topics, but it appeared that focus was not one of his strengths, as he would often have trouble returning to where he was after finishing the latest session of rambling on an unrelated topic. Once the bells rang, everyone began leaving the room to head to the next class. Just as Vaughn reached the door, he heard a loud ripping sound behind him, followed by familiar cackling. He and Finn looked back and saw that one of their classmates, a short Orlanthian boy, judging by his dark skin, had snagged his robes on the edge of his desk, and they were now visibly, though not irreparably, torn.
That's gonna take a special kind of talent. Seriously. Came
Alexis's voice. Her eyes were watering slightly from laughing too hard. The boy with the ripped robes looked down in embarrassment, quickly picked up his bag and ran out of the room, right past Vaughn and Finn. Vaughn was fuming, causing the other boy to put his hand on his shoulder to try and calm him down. What the hell is your problem? Vaughn said through gritted teeth at the group of bullies. The laughter eventually stopped, and the foursome looked over Vaughn. Alexis's face contorted into a sneer.
I was hoping you'd call us out, Leyden Ford. I didn't expect you to be stupid enough, though.
She answered smugly, then looked at her cohorts and motioned towards Vaughn. The 3 boys walked over menacingly, but right as they reached him, Finn stepped forward, coming face to face with the biggest one, the one that had bumped into Vaughn previously.
What about stupid? Trying to pick a fight in the classroom.
Finn said confidently, his face inches away from the slightly larger boy.
How does it feel to taking orders from a girl, Leary?
He goaded him on. Leary grimaced, obviously unhappy with Finn's implication. He lifted his right arm in a threatening manner, but Alexis grabbed his elbow from behind before he could strike.
Not here, you idiot!
She hissed. Leary didn't take his eyes off Finn's, but slowly relaxed his arm before pulling it sharply out of Alexis's hands. The stare-off continued for a few more seconds before Leary, Alexis, and the other two eventually walked past Finn and Vaughn and left the classroom. Vaughn immediately breathed a sigh of relief and supported himself on a nearby desk. Sorry, I know I shouldn't have reacted like that. I didn't mean to get you into trouble. He started, but was quickly interrupted.
These four aren't going to last long here. Yeah, there's being a jerk to people, and there's just begging to be expelled.
Finn said, still scowling.
But Leary's getting his ass kicked before that.
Hey, come on now. We should just ignore him. Nothing good will happen if we stoop to their level. Vaughn tried to reason with his friend.
If those guys think they can just roll over anyone, then they picked the wrong fight.
Finn grunted in response. It's 4 against 2, Finn. We're going to get caught. Like you said, they're going to get expelled if they keep it up. No need for us to go down with them. Vaughn reasoned. Finn didn't answer, just picked up his bag to head to the next class. Despite his anger, though, he still kept the pace that Vaughn could comfortably follow. After biology class, it was time for lunch. Vaughn and Finn picked up their things and headed over to the cafeteria. It seemed like the two of them and Alexis' group were both trying to ignore each other for now. After picking up trays with today's special, wheat porridge and roast lamb, the duo approached the table where some of their classmates were seated. Mind if we sit down? Vaughn asked politely. Everyone on the table stopped talking and faced him with a disapproving stare.
That's it.
Finn said, scowling right back. His mood hadn't improved much since the earlier face-to-face with Leary. The two took a step back and looked around. Vaughn was looking dejected. This whole thing where everyone thought he was getting special treatment was making him very miserable. There were no free tables, unfortunately, but there was one with just one occupant, the short black-haired girl from their class.
Don't mind us.
Finn said, his sour mood manifesting in a mildly rude tone as he sat down and pulled up a chair for Vaughn, who didn't look very comfortable in posing like this.
Why are you limping?
She immediately asked, staring at Vaughn with a passive curiosity. The boy sat down.
Hello to you too.
Finn immediately jumped in, annoyed, as Vaughn shrank.
Oh, hello.
She said to Finn nonchalantly, then turned to Vaughn again with an expectant look.
He's hurt, and Leary hit him.
Finn again wedged his way into the conversation.
Leary?
She asked, finally turning her attention to Finn.
Big guy. Part of the annoying blonde's little gang.
He replied, taking a bite out of his lamb.
I see. Why are you two friends?
The girl inquired again, not skipping a beat.
Okay, that's enough questions. Who are you?
Finn was getting visibly frustrated with her interrogation.
Vivi Strand. So why are you friends with him?
Vivi asked again. More and more creases were appearing on Finn's brow. Finn's giving me a second chance. Probation, I guess? Vaughn finally spoke up. Vivi nodded sagely and ate a spoonful of porridge, mulling over Vaughn's words.
That's very generous of you.
She said finally. Why all the questions? Vaughn asked politely, giving Finn time to cool off.
Well, after what Professor Bain said, I didn't expect you to be able to make any friends. But here you are, with someone willing to get into a fight on your behalf. I'm curious.
Vivi explained in a strangely disinterested voice. You saw? Vaughn asked, surprised.
I like watching people.
She replied like it was perfectly normal. Finn and Vaughn shared a look, both uncertain about sitting with the strange girl.
How has his probation gone so far?
Vivi asked, facing Finn again.
And what's it to you?
Finn countered.
And this will be my last question for now, but calling my toll for letting you to sit with me.
She answered. He was obviously regretting sitting with her.
Bones. Okay.
Finn said after a short delay, finally starting to eat his rapidly cooling lunch.
I see.
Vivi finally said before giving Vaughn another once-over.
I want to give you a second chance too.
Vaughn nearly choked on the porridge he had also just started eating. Why? Why? He asked.
Your case is interesting. I want to know more.
She replied.
You can hardly turn away more friends, can you?
Vaughn grimaced. Was there such a thing as being extorted into becoming someone's friend? I mean, sure, I guess. He finally replied with no shortage of uncertainty in his voice.
So now it's 3 against 4.
Vivi concluded plainly and took a sip from her cup. Whoa, hey, no, we're not. No! Vaughn protested immediately, looking to Finn for support. Unfortunately for him, his friend's frustration seemed to have vanished, and he was already grinning from ear to ear.
Well, I like this girl.
Finn said. Once lunchtime was over, the trio returned their trays and left the cafeteria. Vivi fished a notebook out of her bag and opened it on the first page where she had written down their class schedule.
Monology's next.
She said matter-of-factly. Vaughn and Finn both froze in sudden realization. It seemed they had forgotten something important over the recent dramatic events. Professor Lianon, Vaughn stuttered, abject terror playing on his face.
V, you know your stuff. What's her deal? Why is a zombie teaching her?
Finn asked, as if hoping the answer might somehow make it so they don't have to go to her class.
I'm not sure. She certainly looks like what I've heard undead are described as, but I doubt the headmaster would be okay with an actual undead teaching classes. Maybe she's just sick.
Vivi answered. She was keeping her cool, but there was definitely a hint of suppressed apprehension in her voice.
Sick? I don't think there's a sickness that makes your voice sound like it's coming from the beyond.
Finn countered. Vivian nodded sagely. I'm sure the headmaster knows what he's doing. Vaughn lied. Vaughn, Finn, and Vivi eventually made their way to the monology room. Almost their entire class was already there, but the teacher's desk was thankfully empty. They sat down and pulled out their monology textbooks, as the rest of the class eventually filed in. Everyone's face told the same story. They were there simply because they were more terrified of what Professor Lianon would do to them if they didn't show up. Even Alexis and her cronies were on their best behavior. Vaughn didn't see them even take out their textbooks for the previous classes. And then, the moment arrived. Professor Lianon entered the room. She was wearing a perpetual passive scowl on her face, and she didn't so much as look at the class until she was behind her desk. She was wearing an elegant but more casual black dress with a thick black cloak draped over it.
Good afternoon, class.
She said, the ghostly echo of her voice chilling everyone to the bone, even more than her grey, lifeless eyes.
Open your textbooks.
Lianon continued. Almost in unison, the entire class flipped open their books. Vaughn looked down at his textbook and saw the title of the first lesson. What is mana?
Do any of you know what mana is?
The professor asked and looked around. She quickly opened her mouth to speak again. It seemed more like a rhetorical question. Stopped herself and threw an intrigued look at Vivi, whose gaze was alternating between the textbook and Professor Lianon, obviously deliberating whether to try to answer.
Miss Strand?
Lianon asked, startling Vivi, who needed a moment to realize what she was being asked.
Mana is...
Vivi started shakily, standing up, then stopped and closed her eyes for a second, exhaled, and began again.
Mana is the fuel of all magic. It's what all wizards use to manipulate the world around them.
She said, nearly shouting.
An oversimplified answer.
The professor answered after a short deliberation.
But sufficient. You may sit down, Miss Strand. Mana is the fuel we magic users burn to cast spells, perform rituals, even to brew potions and create enchantments.
Lianon continued. It was an unnerving contrast. Her appearance, voice, and presence all triggered an instinct for self-preservation among the students. But on paper, her behavior was perfectly normal and reasonable for a teacher.
But it is also fuel for life itself. All life creates mana and need most of what it creates to sustain itself. Rob a person of their mana, and they cease to be.
She continued.
The mana that humans create that they don't need is too little to be of much practical use. This is where synthetic magical crystals come in. They collect the mana that would otherwise go to waste, giving wizards reserve that they can draw from. These crystals are specifically enchanted not to draw too much and to stop drawing if one person has more than one crystal.
Professor Lianon raised her hand forward, palm down over her desk, and a small canvas bag emerged from the surface, causing the wood to ripple like water briefly. There were gasps among the students, but the ghostly woman shut them down with a stern glare, nipping any further disturbances in the bud. She then pulled the bag open and once again placed her palm over it. A myriad of 1-inch crystals, each of a different color, erupted from out of the bag and spread out all over the class, each student having a crystal dangle in the air in front of them.
Keep them safe and on your person at all times, even sleeping and showering. Get used to this sensation of having part of your mana drained. You will need mana reserve for tomorrow's introduction to spellcasting class.
Professor Lianon explained. Vaughn picked up his crystal. It was a deep blue, similar to his eye color. The moment he touched it, he felt his breath getting forced out of his lungs. A strange prickling sensation ran up his arm and down his spine. It felt like the air was leaking out from his lungs at a very slow pace.
I want a pink one.
He heard from a few steps over, from a few seats over. Alexis was reaching towards the pink crystal that was hanging in the air in front of her dopey-looking cohort.
Miss Bienfait.
Professor Lianon's voice called out harshly. There was a subtle banshee-like screeching quality to the echo in her voice, and her heels clicked along the wooden floor as she approached Alexis. The blonde girl looked terrified and emitted a quiet, high-pitched yelp as she did her best to sit up properly in her seat. Vaughn could see most of the class smirking with delight, though they didn't so much as giggle, lest they attract the professor's ire themselves.
I do not tolerate disturbances in my class.
Lianon said sternly, glaring at her. Alexis was visibly shivering, and a bead of cold sweat rolled down the side of her forehead. And with that, the professor returned to her desk like nothing had happened. Alexis breathed a sigh of relief and took the yellow crystal that was hanging in the air in front of her. Her face nearly matched the color of her crystal. Let's see how much... Oh, we're almost done with this chapter.
You got a comment too on the chat.
Yeah. That's I saw the comment. That's why I figured I might want to break. Hi Scully, welcome, welcome. We're reading my writing. This is a story I've been working on for a while. To be honest, like I haven't really been working on it for a couple of years, but I really want to get back into it. And I've been thinking a lot about it. I've come up with some things that I really want to add. And once I have a bit more of a structure in my head, I will actually continue writing it. You're kind of coming in pretty much in the middle of things, so I hope things are understandable enough. That was a fanfic. No, it's not. It's not fanfiction. No, it's a completely original story.
It's my immortal. We're using my immortal. It's just about...
it may sound like my immortal, but I promise you it's not.
God, I just read this.
I mean, judging that I am a Sonic character now in that style, I can see where you got the fanfic from.
Oh jeez. Okay, let's finish the chapter and then we'll take a break. And by break I mean we'll talk about some other stuff or something.
Sure.
Just
go ahead.
Okay.
Oh, God,
Yep.
damn it.
Yep. I read it too. Yep. The end of the period couldn't come quickly enough. The moment the bells began ringing, the entire class sighed with relief, like they had been holding their breath the entire time.
Good day, class.
Professor Lianon said politely and walked out of the room. As soon as the door closed, everyone groaned and melted into their seats. I don't think I can survive any more classes with her, someone said. What is her deal? Why is she so creepy? Mana is, An unfamiliar voice called out. It was Alexis's tall minion making fun of Vivi. Vaughn immediately stood up again, wincing slightly from putting so much sudden pressure on his leg. Vivi's cheeks were red and she was looking down while putting her textbook away.
I think the professor's okay, personally.
Finn said, also standing up, glaring at the tall boy.
Seeing your boss on the verge of tears was fun.
It was Alexis's turn to stand up, still wearing a crimson mask of frustration. But it was obvious she was still fearful over what happened. One more word out of you, Inman. Leary finally got up and got in Finn's face. There was a rising chorus of oohing from the class. The tension was finally released after Alexis stormed out. Leary eventually backed away and the other two boys followed suit, leaving the room. The rest of the class seemed disappointed that there was not going to be a fight, and they eventually all filed out of the room. Vaughn approached Vivi. Everything okay? He asked, concerned for her.
Of course.
She replied without hesitation, but Vaughn wasn't very convinced. A loud laugh interrupted the two. They turned to see Finn, genuinely amused and pointing at a yellow crystal on Alexis's desk.
You forgot the module!
He said.
I wonder what will happen.
Sorry, sure. Can you read that again? You cut out a little bit.
Alright. She forgot her module.
He said.
How awful. I wonder what will happen when she doesn't have it for spellcasting tomorrow.
He added mockingly. Vaughn didn't find this amusing, however. He disliked her every bit as much as Finn did, but for some reason, her terrified expression during class and her look of helpless embarrassment a moment ago wouldn't leave his mind. His look of compassion didn't go unnoticed.
What's up? Don't tell me you're feeling sorry for her.
Finn said incredulously. No, Vaughn replied quickly, but then reconsidered. I mean, I don't know. I think she got punished enough today. No need to ruin her class tomorrow, too.
Oh, you're kidding me.
Finn groaned.
You realize that if the tables were turned, she'd be chucking that crystal out the window right now, right?
He was starting to get irritated.
Whatever. You want to give her the module, you do that. But all you're gonna get in return is more crap from her and her friends. Don't say I didn't warn you.
Vaughn turned to the only other person left in the room. Vivi, what do you think?
I don't care.
She shrugged. Vaughn left the classroom and headed down the corridor he saw Alexis and her friends go. Finn and Vivi went the other way towards their next class. Despite his slow walk, it didn't take him long to see the three boys standing outside the girls' bathroom. He steeled himself and approached tentatively. "Get lost, Leidenford," Leary said. He looked angrier than he was in the classroom. "I'm just here to..." Vaughn tried to protest, but Leary pushed himself off the wall. He was leaning on and towered over him, glaring. "I told you to get lost," Leary repeated. The two other boys approached and backed him up. "I just want to give Alexis..." Vaughn started again, then quickly found himself on the ground, a dull thud echoing in the corridor. Leary had pushed him and he was standing over him, looking like he was ready to start kicking him, but he was restraining himself. "Get lost before I finish the job on your leg," Leary hissed. Vaughn crawled back a bit. He was looking scared but put on a brave face. He leaned forward and put his weight on his right leg before slowly standing up. He glared at Leary for a few seconds, but then shook his head, obviously reconsidering, before he left to catch up with his friends, looking even more than before. Alexis came out of the bathroom a moment later, her pale face redder than usual, especially around the eyes.
What was that about?
She asked. "Who cares?" Leary replied, walking off towards the next class as well. The other two boys looked at him and Alexis with confusion for a moment before following, leaving her to trail behind. Okay, we're 1/3 away through. How are you guys feeling?
Right?
I'm feeling pretty good. I feel like this time around I also had more lines to read, which was exciting.
Yeah, you had a lot more
Right.
lines this time, yeah. Most of your lines were...
Yeah.
Yeah, you didn't have much in the first 3 chapters, unfortunately.
No, and I had to go when I got most of them.
Yeah, that's true.
Well, that is fine though. I had a lot of fun reading. I hope I got the characters right. That was something we were gonna discuss too, but we got to start at least.
Yeah, I think you did a really good job. I think both of you are doing a really, really good job. Like,
Thank you.
if we spent like, I probably should have talked to you guys a little bit before this, but I didn't really want to bother you. But no, I think especially for having not even really discussed what the characters are like, I think you guys are doing an amazing job.
Oh, thank you. I
Okay, because I feel like I misdeliver sometimes.
No, you're fine. You're absolutely fine.
honestly, I got cucked by Discord. For some reason, it's like omits me laughing every time.
Mm-hmm.
Oh Jesus, that must make the Phoenix Wright thing so so bloody awkward. Oh, I'm thinking you're laughing with me, but now I'm realizing I'm just sitting there silent because this is not picking up me laughing.
What the frick?
No, I think I picked it up.
Anyway,
It usually does, but sometimes I did hear you do something because it was cutting out real bad.
Yeah, it was cutting out. Well, I mean, it really cut out on one line.
At one point.
Yeah.
Yeah,
so
at
I
one
did-
point.
I did something to like fit the theme.
Oh.
Yes.
Mhm.
This thing. And this thing.
I
I wonder when it'll show up.
Oh
Don't
my
worry about it,
god!
Let's continue. It did.
Wait,
It did.
I have-
I'm
Oh,
a part of
no.
the cursed randoms now.
No,
I turned myself into pickle right.
guys, this.
what? Wait, is it gonna pop up in on stream soon? Because I'm watching the stream as you guys are.
Yeah, there's probably a delay. There's probably a bit of a delay. Did it show up?
You're gonna notice when no. Oh my god! I see it now.
Guys, this
That's good.
this is supposed to be like a heartfelt story about
I'm
like
gonna go back to the regular thing.
about growing up and you know, like and finding your way in the world and
You have redeems, by the way.
why are you hot dog Rick?
I am no. What? No, it's a pickle.
How is it a pickle? It's orange.
It's the funniest shit you've ever seen.
There are no orange
a hot
pickles,
dog.
Shu.
It fits in my color scheme.
Well,
You-
yeah, but it's not.
You look
How it
like a hot
works.
dog.
Or maybe he's a chili.
You just don't appreciate art.
He's a chili with spice. Okay.
You don't appreciate art. I'm not talking to you.
Okay, let me do the redeems. Thank you, Blue, and thank you, Scully. Let me hydrate and stretch. You guys hydrate and stretch too.
Okay. Stretch. Here you go. I'm gonna.
And let me add the
Yeah,
the
that's-
slime. Oh wait, do I have? Oh wait,
Sip.
no, I don't have the slime on the screen. Give me a second to add it.
Take your time, Helix. I think we got as much time as we need.
Yeah, honestly, nobody's in a rush, I believe.
No, I booked my entire evening to just do this.
Aw, I really appreciate that. Thank you guys so much for doing this. It really means a lot.
you
Of
worry
course,
about it.
anytime.
Don't you bloody worry about it.
It's a spicy
I
pickle. Oh,
could
Jesus
just-
Christ.
I could just say one thing though. When you were reading, I felt myself like holding my own breath just to make sure that I wouldn't interrupt you with like, breathing or anything.
Why?
You know, you can like. Actually, I don't know what your setup is, so I don't know if you can push your mic to the side. That's what I usually do in collabs when I'm not talking.
I'm muted because I have like I can tap on top of the mic to mute it, but like I noticed that right before it was gonna be my line, I unmuted and was like, oh, holding my breath.
No, don't worry, don't worry. Don't worry about it. I am stuttering all over the place. Like I am reading like a first grader right now, so don't worry about it.
What?
I feel that though.
What food
You
coloring
don't
did you get
know.
yourself to to look like that? Yeah, sure. What kind of food coloring did you use? And welcome, Trey. I'm very happy to see you.
My own trademark spice.
I thought he
which
would
is a
use
pun.
carrots.
It's spice.
Spice.
Oh! It's spice. Wait, that makes me kind of sound like you're German. You're spices.
Spicy.
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 Can you make that into an emote? Spicy, and that's Pickle Rick Orange.
Oh
my God.
Oh yeah, yeah.
I am adding that as emote so immediately.
You can make that into like a chili pepper, but Pickle Rick. So you just change
No, it has to
literally
be
the
a
end of
pickle
it.
Rick. It has to be a pickle Rick, you know, because it's
Alright,
the funniest shit
alright.
ever. I've turned myself the
And then
pickle
you call it
monster. I am
spicy.
Pickle Rick. Wait, not spicy, Swifty.
Oh wait.
You
And
guys
then,
didn't watch it. Fuck. Oh, come on.
I can't believe this.
Do shoe.
I can't believe this stream is turning into a Pickle Rick stream.
Yeah, well, what did you expect with us two?
I mean, last
kind
time it
of said-
didn't happen. Not that thing. at
No,
least.
but then it was different. Times were different. Winter was coming, but now summer's here.
It's all due to the slime. There was no slime
Yeah.
last time, right?
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
That's true.
That's
There
what's
was no
changed.
sign.
It's the slime.
Yep, it's the slime's
Yeah,
fault.
it must be. Must be.
Yep.
Very
It's the
unfortunate.
slime. Damn. Oh no.
Wow. I feel this slime is taking over my magic possibilities. I might be changing soon.
Oh,
Into
no.
what? I don't know.
Oh Jesus Christ. Let's okay. Let's try to reel it back a little bit. Any comments
Alright.
on the last chapter? Anything you guys wanna talk about? Anything?
The
that-
Ananist is difficult.
That's fair. Yeah. I can't say I had imagined anyone ever reading her lines when I wrote her, so
I
She-
don't know if I should sound more like a robot or if I should sound more deeper or more brighter. It's hard to be very dead in my voice. I'm trying. Okay.
I think you actually did a really good job with her. Honestly.
That's kind of my interpretation. Like, okay, so if I was dead toned, how would I sound? And I don't know. It's just very, very different from my usual speech pattern. So it's kind of like changing part of your own way of speaking. That's kind of tricky. So I enjoy that. It's a challenge.
Yeah.
I like Alexis.
Heck yeah.
Somehow, making Alexis' voice is probably the most fun. As a
She does have quite a few lines a bit later on. I think maybe in this chapter, or maybe chapter 6. I don't remember which one exactly, but one of these two, she has quite a few more lines.
All right. Well, I'm looking forward to it. So, I'm pretty much revving to go. How about you, Shu?
I'm up.
I'm awake. I'm awake.
I am awake. Yes, I am alive. I enjoy normal activities such as breathing the air and walking with my leg. I found it, by the way. I found it.
Singular.
Did you?
I found it. Yes.
Are you peg-legged?
I told you it's a meme.
Arr, you scurvy pirate. I can take off my leg if me like once.
I'm not gonna share this on stream because this will just derail everything. Might share it after we're done because we're setting a pretty good pace actually. We read a whole chapter in like 30 minutes, so
Yeah.
I think we're gonna breeze through the rest of this.
Oh yeah.
We're too good, so let's go then. I'm
Okay.
ready.
Okay. Chapter 5. Vaughn woke up the next day to even more pain in his knee. It had swollen noticeably, even that enough that he couldn't put on his knee brace.
Yeesh, that looks bad. You should go to the infirmary to get it checked out.
Finn said.
Come on, let's get you out of here.
He leaned down to help Vaughn stand up from his bed. I'm okay, it's been a lot worse. Vaughn protested weakly, but still got up, leaning on Finn. It took them nearly 5 minutes to reach the infirmary where Dr. Ampley was sitting at her desk. She was surprisingly young and had a very lithe build. She wore a white coat, and her tall, pointy, white-brimmed white hat was adorned with a crimson crystal right on the front, which accented her reddish-brown eyes strikingly. She stood up silently and motioned to a bed for Vaughn to sit on.
Thank you, Mr. Inman. I'll take it from here.
She said, writing something on a piece of paper and handing it to Finn. Did I highlight these?
Wait.
Or did
No.
I forget to highlight these? Oh, I'm really sorry.
No, wait. I have the highlight, but not for this one. So sorry. Handing it to Finn. Give that to your professor to explain your tardiness.
I'm really sorry, Aki. This will be a little bit tougher. But she doesn't have that many lines, so hopefully we'll go through this quickly.
Well, I have the rest of them, but not that one.
Oh, the rest of this. Oh, okay. I thought I didn't highlight any of them. Okay. Finn nodded and gave Vaughn a supportive look before departing.
Professor Hellis informed me about you. I wasn't expecting to see you quite this soon, though.
The doctor said. Who hasn't he informed? Vaughn muttered under his breath.
That is very swollen.
Amply pointed out the obvious.
You were told not to put too much pressure on it, weren't you?
I was, but not everyone else. Vaughn muttered again.
Are you getting bullied, Mr. Leidenford?
The doctor looked up at him with a very serious expression. What? No, of course not. It's just normal school stuff, he replied. Dr. Amply sighed in exasperation.
I can't force you to tell me, but try to think about what the person bothering you would be able to do if they graduate from here. Would you want that person to also know magic, so they can do even worse things to more people?
She asked. Vaughn paused for a few seconds. It was hard to not admit that she had a good point. Just imagining Leary graduating as a tranquilita made his hair stand on end. I'm not getting bullied. Really, he finally said, surprising even himself. Amply gave him a few more seconds to reconsider, but Vaughn simply turned away, causing her to sigh again.
All right, let's check your knee.
She finally said. After a few minutes of painful stretching, listening, and even some scrying spells, Vaughn was left to rest on the bed, while Amply went to write something on her desk.
Looks like I should be able to get you back to normal in a few hours.
She finally said. After finishing her notes, she walked back over to Vaughn and put her hand on his knee. A feeling of warmth enveloped the area where her hand was placed, and upon her removing it, she could see a faint green light being emitted from the knee joint. Is there a is there any magic that could fix it? Completely, I mean. Make it like it was before I got injured? Vaughn asked tentatively. He couldn't meet the doctor's eyes, unsure if what he asked was rude or maybe just laughably ignorant.
Magic doesn't work that way, I'm afraid.
Amply replied.
Healing magic broadly falls into two categories. One accelerates the body's natural healing, which is what I'm doing right now, and the other does what you asked. It uses some time manipulation to revert a part of your body to an earlier version of itself. But such magic can't work on such an old injury. It has to be done seconds, possibly a minute or two at most after the injury occurs. Going further back in time, then that would require impossibly large amounts of mana.
So there was a chance to fix it. Vaughn replied sullenly.
Sure, if it happened in front of a wizard that knows the right spells and who happens to have enough mana reserve on him, but by that line of reasoning, you could have avoided the injury to begin with.
She replied, not missing a beat. This was obviously a conversation she had had many times with other people. Vaughn nodded. A few hours later, Vaughn's knee felt as good as it did when Mr. Howless originally gave him his knee brace. He stood up off the bed and checked the clock on the wall. He still had time to get to his introduction to spellcasting class. Despite all the unpleasant things that had happened recently, mostly related to Alexis, Leary, and their two stooges, Vaughn couldn't help but smile. Finally, he'd be learning to use actual magic. He put on his knee brace and rushed to his room to get his bag, then made his way to the classroom. I'm sorry for being late, he said, still smiling as he handed a note to Professor Heller, a stocky middle-aged wizard with a mess of curls on his head. The professor took the note and motioned for Vaughn to sit down. Now, take out your magical crystals. I trust you followed Professor Lianon's instructions, and they've all got a decent charge in them, Heller instructed. Vaughn immediately pulled out the two crystals from his bag, his blue one and Alexis's yellow one. He turned towards her, only to see her panicking and becoming more frustrated by the moment, unable to find her crystal. He waved it over with one hand while holding her yellow magic with the other. The look she shot him could give Professor Lianon a run for her money. Vaughn was rather upset by her complete lack of gratitude, but he threw the crystal to her anyway. She caught it easily, but then her eyes went even wider.
It's empty!
She exclaimed, and the whole room turned to look at her. Professor Heller sighed. Were Professor Lianon's instructions unclear? He asked, and most of the class shook their heads. Then I'm afraid I have no choice but to give you detention, Miss Bienfa. You can't begin casting spells with no mana in your crystal, he added.
But it's his fault!
Alexis exploded in rage, standing up and pointing at Vaughn. Is this true, Mr. Leidenford? Heller asked calmly. Vaughn's cheeks were alight with embarrassment and indignation. No! She forgot her crystal in class. I tried to give it her, but... He began, but stopped when Professor Heller cleared his throat. So you kept both crystals the entire time? He asked. Vaughn looked stunned, realizing what he had done. Professor Lianon had clearly said that one person holding more than one crystal would stop them from collecting mana. But he was so caught up in trying to return Alexis Majo, getting angry at Leary, and thinking about how much his knee had started to hurt again, that he completely forgot. He lowered his head. I am afraid you will have to share Miss Bienfal's attention, Mr. Leidenford. Worry not, it will be relevant to what we're doing today, so you will catch up to the rest of the class. Come to the west basement entrance tomorrow after last period, and do make sure your crystals are charged this time, please. Professor Hiller explained calmly. Alexis was livid. She dropped all her weight onto her chair and crossed her arms, fuming but silent. A few people giggled quietly at her misfortune. Vaughn's mood wasn't much better than hers, though he focused more on how disappointed he was at himself for forgetting something so important. He couldn't even fathom why he cared so much about giving Alexis her magic the day before. The rest of the class passed at a snail's pace. Vaughn tried to pay attention to what they were doing, but without mana he could just sit and watch as the others learned spells to create lights and change the color of objects. Shu, a quick question. Because I'm not reading the highlighted version, and I forgot. Our
I've got
professor.
nothing.
Oh, okay. Heller's lines are not highlighted for you.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. Don't worry
I-
about that.
I probably should have given them to you, honestly.
Don't worry.
I mean, if
Yeah.
you like, if you think you can recognize his lines, I can give them to you.
I think the best way to recognize them is by you stopping, and if we don't see anything highlighted, we'll assume it's Shu.
So the awkward stare method.
Oh, great! This is just like high school.
Or you could just, I don't know, we have a Discord chat in between us, so if you want to, you can have an emote and just click enter when it's time, if you really want to make that clear.
That's too cumbersome. All right, let me
I
get
guess.
to where we are.
We're on page.
Okay, so the awkward
36.
high school stare.
Oh,
Let's
so
go.
Can you read the last part a bit again?
The last part we did was the rest of the class passed at a snail's pace. Vaughn tried to pay attention to what they were doing, but without mana, he could just sit and watch as the others.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
Is the music too loud, by the way? I mean, I think you guys probably don't hear the music, but
Oh no, I don't hear any music, and I
let me
don't think I
lower-
have the stream music on, so I'm gonna see what it's about.
I lowered it a little bit.
I think the music was fine actually. I turned on stream sound, so I think it was okay. But having it
Yeah.
slightly lower would be things.
Yeah, I lowered it a little bit.
Yeah, I don't know.
Things are rough for me today, but I'm glad you're here doing this. It's making my day. Oh, thank you so much, Azul. I'm really sorry that things are rough for you. I really hope things pick up. But thank you so much. That means so much. I'm really glad
It
that
makes
you're
me
here for
happy.
this.
Just people being able to see your hard work of writing this is just really making me super happy too. So I'm really excited overall.
Honestly,
Even though that's nothing new.
Thank you, Aki. You're always so sweet. Honestly, it's I still haven't really wrapped my head around it. Like everything is so disconnected still in my head. Like it's not. This isn't my writing. These aren't people here for me. These aren't people here for my writing. No one's actually appreciating this. It's like it's and not in like a negative, nihilistic or like self-doubting way or whatever. It's just disconnected. Still, it'll take me a while for things to like connect up in my head.
Yeah, well, it's true, and at the time, you would never think that anyone else would read this, I'm guessing.
I mean, I have given it to a few people to read, and most of them haven't finished it. Actually, I don't think anyone has finished it. Actually, I don't think anyone has read the whole thing. Most people haven't read anything out of the people that I gave it to. The few that did read like maybe a chapter or a few, and they said it was good, like they really liked it, but then they didn't continue reading it. So there was like two people that really, really, really liked it though. Like they got super into it, and I think they read the whole thing actually, because I gave it to them before I stopped writing. Back when I think I originally gave it to them when I had like 3 or 4 chapters, something like that. But then I kept updating it, and I think they kept up.
Oh, so they didn't get like the whole like, oh, this is everything, but they got like partial updates, so that kind of hooked them into.
Kind of. I mean, they got like a bunch at the beginning, like 3 or 4 chapters all at once, and then like it was just a slow build for the rest. Thank you, Blue, for the hydrate. Give me just a second. You guys hydrate too. We're all talking a lot.
Okay, sure.
Oh, damn it.
It feels good. And if you're watching the stream, I would recommend sitting back and just relaxing with a pair of headphones and just listen. You don't even have to watch the screen. If you want to read along, that's what I'm doing at least. You can, but I think we are fit enough to call this an audiobook session.
Yeah, kind of, I suppose.
Podcast segments, kind of.
Yeah. I don't know what we're talking about, but I'm excited. Oh, thank you, Scully. I keep having to run off and do stuff. No worries. This was like this. Oh Jesus Christ! I haven't been uploading stuff to YouTube in so long. I've saved most of my VODs, but I think I lost a few. I haven't lost the reading.
Yeah.
I haven't lost the reading one. Don't worry. I haven't lost the reading one, the first reading one. I'm not gonna lose this one either. But man, I really need to upload everything. No worries. I'm definitely not gonna lose these ones.
Oh, actually,
yeah.
Speaking of that, I don't know what to do with my channel and like re-uploading old streams, because now it feels like it's been too long ago. I have over 100 videos now.
Oh heck yeah! I think oh, you know what? Yeah, I was actually thinking of doing something like trying to figure something special for stream number 100, and I think I probably missed stream number 100. I think that already happened, and I'm not.
Too.
No, it's not so much that I've lost them. I lost track of the number of the.
Oh yeah, me too. Absolutely missed track. Okay, but you can count back and kind of get how many there are, but you can make something special for stream 100 that you know of.
Yeah, maybe. I have the number of the stream on YouTube, in the VODs on YouTube. Like I include the which stream number that is. So I'll probably upload stream number 100 at some point.
Let's go. I need to still do that. I have been very bad at it, so I should make a playlist and just get everything up in public.
Yeah.
You should do Helix. It's good to have VODs.
I absolutely should. I definitely should. I probably lost a bunch at this point, but most of them are around. Don't feel bad, Ray. You've written more than I have for any one story. Thank you, Scully. It really means a lot. I'm. Don't get me wrong. I'm not a prideful person in general. I'm not a I don't. Anyway, whatever. But I am pretty proud of what I've done here. I don't think it's amazing. I don't think my writing is anything super special, but I do think it's surprisingly decent for someone with as little experience as me in writing. I think if I really actually stuck to it, I think I could become a pretty decent writer. But I need to actually stick to it, and I think I actually need to do it, which is the hard part. So don't expect me to become a decent writer.
I don't think that's a problem, but it could be something if you ever get bored of streaming.
Oh, I don't think it's I don't think the two are mutually exclusive in any way.
The time is.
Actually, I've been really considering doing writing streams.
Oh,
Really?
I'm combining the two.
Yeah, I don't know.
Interesting. Like a new take. I don't think sure it has been done somewhere, but
Oh yeah. There are people writing on Twitch.
it's very interesting.
If you actually check the category that we're streaming under right now, which is called "Let's Do the Writing." There's actually a bunch of people that are currently writing stuff on stream. It's not like it's not like a major, huge thing or anything, but it is a thing.
Interesting.
I mean, as it is a tag, so it should be a lot of people doing these sort of things sometimes. It's just that I haven't really found it since I'm not a big writer. I've been trying. I've actually written a few pieces myself, but if I would look back at them now from when I was like 60, I would not. No, I would cringe so badly, okay?
Listen, we all went through that phase. I mean, I know I did at least.
Yeah, I had like role play stories too, where we were writing like a big story, but like we were two people and kind of like in the moment decisions, and that was fun. But then when I look back at it, it was really cringe too.
I think that's perfectly normal. I think that's absolutely normal.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely.
Let me try to catch up to chat real quick. So glad I joined this. I enjoyed whatever I've read so far, and getting to hear it voiced is awesome. Oh, thank you so much, Trey. That means the world to me. That means a lot. Thank you so much. Hydration. Hydration every break we do. Yep. I'm hydrating constantly while we're having break. Nico, hello Nico. Welcome. I hope you're having a wonderful day. Thank you so much for dropping by. We're here for every one of your ascents. Oh, Zol. Oh, Zol, you're so supportive. Thank you so much. Hey, for a new writer, it's excellent work. I'd be glad to join for writing streams. That'd be awesome. Oh, I am seriously considering it. Like, genuinely seriously considering it. Because the thing is, I always find it hard to like set aside time for stuff like this, and you need to set aside time for stuff like this. And I feel like if I do it on stream, that'll work really well as like setting time aside for it. It might be a little weird with while talking to people, like coming up with stuff while talking to people, but I think it might also work in a very interesting way where I've mentioned this before, but you know, there's something called rubber ducky debugging in programming. It's literally like,
I love that metaphor thing.
yeah, it's literally like you getting a rubber duck and talking to it and like explaining your code to it. And the logic there is, and it actually like genuinely works, is that you're trying to explain it to someone who doesn't understand what you've read or what you've wrote, and by explaining it that way, you force yourself to understand it on like a lower level, on a more like detailed level, and that points you in the direction of where you might have some bugs, where you might have some issues. And I feel like with writing,
I don't know. Sorry, but I have a really important question.
Yep.
When it comes to this rubber ducking thing.
Yep.
Okay. It's gonna be really quick. Do you prefer how do you prefer your rubber ducks? I prefer mine pregnant, if possible.
Excuse me, what?
Stuart should know what I'm referring to if he's not dead, like
Yeah, sure, you okay?
Oh, no, I'm
I'm
scheming. Give me a sec. I'm scheming.
Oh, are you highlighting Heller's lines?
No, that is actually a good idea. No, I was doing something entirely different.
Oh, okay. No worries. We're just talking here.
Entirely different. Check the group chat.
Oh my god, what are you doing? What is it? Oh, why? No.
Holy crap! Okay, that
Oh
is.
no. Okay. First off,
I'm gonna send you exactly.
First off, that's amazing. I love it. But also, I absolutely hate it, and I hate myself, and I'm graduating right now. Bye, everyone.
See ya.
Okay,
that went quickly.
Okay,
So you see, I was away on a trip, and I'm gonna show you some context what I just said, so that makes sense.
Oh yeah, you told the story before, right? Remember the rubber ducks.
I don't know if you saw this though, Helix. I prefer my rubber ducks with cucumber and pregnant. Yeah.
I
It's
this
right
is
there.
this is what I'm just showing chat what Shuher just made. What Shuher
Mhm.
was why Shuher was so quiet because he was working on these. Yes.
Pickles.
Yeah.
I turned them into pickle, chat. Funniest shit I've ever seen.
Ah,
I'm so happy.
Aki, that is so freaking cursed.
I know, I found it, and I thought that when talking about the rubber ducking technique,
It's
it
not
would
good.
come into handy.
Why are we doing this right now?
Well, I was genuinely asking what kind of rubber duck man you are. If you're gonna be talking about this, I need to know. We have literally a brand that makes these rubber ducks, and they all look very different, very unique. There's a mecha rubber duck. There's
Guys.
sheep. There's different stuff like.
Oh, what is happening?
Guys, the duck is also holding a pickle.
I told you.
Oh no! Oh no! Oh, okay. We're okay. No, we're done. We're done. We're done. Let me catch up to chat. Oh my god. Okay.
Sorry for cursing the chat with my.
So okay. Let me catch up to stuff. Scully says Switch tags are pretty mid, to be honest. Are they? I mean, I don't know. I think they work. I think. I don't know. I'm not sure. Kandu, hello Kandu. Welcome. Yes, that is indeed Aki. Let's see. I learned about the
Can't
duck
be
debugging too. Learned about the duck debugging too when I went to college for it. I have a small duck with me. Same. I've got a small rubber duck right next to my stream deck. I have my stream deck and I have my stream duck.
Oh, neat. You know, my uncle actually worked with programming, so he also has a rubber duck, so I knew about this. It works.
Yeah,
Really
it genuinely does work. Like if you're stuck on a problem and you can't like figure it out, explaining it to a rubber duck does actually help a lot in figuring out what you're missing there. The duck sounds like a decent idea. It could help to simplify whatever you're doing, writing and otherwise. Yeah, and what I was the reason I mentioned the rubber ducks was that I feel like maybe writing on stream could kind of sort of work like that, because while you're writing, you would also be explaining your thought process to chat, and explaining your thought process will help you figure out any issues, any things you haven't thought of, or any things you're neglecting, or any things that you might do better. You won't even need people to tell you, oh, this doesn't sound like a good idea, or like, oh, you missed this, because while you're explaining it, you will remember a lot of that stuff.
I have a merch suggestion for you, which I typed out in chat as well. Helix Stream Duck merch. When?
That is
One day.
so weirdly fitting.
One day, we'll see. Maybe one day. No tapes. No, not we're not doing that. I see absolutely no difference to the original Helix. Gando, I think maybe your glasses are in the other room. That's probably why you're not seeing any difference. The entertainment values to the room. Okay, yeah, everyone agrees that was very, very cursed. Mina even came out of lurking. Yeah, go back to lurking, Mina. It's much safer there. Take me with you.
I've been reading chat, so I've been trying not to laugh too loud.
You also have that type of duck? No. I have a very, very normal looking and very, very cute, tiny little rubber ducky.
Well, it's not the one I showed you because
It's not. It is definitely not. Yes, it is definitely not. Is it some
Oh
kind of
yeah,
streamer?
slime is stucky.
Oh my god. Uh,
All right.
and
There's
yes,
a lot of,
Kandu, I completely agree. Aki, love you too, but I blame all of this on you.
Well, you wanted some interesting spice in a stream.
Did
Usually.
I? When did I say I wanted
yeah, well-
interesting spice?
You invited me. It started and ended there. I introduced myself as being slightly chaotic. Isn't this where I get my outlet, if anything?
I think you need to reassess whether the word slightly is what you think it means.
I'm sure it does. And
Oh, Sky. Hello, Sky. Welcome. We got cursed for a little bit, but it's gone now. It's gone. It's safe. It's safe to come back now.
Oh my god. Wait. Is there an Ocelot rubber ducky from Metal Gear Solid 3? Really?
What? Oh, that's amazing.
Well,
that is
yeah.
amazing.
That would be a best rubber ducky. Well, D-Dog rubber ducky. Do you think that could happen?
Oh, Jesus.
There's
Rubber,
so many
rubber
types of
D
rubber
ducky. Yeah. His slime
Rubber
is just
ducky.
like.
Oh my god, yes! I wonder what I would look like as a rubber duck. That would be an interesting take. I actually saw a bunny rubber duck. No joke, it exists.
Listen, I just saw a pregnant Karen duck holding a pickle, so I don't think anything can surprise me in the world of rubber ducks.
Yeah, well, I'm sure there will be a lot of celebrity rubber ducks, especially a Helix one. That would be a great one.
Yes, celebrity. Yes, that is definitely
Yeah,
the right word to use.
you
there.
are celebrated.
Oh, no, you. let me try to catch up to chat. Okay, his slime is ducky.
you do that.
No, it's not. It's not. But the slime does the slime does a very it serves a very similar purpose. Sex for tell. Speaking of which, I got a rubber duck. Yes, we read that. That sounds awesome actually. Why blame Aki? Because Aki shared the photo of the ducks. Poor show
I
shocked
asked
she
a
was.
random question.
Poor show shocked she was sitting silent making drinks. Show actually typed in our private chat that he has to BRB for a little bit. So we're gonna wait for
Why
him.
do you think that is? He isn't drunk enough yet.
Fair enough. Oh god.
I can hear you guys. I'm just, getting ready.
Okay.
Let me bring back for just a second. If it's okay. Like I literally just woke up 5 minutes before the stream.
Oh jeez.
I came back from work, lie down with my phone out. I'm gonna have a nice, relaxing time, and suddenly it was 5 minutes before the stream. Oops.
Oh boy.
So give me just a sec, please.
I hope it
I
was a
can
good nap
continue
at
if we
least.
can, but we can
yeah.
continue if we're going.
Yeah.
I am ready at all times. Just
Let me just finish catching up to chat and then we'll continue. You can send me a pic. I mean, yeah, please do. But I don't think I want to put anything else up on the stream right now because I'm still a little bit traumatized. Friend gave it to you for your birthday last year. Heck yeah, that's an awesome present. A rubber ducky with a wrestler's mask. That would be pretty darn cool. I'm not gonna lie. I mean, that probably exists. Minus pregnant. No, yes, tapes, please. Hopefully, yes. And oh jeez. Okay, thank you for the hydrate, Sky.
Hydrate as well.
Yep. Everyone hydrate, and then we continue.
Okay.
Mm.
Well, one of the things I got it was
Okay.
some hydration.
Okay, we're.
Yay! Okay, I'm gonna stop now.
No worries. Okay.
Tapes is actually non-alcoholic. I'm not gonna ruin this stream too with with my usual shenanigans.
Oh jeez.
No. We're adults here.
If you manage
Join
to
in the chaos.
if you manage to get drunk before the Arlen scene, that will make Arlen a very different character.
No. I'm
The
Oh, boy.
drunk headmaster.
I am not getting. No, I'm genuinely not getting anything. This is
Okay.
just coke. This
No.
is just straight coke. Don't worry.
Coke the drink or whatever. No, okay, I'm not asking that.
No, it's coping mechanism.
Yeah, I don't know what you talking about.
Okay,
Let's go.
let's continue. Okay. Vaughn and Alexis made their way to the west basement entrance after last period ended on the following day. It was more like Alexis stormed off ahead, leaving Vaughn to walk slowly behind her. It had been an absolute nightmare since Professor Heller gave her detention. The usual snarky comments and teasing were replaced by her and her cohorts threatening their classmates, tripping them in the halls, and just making everyone want to avoid them at all costs. Professor Bain had even caught them crowding around the dark-skinned boy who tore his robe a few days ago, whose name was Jerome Taze, but he just told him to leave him alone and walked off. Vaughn was not looking forward to spending time with Alexis one bit. Thank you, Never. Hope you have a wonderful day. The door to the basement levels was hidden behind the main west wing staircase and was made of thick, heavy black steel. It stood as a stark contrast to the lighter shades and the homey decorations of the rest of the academy. Alexis was already there, arms crossed, leaning against the imposing door, when Vaughn arrived. He considered saying something, but the seething look on her face halted any such thoughts. The two stood there for several tense minutes before Professor Heller finally arrived. Good, you're both here, he said, and was about to continue before Alexis kicked herself off the wall and glared at him. I'm sorry, Jakarta, that was supposed to be your line, wasn't it?
Yeah, I actually highlighted the guy, but I didn't want to interrupt you.
Okay, and
Yeah.
then the following Keller lines are all yours. I'm sorry, I just went with the flow
Right,
again.
Let's go. It's good that you got in the flow.
Yep.
My parents heard about what happened. I'm sure they'll be a lot less inclined to talk to the headmaster about you if you just say I already did my detention.
He explained in a threatening tone.
Oh, I'm sure Professor Hamlet would love to speak to the two of the Academy's sponsors. With how many there, it is probably very hard for him to keep in touch with all of them.
Professor Heller replied.
As far as your detention goes, I can assure you that you'll get a lot more if you ever take that. You'll get a lot more if you ever take that tone of voice with me again.
His voice was calm and matter-of-factly, but that made the threat even more real. Alexis's face flushed red with frustration, but she didn't reply.
Now, if you will follow me.
Welcome, Human. Thank you so much, Human Mega Cute. He continued, sliding a heavy black key into the door's keyhole. It took a bit of effort on his part, but the lock eventually clicked loudly and it screeched open. The staircase on the other side looked like it spiraled into a black abyss.
I hope your module are charged because you'll probably use them up by the end of the day.
Professor Heller explained.
First, take your crystal in the palm of your hand.
Alexis and Vaughn both reached into their pockets and retrieved their crystals.
Now, look at the darkness.
He instructed, pointing at the lightless spiral staircase.
Look at the last visible step and imagine it getting brighter. Try to feel the warmth of the light, the comfort of being able to see in a dark place. Hold on to that feeling, hold your crystal up to your face, and repeat after me. Lumina Minora.
Lumina Minora. Both said at the same time. Nothing happened. Vaughn sulked and Alexis looked even more frustrated.
It's okay. Not everyone can do it on the first try. Healer?
It's Alexis's line.
I think he died.
No, it's
No,
Alexis's line.
No.
I was quick to comfort them.
Oh, I'm
Right.
really sorry. I got very distracted. I'm really sorry. Yes, Keller was quick to comfort them.
Leary and Tonin did... Yeah. Leary and Tonin did it on the first try.
Alexis muttered angrily. So did Finn and Vivi. Vaughn added suddenly.
Like I said, it's normal. Don't worry about it. Just relax and try again. Really try to focus on the emotion of being able to dispel the darkness, the relief of not having to go into a scary, shadowy place.
Thank you so much, Sky. Have a wonderful rest of your day. Bye bye.
Oh, cheers, mate.
The professor said. The two looked at their crystals again and closed their eyes. A few moments later, they both said a staggered, Lumina Minora. Suddenly, Alexis's crystal lit up with a soft white light. She stared at it, and a smile nearly managed to break her scowling facade. But Vaughn's crystal still wasn't glowing, a fact that Alexis was quick to notice. She didn't say anything, but this was enough to make her stop pouting and put a sneer on her face, one that made Vaughn's face light up crimson.
One more time, Mr. Leidenford. Breathe, relax, and visualize. Say the words only when the image is clear in your head.
Keller instructed once again. It took Vaughn a lot longer this time. He kept his eyes shut, but all he could see was Alexis sneering at him, and it took all his willpower to erase her image from his head. He visualized the staircase getting brighter and brighter, imagined how good it would feel once he succeeded, and nearly half a minute later he finally said the words, Lumina Minora. The deep blue crystal in his hand began to glow faintly. It wasn't quite as bright as Alexis's, but it would have to do. Vaughn smiled weakly. This wasn't how he imagined his first spell going, failing twice and being outdone by Alexis of all people.
Good work. Now let's head down.
Professor Heller
After
instructed.
you.
Alexis said,
Oh, after you.
sorry. She seemed to be getting back to her smug old self rather quickly. Vaughn scoffed, but knew he shouldn't let her get to him. He took the lead and slowly headed down the pitch-black stairs, putting his magical crystal in front of him. It barely kept the dark at bay, but it was enough for him to be able to see where he was putting his foot down.
Can you hurry up? I don't want to be here all day.
Alexis said impatiently after about 30 seconds. Vaughn didn't respond and kept his pace. After a few more seconds, the stairs finally ended, and they found themselves on the corner of two wide corridors.
Over here.
Professor Heller said and motioned southward. After passing several doors, still in complete darkness, Professor Heller finally motioned for the two students to stop as he fished another smaller key out of his robes and opened a large wooden door. Inside, there were rows of trophy cases, some of which were covered with white sheets. And there were a lot of other objects of varying sizes in the room, also covered.
Here we keep some harmless magical artifacts, as well as trophies that the Academy students and teachers have won.
Heller explained.
Some of them have started to lose their shine, so you will be polishing them. A few have had their paint peel off, so you will be using the Colora spell to change the color of the material underneath.
There must have been 50 trophies in this room. Polishing each and every one would take hours. Vaughn and Alexis groaned at the prospect, but Vaughn was even more worried about having to cast a new spell on some of them. It had taken him 3 attempts to cast something that most of his classmates had gotten on the first try. What if he failed again? Alexis would have a field day laughing at him and telling the whole school what a failure he is.
Be very careful when opening and closing the display cases, and try not to damage the trophies themselves. I'll be back in 30 minutes to check on her progress and show you the Clara spell.
Professor Heller explained and promptly departed.
Get to it, Leighton Ford.
Alexa said after the door closed and sat down on a nearby chair, examining her nails. Why do you act like this? Vaughn replied, opening a nearby display case gingerly. What do you get out of it? Alexis glared at him.
What should I act like? A loser like you?
She asked curtly. You really think your behavior makes you better than people? He replied, retrieving a dusty commemorative cup from the display case and wiping it down.
Not just my behavior. My looks, my parents, money, being part of a prestigious family. It's part of being better than a better breed of person. My behavior is just what's necessary to make sure a loser like you don't overstep their bounds and think they're anywhere near my level.
She explained. The way her expression and tone changed made it look like just saying it out loud was having a therapeutic effect on her. Prestigious? From what I heard, everyone thinks her family is a bunch of thieves and liars, Vaughn countered, putting the cup back in his display case. He heard Alexis' chair scratch against the floor and hit the wall with a dull thud. She stood up and was furious.
What the hell do you know?
He screamed.
Why should they care about what people like you think? Useless! Can't even cast a simple spell, right? And what's with your limping everywhere? Larry barely bumped into you and you're acting like your leg's broken. Huh?
Vaughn had clearly hit a nerve. He closed the display case carefully and moved on to the next one. I've got a bum leg. Her friend just re-aggravated it. I suppose that's just another sign of me being a lesser person, he replied, gritting his teeth. Alexis opened her mouth to speak, but nothing came out. Her face flushed red with anger, and she dropped onto the chair again with a high-pitched growl of frustration.
You don't know anything,
She muttered, crossing her arms. I know that if you don't start cleaning those trophies, I'm going to tell Professor Heller. And who do you think he'll believe between the two of us? Vaughn retorted. Alexis sat in her chair for a few more moments, fuming, but eventually she got up and began cleaning as well. The tense silence between the two lasted for what felt like hours. Eventually, all the trophies were wiped clean and returned to their cases. There was still no sign of Professor Heller. Maybe we should just go? Vaughn finally said.
You go do that. You get yourself some detention for leaving before he's come back to teach us Colora.
Alexis replied. Vaughn furrowed his brow at her continued attitude, but she did have a point. He made it clear they would be using another spell on some of the trophies. Alexis didn't seem to take having nothing to do well, however, so she walked around the room, illuminating the various different sheet-covered objects. She finally settled on one and uncovered it. It was a pair of intricately designed golden-rimmed eyeglasses in a small display case. She opened the case carefully, wiped down the glasses, then examined them. Shouldn't be touching that, Vaughn warned, but Alexis ignored him. She put on the glasses and looked around.
Huh. They're not even reading glasses, it's just a flat glass. Who would wear glasses as a fashion choice?
She wondered, for her gaze stopped on Vaughn.
What are you?
She started and quickly took the glasses off, her eyes widening in surprise.
This is weird. I don't get it.
She said and proceeded to put them back on and take them off a few times. What? What do you see? Vaughn asked, curious.
Your hair's a little shorter. You're standing more upright. And you're wearing terribly drab moth-eaten brown pants and a scratched up breastplate. Holding a rusty sword. And you're smiling like an idiot.
She explained.
What's the point?
Vaughn didn't know what to make of it either and thought about it for a few moments. Let me try, he said finally and reached over. Alexis raised an eyebrow and her snooty expression returned, but she ultimately handed him the glasses, which he quickly put on.
Well, what do you see?
She asked impatiently, embarrassed at getting examined in such detail. I see a little girl, dark blonde, can't be more than 4 or 5 years old. Is this you? You've got a blue butterfly hair clip on, and you're also smiling like you want someone to count how many teeth you got. Vaughn explained, then slowly took the glasses off. He had never seen Alexis make such a face. She was angry, which was nothing new, but she also looked vulnerable, like she just had an embarrassing personal secret revealed to the world. She snatched the glasses from his hand and put them back into the display case, shutting it quickly and covering it with the sheet again. Vaughn was starting to understand. In the image you saw, did I have this on? He asked and hoisted his robe up to uncover the brace on his left knee. Alexis didn't respond immediately.
No.
He answered plainly. I think I get it then, he replied solemnly, the realization drawing a wistful sigh from his lips. I think they show the person at their happiest moment, he added.
No way.
Alexis spat out angrily.
There's no way I was happiest when I was that young and stupid. I only wore that stupid hair clip for a day. There's absolutely no way that was the happiest day of my life.
Vaughn wasn't sure how to respond to that, but his image of who Alexis was had been shaken deeply. He didn't know what had happened, but something had turned her into who she was now. He couldn't imagine that the happy, smiling little girl he just saw could grow up to be so angry and egotistical. Suddenly, he found himself with 2 hands gripping his collar tightly. Alexis' face mere inches away, contorted in the angriest expression he had ever seen.
You so much as breathe a word of what you saw to anyone, and you're dead, Leighton Ford. Don't test me! You understand?
She growled between gritted teeth. I understand. Not a word to anyone, he muttered in response, only to get slapped hard.
Don't give me that look. Don't you dare look down on me. You're nothing. Just another no-name loser who's too weak to ever amount to anything.
She continued screaming, but Vaughn didn't respond, just looking away, his cheek a luminescent crimson.
I apologize for the delay, children. Mr. and Mrs. Bionfa put a very surprising visit to the academy, and I had to reassure them that your detention was going well.
Professor Heller's voice broke the tense silence.
We'll eschew learning the Colora spell today, so if you're done with the trophies, you're free to leave.
Alexis let go of Vaughn and turned towards the professor, the fury on her face replaced, or rather supplemented, by shock.
Mom and Dad were here? How?
He asked.
It appears that the messenger pigeon you sent found them at your family's summer home, and they used a tangent to get there here. Probably took them about an hour or so.
Professor Heller explained. That seemed to provide Alexis with more questions than answers.
Why were they here?
She replied, shocked. The older wizard shrugged nonchalantly.
I don't make a habit of asking why Academy sponsors take vacation,
he answered.
That place is the... You know what? Whatever. I don't even care.
Alexis scowled again, threw her hands up in disgust and frustration, then stormed out of the room.
Such a shame to see that the apple fell so close to the tree. Well, at least her parents know how to keep their tempers in check,
he commented. Vaughn didn't know what to say or think. He felt immensely sad. He wasn't quite sure why.
Wow.
He's
I felt like I got a good feel for Alexis here. It was nice.
Heck yeah, yep, you did. You definitely did. This is one of the scenes that I'm like to pull the curtain aside for a little bit. I'm still not 100% sure I'm happy with exactly how this scene plays out. I'm not sure, like, because I know what's going through Alexis's head. Like, it makes sense to me that she would react that way, but I'm not sure for if it makes enough sense for a reader, or if it just comes off as random anger, or like too overly dramatic.
I would say that it's very likely that I like, as you have already established here, is that she is bully, and from context from my own mind and things, seeing this when I read or whatever, is that it's usually not that simple that you're simply just mean for no reason. There's often a lot more going on, and clearly here you're showing that something is up, and she's being frustrated by the entire situation in itself, and she accidentally showed a side to her that she didn't want to someone else, making her a bit more vulnerable, which is strangely relatability raised for this character. It goes on all beyond the roof here in this scene.
That's actually wonderful to hear, because that's like exactly what I was going for. like to a T.
Yeah.
Oh, so
Well, that's what I am feeling, at least.
Heck yeah.
Yeah, that's kind of what I mean, that I got a good feel for the character, and the way I read it, this scene felt like I could at least do it justice, because I got more into how the character would actually be. And it felt like I hit the nail on its head if I'm explaining it exactly as you intended, so that's good.
Yeah, you're pretty much exactly what I was intending with that. Heck yeah. That's really, really nice to hear, actually. That I was apparently able to do what I set out to do, I guess.
Yeah, I don't exactly know what's going on, but that's the vibe I'm getting. I don't know about you, Shu. What do you say? What do you think?
Give me a second. I'm having a sneezy fit.
You're having a what?
Okay. A sneezy fit.
Oh no. No worries, Shu. Trey says, for me, I can see a path how this would develop. I like the way you set this up personally. There is a lot about this character that you subtly see in the scene, and I can't wait to see what secret she's hiding. Oh, heck yeah, man. Oh, man, I really wish I could. I really, really, really need to set some time aside for this. Because I'm just
because
getting
now you're
more and more
excited
excited
to just reveal.
Yep. I really I really want to tell you guys what it's all about. just
But
spell
then
it
why
out.
are we doing this chapter by chapter?
Exactly. Like I shouldn't like reveal that kind of stuff.
Don't get ahead of yourself. I'm talking this out of perspective of just seeing it as I go, because I kind of saved these last chapters. I was reading through the first time we did this, but I've saved some of these later chapters, like this one, chapter 6. I haven't read it, so I'll see how it goes as we kind of move forward.
Yep. More motivation to keep writing to get it done right. Yep, absolutely, 100%. Definitely, like, oh man.
Look at him. He's getting so excited he can't sit down. Soon he's gonna be standing up, running around everywhere.
It's so weird because right now sitting down and writing feels like this huge thing, feels like this really intimidating, super difficult thing to do. But when I remember what it felt like when I was actually like actively writing this, it was genuinely the easiest thing in the world.
Going down like a river, kind of. You flow with it.
I mean, okay, maybe it wasn't like the easiest thing in the world because I did have like one of the reasons why I managed to write this much in a reasonably short amount of time was because I actually had kind of a daily schedule, and writing was part of that schedule. If writing was not part of that schedule, I probably wouldn't have written nearly as close. Like I don't know what I would have written, honestly. But sticking to that schedule was actually super easy. Like I didn't.
That goes for most things.
Yeah, once you get started, I suppose. Once you get started, starting is the difficult part. Is the really really difficult part.
Well, you could do once a week. You do some writing on your
Yep.
thing.
Yep. I mean, once a week is probably too little, but it's definitely a lot more than zero. So yeah, that's actually a pretty good idea.
I'm saying that as a start.
Yeah, for
If
sure.
you want
for
to
sure.
stream it too, so you can kind of like intersect with stuff. And Shu, you back?
Yes, I am back. I just didn't want to, interrupt.
Yeah, no worries.
Yeah.
What did you think of the chapter?
I have one observation that I believe was said already, or maybe it was. I was just sneezing at the time.
Oh no.
Well, the thing that about having a hair clip and that being as a kid and that being the happiest day of one's life. Yeah, that hurts. That's
Yeah,
That's fucking real.
Yeah,
that's kind of like a looming sensation of something happened early in her life to ruin the rest of it, you know? That's the vibe I get, at least.
I mean, maybe not like ruin, but I'm talking more like
Not being as happy.
I don't want to like sour the mood because that I believe would be relatable. But like, imagine you're sitting in your chair, like in front of very expensive high tech thing, playing like the most fun game you had in a while. Like I know, enjoying soda or some booze that you have, whatever you prefer, talking to friends at the same time, maybe even streaming, and at least I had this one time, like, and you realize you're still not as happy as you were when you were a kid and you had like a fucking stick. You know?
Yeah,
Yeah, yep. Yeah,
that's kind of
that's-
relatable.
that's
Yeah.
that is
Yeah,
almost exactly what it is. Like you're you guys are actually super close to exactly what the whole point of the scene is.
Mhm.
Well, to kind of add to that, like, imagine all these things you've already been through on the time you've been like on Earth and doing these sort of things. Like, I remember when I was a kid and I told my mom, I found gold. Well, guess what? It was cat gold. She
Was
explained
what?
to me what it was.
Oh no.
Yeah. Well, you know, if you have a sandbox outside and you have outdoor cats and you live on like basically a yard or whatever.
I've literally never heard the term cat gold. I mean, I got
Well-
what it is.
Metaphor.
Okay.
Yeah. It looks like gold. It's very shining for whatever reason. But yeah.
Oh no.
I was very small and I thought I
Oh,
found a
no.
treasure in our backyard, but it was just a cat.
Oh no. Oh. Trey said, if I may say something, I get the feeling that she's trying to fool herself, and this just showed the hard truth to her. And another, would you take that? Well, yeah, you're very close. You're very very close. There is something that will be. Let me just check real quick because I'm pretty sure this is. Yes, okay, this is the chapter I'm thinking of. Like I wasn't going crazy. In this chapter, there will be a little bit of a additional revelation about the glasses. But what's important here is what they think the glasses show. And if they think that's their happiest moment, Alexis, okay, I don't want to like I really don't want to reveal too much, but I also don't want to like just read the story and not talk about it. So I do want to get into it at least a little bit. And this is just my intention. of what I was trying to do. If I didn't succeed, then please let me know, because that will make me a better writer by getting my errors pointed out. But the fact that she got angry over that kind of tells you that she probably does think that was probably her happiest moment, or at least she's either embarrassed by that moment, or she is afraid that that might actually have been a very, very happy moment for her.
Yeah, insinuating something like that, I believe.
Yeah. Apparently,
at least for me, personally.
Yeah, because like the implication that I'm trying to make here is, for her to get so angry over this, she must think it's at least partially true, and she must think that it being true is somehow a bad thing for who she is now. Because if that was true, if she was indeed happier back then, that hints that she has gone through some kind of change which she thinks is positive, but is now being shown that maybe it wasn't. Maybe that wasn't a positive change.
Yeah, kind of like how we live in a society. I don't know. You know that meme?
Yes,
Yeah.
yes, I do know that.
That's kind of like. That's kind of like. It kind of feels like that, you know? Like going through school in general. Most people say like it kills your creativity and stuff, but I think what it really does is like unifying a way of thinking. That some things are bad and good and whatnot, and your classmates kind of color your opinions and you as a person too, where changes you might think is good. With reflection, you can come to the conclusion that maybe they weren't.
Yep.
And that something else needs to change when you're aware of it. That's also a thing.
Yep.
Which is why I think relatability goes up here, because if she realizes that's a part of her that is like this, it might be cause for change. Shu, you're saying something?
Oh, no. Maybe Discord is picking up some random noises because I lowered the gain so that you can actually hear me laughing instead of awkward noises. Awkward silence, I mean.
Okay. I appreciate that. I really
right.
do. Trey, I think you figured it out. Okay, you know what, Trey? If you want, write down in chat what you think it is. I won't tell you if it's true or not. But in this next chapter, we're not just getting. We're going to get a little bit of insight. That's all I'll say. We are going to get a little bit of insight in this chapter, and I'm really curious to see if it lines up with what you think is happening.
Yeah, it could be a cool thing to bet on, I guess. Shu,
Ooh.
do you want to bet?
Of course, gambling. Yes, gambling.
What
Jad,
are we
hello,
betting?
hello, Jad. Oh,
Oh,
we're
hi,
getting
Jad.
we're getting a pyramid.
Ooh, it's a false.
Yo.
Oh shit! It's a false.
Let's
story.
go.
Holy fuck!
Oh my god, that's a big one. Let's
Dang it,
go.
he did Let's go.
Thank you so much for the bits, Jad. Welcome to the stream. I hope you're having a wonderful evening. Hello, yes, hello. How's it going,
Hi,
Jad?
hello. Oh boy. Wait, we can discuss what would you like to bet this time, Shu?
Wait, what are we betting on? If Trey got it right?
If Trey gets it right or wrong, we are gonna set our points on different like beliefs here. If I believe they're believe wrong, then Shu would win if they're right, and yeah. And
Cool.
I'm just asking what we are betting.
Yeah,
Gobo, thank you
we've
so
got-
much for the gift sub. Thank you so much for
we've
gifting
got
us sub to
one- but
Kandu.
we've got one thing. Okay, what do we
Yo.
bet on? What do we bet on?
The thing is, okay. The thing is, since this isn't like a straight up, like it's not a mystery or anything, so it doesn't really have like a set answer. what I think will happen is that Trey will get it partially correct. But I'm not like I'm not sure,
really.
because like obviously he can't do it. They can't get it completely correct, but because like I haven't given all the information.
Okay, I'll bet that I'll if I lose, I'll read a cringy line on my own stream.
Okay, so you're saying that Trey will or won't get it right?
I think they will get it right.
Okay.
All right, then I'm gonna be on the other side, and I can also do that. I can also do that, but it has to be provided by you. By the way,
Yeah, you provided Pepper, so yeah.
which of us like lost the last one? I believe we bet on a similar thing, saying something sus on stream.
What?
Yes. Saying something, I think we got a tie because we kind of split the thing when Yen came back and
just gave
got
up on
water,
question.
and then
Yeah, so it's a tie.
she gave up on catching up with chat, so we kind of got a tie there. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know what
Gambling.
I don't know what's happening. Okay.
You're gambling.
Jan, feeling excited. Excited for what? Share with the rest of the class.
Yes.
Shadow, hello,
Yes.
Shadow.
Oh,
Hey, Shadow.
Dude,
Shadow,
shadows.
welcome.
Yeah.
Finally here.
Shadows and shadows.
Yes. Jad and Shad, let's go.
Hell yeah.
Shad.
Chad
So-
and Chad, the Chads.
Welcome, Shadow. We only have one more chapter left, so you're kind of coming in at the end. But like I say, the end, but it's like probably realistically, this is probably like around 1/5 or 6th the way through the whole story. Whenever the whole story is done,
Mhm.
there's probably quite a bit more after this. I mean, you can there's a lot more written down after this. We're just not gonna get into the rest of it probably on stream until I go through it and like really edit it down and remove the stuff I don't like, and it's gonna need a lot of work. It's gonna need quite a bit of work.
Yeah. We're taking our time with this too, so we were just discussing in the meantime, in between
Yeah, I mean we're
chapters and kind of reflecting.
yeah, I mean we started at like 30 minutes into the stream. It's been like 2 hours 20 minutes. We have one more chapter, so we'll probably be done by the 3-hour mark.
Most likely.
And we have taken about half an hour talking in between each.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean we'll talk afterwards as well after we're done with chapter 6.
Yeah. Maybe
Yeah.
some reflections on storytelling again.
Yep, absolutely.
Ooh, yes.
Or
Okay, and we got the
curse
answer.
shit again.
Okay, let me just catch up to all of chat. Chat, thank you for the bark. Ruff, ruff, ruff. There we go. Okay. Excited to get properly back to streaming and PC upgrades in the near future. Oh heck yeah, heck yes, absolutely, heck yeah. And I'll request one of these while I'm here. The bark, thank you. Okay, let's see. Trey says, I think they're shown visions of things they subconsciously want to go back to. They're struggling through the difficulties that they're now in and are hurting them, and what they see is something that they want to go back to. Especially since Vaughn still has some desires to walk normally and be a knight, and Alexis probably wanted to be noticed by her family. After all, she was surprised that her family was at the vacation home. Okay.
You can reveal later after the chapter.
Yeah.
Please remind me to do so
It's
because
more
I will
potential.
because I am an absolute goldfish brain and I'll forget.
Right.
I'll pause the chat for at this point, and I'll remind people.
Actually, no.
So on my end, I'll pause the chat.
No, I'll say it now. You're mostly wrong. You're mostly wrong, but you're in a very correct direction. Let's put it that way. Like it's wrong, but it's broadly in the right area. And actually,
Okay, so
and-
that means I lost.
yep. But actually, to be perfectly fair, Now that I think about it, your explanation, I'm not sure if I don't like your explanation a bit better than mine. So about specifically about the glasses, specifically about what the glasses do. But you'll see what they actually do.
Okay, so like who won the bet?
You
Yeah.
did.
Who won, Felix?
What?
Shu, you did.
Okay, so I gotta pick something very satisfying I could say on stream.
At the 3 hour mark, then are we doing our best? XCOM 2. No. We're gonna talk a little bit about writing, and I might open up the VC if like Shadow, if you want to join, or Kandu or Kobu. We might open that up
Ooh.
and like talk about these. I really want to talk about like storytelling. I really want to talk about like stories that I like and why I like them. And I want to know why
Don't
you
worry,
guys
Trey.
like stories that you like.
Don't worry, Trey. I was putting myself up to say something sus. So if anything, it's gonna become a soundboard at one point that people are gonna come back to me with, and years later, when I've forgotten, I'm gonna be at that point of life where it will haunt me. But it's okay, you know. It's all right.
Oh.
It's gonna be fine.
Okay,
No,
should
I'm
we
joking.
continue?
Sure.
Yes,
I'm down.
absolutely.
Okay, let's continue. Chapter 6. The following week saw Alexis go back to her sneering, haughty self. Though the experience had obviously affected her relationship with Vaughn, he was no longer a target for her, which he attributed to her not wanting him to divulge her secret. And for some reason, he was okay with not telling anyone, even though he couldn't understand the significance of what he had seen. Why would it matter if people knew she used to smile as a little girl? But both her smiling face and her look of furious outrage as she slapped him were etched into his mind, and he couldn't help but respect her secret, given how desperate she was to keep it. Finn and Vivi also seemed to be safe from Alexis and her gang. Maybe she was afraid Vaughn would stand up for them and lead to a confrontation, he thought. Whatever the case, both Finn and Vivi had asked him what had happened during detention, even up to teasing him that he and Alexis were a secret couple now, an actual rumor that had spread like wildfire through the class. But he never relented and just maintained that they had a talk and she just didn't hate him as much. However, as far as he knew, that was a lie. She probably hated him more than ever now that he held a secret over her. Classes were another problem on Vaughn's mind. He was advancing, but he was trailing behind most of the class when it came to actually using magic. Both Professor Heller and Lianon kept insisting that his mind is too cloudy with worries and uncertainty. Not that having the terrifying ghast of a teacher tell him that made him feel any better. He was far from the bottom of the class, but below average was not a comfortable place to be. Finn's progress was noticeably more steady, while Vivi was near the top of the class. She seemed to excel at mana efficiency, being the only student capable of maintaining a Lumina Modica spell, the more advanced form of the base Menorah variant. Out of Alexis's friends, Lyri and Thonan, the tall one, were about average, while their dopey-looking comrade, Flutter, had surprised everyone by overtaking Vivi in grades. Alexis herself, however, was doing barely better than Vaughn, but she didn't seem to care. It looked like she just wasn't trying. But Vaughn would sneak glances at her and see her frustration showing more and more. As for the rest of the class, they had finally selected a class representative, Gianna Gold, a very pretty girl who had volunteered for the job herself, the only person to do so. She seemed rather reserved and quiet most of the time, but could frequently be heard laughing along to someone's joke. Meanwhile, Jerem, who it turned out was just next door from Vaughn and Finn, was being as awkward as ever. But there appeared to be something even more off about him recently. He would always hurry to leave class once it ended, would often be late, and looked rather paranoid all the time. Lyri had taken a particular interest in tormenting him. He was obviously fascinated that someone from the Southern Kingdoms would even be enrolled in the academy.
No, look, it's like this.
Vivi explained, then raised her hand, palm facing down, over Vaughn's desk.
Tenebra Minora.
Suddenly, the top of the desk was covered in a disembodied shadow. It grew in intensity until the surface was barely visible, even though the rest of the classroom was being brightly illuminated by the morning sun. Vaughn's face scrunched up in frustration. I don't get it. I'm doing it the same way, he said, his feeling of impotence morphing into anger.
You really got to focus on the feeling. It's a thin line. Not too dark as to become depressing or scary, but just enough to have the dark feel still and comfortable.
Vivi elaborated, her voice maintaining her usual monotone. Why not ask Professor Bain to just cast it for you? Aiden Nollery, a boy from the class that Vaughn had never spoken to, teased in an obnoxious voice.
Never mind him, Vaughn.
Vivi chimed in immediately, before Vaughn could get a chance to retort. That's Vivi.
Oh. Wait, it's not just him, you know. Wait, Vaughn replied,
Shut out the
where
noise.
are we in the
Shut
text?
out the noise.
Oh, it wasn't highlighted.
Oh, sorry, my bad.
Shut out the noise. Who cares what he thinks?
It's not just him, you know, Vaughn replied, brow lowered. It felt like everyone was always looking at him and snickering behind his back. It was one thing to be thought of as the teacher's pet, but a teacher's pet who was also completely talentless, that was hard to bear.
Again, who cares?
Vivi insisted, her voice going lower as she surveyed the rest of the class with narrowed eyes.
They don't matter. Don't waste your time on them. Save it for the people that do matter, like yourself.
Vaughn's brow raised in an interested expression. He opened his mouth to reply, but he was interrupted by Lyria and Thonin snickering from the other side of the room. His immediate thought was that they were laughing at him, but he turned and saw that they were passing Jaron's bag around while the boy was scrambling from one to the other in a desperate attempt to get his possessions back. Just give him back his bag, Vaughn yelled across the room, standing up. He felt Vivi tug on his sleeve to get him to sit back down and relax, but he was too upset at this point. Unable to cast a simple spell, people implying he's receiving special treatment, and now Lyria and Thonin tormenting poor Jerem again. Alexis immediately sat upright from her lazy leaning and watched the scene unfold anxiously. Shut up, Leidenford. Lyria waved his hand dismissively and tossed Jerem's bag back to Thonin. However, Vaughn wasn't having any of it on this day. He hobbled over to where the three were, and without warning, shoved Lyria as hard as he could. The much larger boy was sneering until the last moment, and the shove took him by surprise. He took a few steps back to steady himself, bumping into Flutter's desk, who also stood up. You were so dead, Lyria grunted between gritted teeth, and he launched himself at Vaughn, tackling him to the ground. Finn, who had been chatting up the class representative Janet Gold, turned after hearing the commotion and immediately dove into the fray. He tried to tackle Lyria off of Vaughn, but was intercepted by Thonin, resulting in two pairs of people tussling on the ground.
Get off! What are you idiots doing?
Alexis screamed at Lyria, tugging on his rope to get him to stop. Vivi had approached the fight as well, but her usual stoic look was replaced by one of pure uncertainty and fear. Alexis looked at her with disgust before kicking Lyria in the side, which finally managed to get his attention. He got up off Vaughn and hunched over, holding his side and wincing in pain, but glared fiercely at her. Touch me again and...
Mr. Leary, Mr. Thonin, Mr. Inman, and Mr. Leidenford.
Professor Heller had entered the room and he sounded furious. Thonin and Finn untangled and stood up, brushing their robes off. Vivi went up to Vaughn to help him up as well.
This has to be the most dysfunctional class I have ever taught. I have half a mind to recommend that all four of you are expelled. Go to the headmaster's office right now,
He said in a low voice. Somehow the fact that he wasn't screaming made it even more alarming. Vaughn felt a shiver go down his spine the moment he heard the word expelled. The four marched out of the room, everyone but Vaughn keeping their heads up, while he sulked. They made their way to the central staircase, then went up to the very top where Headmaster Howless's office was. Vaughn hadn't seen him since arriving at the academy, discounting the times when he'd pop his head in during some classes. Thinking back, it struck Vaughn that he had only seen him do this during Professor Lianen's classes. But despite saying his door was always open, Arlen Howless was an extremely busy man and was often out, talking to sponsors or potential sponsors, going to meet wizards from all over the world to learn from them, visiting the families of children he wanted to enroll. And that was on top of his day to day tasks as headmaster of the only magic academy in the world. Vaughn wondered how he even had the time for half the things he did. Right, sorry.
Denon Leary, the headmaster, will see you.
The headmaster's secretary said. Finn had explained why they were there for a moment prior, and all four had been seated in chairs that, under different circumstances, would surely be very comfortable. Leary got up and walked through the heavy wooden doors leading to the headmaster's office. The remaining three waited in silence. The doors didn't let any sound, though, so they had no idea what was even happening in the room. Several minutes later, Leary exited the room and walked right by the others. Time had let him cool down somewhat, it seemed, but his face was still contorted in an angry expression. Next was Finn. His presence in the headmaster's office lasted somewhat less than Leary's, though for Vaughn it still felt like he had been there for hours already, dreading the moment he'd have to face Professor Howless.
I'll see you in class.
Finn said to Vaughn after exiting the office, then disappeared down the stairs. He seemed somewhat relieved. Elam Thonin, as was his full name, was next. He also stayed in the room for several minutes before coming out and silently leaving. Finally, it was Vaughn's turn. He got up, tentatively hobbled to the door, took a deep breath, then entered. Professor Howless looked exactly the same as he did a few weeks ago when the two first met. The same deep purple dress pants and waistcoat over a white fitted shirt. He looked up from some papers in front of him with a conflicted expression and motioned to Vaughn to sit in front of his very intricately carved and imposing desk. Vaughn didn't dare meet the headmaster's gaze and silently walked over to the chair and sat down. A heavy silence followed.
Relax, Vaughn. You are not getting expelled.
Professor Howless started and smiled warmly. Vaughn shifted in his seat but remained quiet.
But we're going to have a conversation about what happened. Um,
The professor continued.
how do you feel about what you did?
Vaughn was taken aback by the question. He was expecting scolding or, in the best case, reassurance. He had to take a moment to think about it. I don't know, Vaughn answered, avoiding Professor Howless's eyes.
Are you proud of it?
The headmaster pressed on. Of course not, Vaughn countered
Glad?
immediately.
Are you
No.
glad? Ashamed?
Vaughn's mouth opened, but no words came out. He was looking the headmaster in the eyes. Slowly, his gaze wandered down again. He nodded silently.
Why?
Professor Howless kept questioning. It's wrong to start fights, Vaughn answered blankly.
That's not the reason. You don't feel ashamed for breaking a rule you don't believe in.
The headmaster replied.
Why did you want to be a knight, Vaughn?
Vaughn's knee suddenly hurt in a all too familiar way. He scowled in frustration and anger that the headmaster would bring up something so painful so casually. How am I supposed to answer that? I just wanted to be one, he replied curtly.
Was it for fame?
The headmaster still didn't let up. No!
Money?
No! Vaughn was getting more and more angry, his voice shaking in impotent rage. Professor Howless stopped and leaned back in his chair, his usual carefree expression gone, replaced by a stern, serious look.
I've known about you since before you were born, Vaughn. Your father and I have never gone long without writing, and what he said over the years paints a very clear picture.
He said.
It paints a picture of a boy who wants to things. People to like him and to be strong and dependable to help people. Do you know which of these things made me choose you?
Vaughn shifted uncomfortably in his seat again. His anger was abating, but he looked confused as to where the professor was going with this. He didn't even try to answer his question.
You need to take a very long look at yourself on. Uh, Believe me, I sympathize. I can't imagine what it feels like having your dream ripped away from you at the moment you achieve it.
The headmaster continued, then leaned forward, his stern expression melting into a look of deep concern.
The reason I'm asking you all these questions is to try and make you understand that the dream you had isn't gone. It just needs to take a new form. Your dream was never to be a knight. It wasn't to take an oath of fealty. It wasn't to follow the strict rules of chivalry. It was to be respected and to make the world better.
Vaughn sulked. He wanted to reject everything the professor was saying.
That anger you feel, it's aimed at yourself and you're letting it out on others. If you're lucky, one day you'll feel sorry about it. If you're not, it'll consume you and you'll feel more and more justified in being angry and cruel. Like you were starting to feel before I came to offer you a way out.
The headmaster explained, then finally leaned back in his chair and sighed. Vaughn's mind flashed back to how unkindly he had started treating his mother, how every attempt on her end to make him feel better and help him had made him more and more angry. Couldn't help but wonder what would have happened if he had continued down that path. Who would he have become? Something clicked in Vaughn's head, almost audibly. His eyes widened and he locked eyes with the headmaster. It looked like he wanted to say something, but the complex thought was difficult to put into words. Professor, Vaughn began, his brows scrunching up intensely as his mind tried to put everything in his head together. When Alexis and I were in detention, we found a pair of glasses, he finally said, only realizing after that this was an admission of doing something that will likely net him further detention. The headmaster had a reassuring yet troubled expression. When I put them on and looked at her, she looked like she was, I don't know, 4 or 5, and she had the brightest smile I've ever seen. She looked so happy. Vaughn's voice trailed off, a pang of sadness and regret in his voice. What was that? What did I see? And why was she so angry that I saw it?
The Thetacan glass.
Professor Howells began, after a sigh.
Hmm. They make you see the best in people. Or so they should, but that's not really the case. They show you the best version of the person that has existed so far.
Vaughn's mouth hung slightly open. He had been wrong. It wasn't about the person's happiest moment like he thought. So him holding his sword, wearing his breastplate, that was when he was taken to Sir Olson's squire. Vaughn's eyes lowered again wistfully.
But
The headmaster was quick to add.
such thing is highly subjective. Of course, most people's best moments would be in the past. There's always an event that made you extra motivated, extra willing to go further. So the artifact, which was supposed to inspire people and make them believe in themselves, instead became something that only brought misery and doubt. Of whatever the Thetagon class shows, ignore it. It's an anchor that keeps you focused on the past rather than looking at what you can be.
Vaughn paused and tried to wrap his head around this new information. Giving up on understanding what it meant for himself, he looked up at him and asked again. What about Alexis? Why was she so angry? What did I see? He asked. The headmaster leaned back, his eyes scanning the ceiling.
You saw the reason I agreed to her parents' sponsorship. They weren't always so influential and rich, and back then they pretended they didn't have a daughter. So she grew with her grandmother, an old friend of mine, living in a house relatively close to here. Their so-called summer home nowadays. The stories her grandmother told me before she passed away. The girl was really special, intelligent, driven, talented in everything she put her mind to, and far kinder than children usually are.
He explained, then poured himself a glass of water and took a sip before continuing.
But once her grandmother was gone, her parents were forced to take her in. They had made a fortune shortly before. I don't know what happened next, but I can guess. Growing up with people that selfish, that conflict driven, changed her. That's such a waste. I hoped coming here, being separated from them, would help her temper her somewhat.
The headmaster sounded heartbroken, but didn't allow himself to wallow in it for long.
Hmm. She won't last long here. I don't want to expel anyone, but with the way she and her friends are acting out daily, I'll have no choice sooner than later. Mm, No one will scout her with her attitude, and if her grades are any indication, she won't pass any older exams either. So don't sweat it. If you see them doing something they shouldn't be doing, find a teacher, come to me, and we'll deal with it. No more taking things into your own hand, understood? Bloody hell. No more taking things into your own hands, understood?
Understood, Vaughn muttered.
Uh, you won't get detention this time. But I'll be twice as strict as normal if this happens again. I trust that won't be necessary.
The headmaster added. No, sir, Vaughn replied quietly, then lifted his head again to look at Professor Howless. I heard that Alexis's parents are criminals. Professor Howless scowled slightly.
Normally I would tell you not to put too much stock in rumors, but the Bionfays have had more than one narrow escape on a technicality, doing their many manners with the laws. In fact, they're being investigated again right now. That is, huh. That isn't something a headmaster should talk about with a student. Never mind that. Whatever a parent's sins may or may not be, should never reflect on their child.
He paused afterwards and leaned back in his chair.
Unless you have any more questions, you're free to return to class.
He added finally. Vaughn lifted himself from the chair, helping himself up with his arms pushing down on the armrests, but halfway up he stopped and eased himself back down. Sir, why did Professor Bain tell the whole class not to bully me? He asked, staring intently into the eyes of the headmaster, who suddenly froze with a look of embarrassment and mild panic. In an instant, the power dynamic had been reversed. It took Professor Howless a few moments to collect himself.
I am very sorry that happened. One wasn't my intention.
He started.
I simply told him to keep an eye out for you, but Professor Bain is a member of a very prominent and influential family, and a fine wizard in his own right. A graduate of the academy, in fact. As such, his self-image is perhaps slightly skewed.
Vaughn's face curved downward into a scowl, causing the headmaster to avoid his eyes as he spoke somewhat nervously.
Um, so it looks like Professor Bain felt that the best way to ensure your safety was to tell your classmate that they weren't allowed to touch you.
Professor Howless explained. All due respect, sir, Vaughn replied. I can look after myself. The headmaster nodded in response. There was a tense silence, only broken eventually by Vaughn's chair creaking as he got up and walked out of the room. Okay, let's take a short break because I completely ignored Jad. Oh my god, I'm really sorry, Jad. If you're still here, and I'd be damned if I didn't also say congrats on 400 followers. Thank you so much, Jad. Thank you. Genuinely couldn't have done it without you. Like genuinely, you helped me out so much when I was starting out. Like I can never
yeah.
repay that.
Jad is poggers. Same
Jad is-
here.
Yes.
Jad is
Absolute biggest biggest poggers to Jados because he really helped me up too a whole lot. So
yeah.
Big pop person, indeed.
Jad.
he's like he has eyes for this. He knows. All right, he knows what's up.
Yep. Jad is awesome. Jad is absolutely freaking amazing. You know what? If whoever hasn't checked out Jad, what are you doing? What are you doing?
Please do.
Okay, let me catch Up. Let's see. Seeking that Bryce.
PK Ninja is about to leave.
Ninja. Oh, that's so adorable.
It's
That is
just happening
that is so-
again.
that is so adorable. I can't. That's so freaking adorable. Safari just
What?
wanted to say hi and congrats on 400 followers. I'm just waiting for the bus after work, and the first one came on time, but it was out of service. Ooh, what? It came on time, but it was out of service? What? That's awful. But thank you so much, PK. Thank you so much. We're doing great. We're doing great. It's having a ton of fun, and I really hope that the bus arrives soon. And I hope you
I'm
can
confused.
get home
Did I do something?
quickly. Did you do something? What?
Yeah.
Not sure. What? Oh,
What?
Jed, thank you for the bits.
What is
Thank you.
adorable? I didn't get it.
Oh,
PK is
right.
adorable.
Yes, because you said PK Ninja.
Oh, did I do that thing again?
Yep. This isn't the first time you've done that this stream, but last time you did it, I was going to interject, but I didn't want to like disrupt the topic because it was something interesting we were talking about.
Oh, okay. I just got confused what was so adorable. Because if it wasn't ninja, I
You.
was like,
You are what's so
No.
adorable.
no. You're making me want to crawl out of my own skin right now. Jesus Christ.
I can't stay for long because I don't want to use up too much data. Yeah, completely understandable, PK. I hope you get home very, very soon. And thank you so much for even stopping by to say hi. I hope you have a wonderful stream. Thank you, PK. And Jed, you completely deserved all of that. Why are you giving me bits when you're the one being celebrated here?
Exactly.
Trey says, honestly, this is well written. This chapter acts as a culminating section for the reader, allowing us to get a better view of one of the characters' backgrounds and acts as an influencer for later actions. I'm enjoying this greatly. I was so close, but I was way off a bit. But yeah. So you were like in the definitely in the right direction, but like not exactly what's happening. Especially with like you said, there is a lot of revelations here. Like the Tetragon glass thing, it's not that important, but it is kind of important that what it does actually is like it shows you the quote unquote best version of the person you're looking at. But the bigger revelation obviously is about Alexis's past, like the fact that she didn't actually grow up for the most part with her parents. She grew up, at least her very young years were with her grandmother, who obviously that was a completely different environment, and like she was a completely different person back then, and she kind of had to adapt to her parents afterwards when they finally took her in, and like
Yeah, I
you-
feel that.
and I think
Grandma's being poggers.
And I think that at least I hope that it makes more sense that she would get angry about that, because the way I look at it,
Sorry.
he's super adorable and a little bit cursed. Yes,
You're making me want to.
that is Aki in a
Too
nutshell.
much compliments, and I am like.
Aki is actually adorable, confirmed. Yes, I mean that's been confirmed forever. Yes, I think forever. Pretty sure
No.
forever.
No, stop! It's gonna be too much. Now I'm just gonna deny it like Ren does.
But yeah, the idea here with Alexis being angry, the whole thing is that she, in order for her to, I guess, to survive, not literally survive, but like to mentally adapt to the changing environment, to her parents' environment, is for her to accept that her parents' way is the correct way, and not her grandmother's way, which is why if she thinks that she was actually happier with her grandmother than she was with her parents, then that is wrong on many, many levels. Like including her probably feeling that it's a betrayal to her parents as well. But mostly because she believes that her parents' way is better. What is happening? I thought we all knew that. Yes, we absolutely did. We absolutely did. And I know you're talking about Aki being adorable, and that is exactly what I'm referring to as well. The
I'm just
included
typing in chat at this point.
they included the law in ancient Egypt where it says Aki is adorable confirmed. Yep, I can.
No,
Yes.
they didn't.
Listen, I am very old. I
Actually,
remember
no.
I remember that law in ancient Egypt being passed.
No, guys.
Guys,
Guys. Actually, that wasn't the law. That wasn't the law. It was tradition because it was organic and natural. Because that's
Bruh.
it didn't need legislation to be true.
Okay, I'll go to the gym and become a ninja so that I can beat your ass assassination spell.
I could feel like the strain in your voice to pronounce Jim and ninja correctly.
Yeah, it kind of is. When I'm thinking about it, it works, but you know, it's the wrong sounds, okay? I'm gonna do some Björnes magasin. Björne, it's a soft J!
Listen, what it is, it's absolutely freaking adorable.
I'm dying over here.
Let me tell you, it's known throughout the
Yo,
universe
from
that Aki
you.
is adorable, even many
Okay.
millennia ago, many eons ago. I mean, Jad's been there the whole time, you know. Jad's been there from the start. If
I
anyone,
haven't.
yeah, your appearance was foretold, and like everyone knew. Oh, when Aki gets here, oh man, that's when the good times start. Just wait till Aki gets here.
Can I throw a no you on everyone? Because
Nope.
you're making this into a big thing, and I'm saying no you, no you, no you, no you, no
No,
you, and no you, and that should cover everyone who's been doing this to me right now.
Hey, Shu, you've been in universes without an Aki in them. What would you say those universes are like?
No, yes, please wait. You can do this two ways.
Kind of.
You can stand on my side, Shu, or you can choose Helix. Helix is chaos,
You can
so
you
I'm
can,
saying
you
my
can
side's
choose
better.
the truth.
Red pill or blue pill, right?
You can choose the truth, Shu.
Yeah, you can choose
Sure,
the truth.
the truth. Then, well, the last few ones without Naki with them were a bit kind of fucking depressing. Not gonna lie.
God damn it,
Yep.
Stuart!
Minus
Of course
5
you
HP
choose
for
his side.
Discun.
You have cultivated this for eons with Shu. You're conspiring behind my back, and I feel very, very hurt right now, and very don't know what to say kind of state of mind, and it's not okay to do that. I usually always know what to say, and now you fucking ruined it. I'm sorry. Oh my god, my brain is not working right.
Oh, this is an awesome stream.
You can finally gaslight me right like this too, doing like this is amazing stream, bullyaki. That's great with kindness, bruh.
Give her kindness and compliments we shall. Yes. Oh, Kandu, do you mind if we do the song after we finish the story?
Oh yeah, you
Yeah.
are gonna sing the national
that will
Swedish
be-
anthem, okay? Swedish national anthem for Helix. How about that? That's a good song.
Be a Man from Milan. You know, I'm not sure if I remember that one. I don't think.
Out of you?
Yeah, do you mean
Be
make
a
him?
man.
Oh, I don't think I remember that one well enough. I haven't
That'd be a good
watched.
one to like.
I haven't
to
watched
include in
Milan
this
in
narration.
ages.
No, Shadows. Aki's cuteness is not stronger than the Thanos snap. You are. And your words are too powerful for this commercial.
commercial.
Oh wait, no, I think.
Oh right, actually, to be sung on
Wait.
Wait.
Okay.
Yes, it is because this National Day of Sweden is on Monday. I didn't even notice. I'll be gone by then, so I'm not even in Sweden on the National Day. Wow, great Swedish terms here. Going well. I planned this.
Oh
I did.
jeez.
6th of June. Alright.
Okay. Kando, is it okay to do the song after we're done with the story? We have half a chapter to go or something.
Yeah,
It's gonna be great.
Because I really don't want to interrupt the story for for a song right now. I should have removed that redeem. I forgot to remove that redeem.
Okay. You can always give back the points if it really is necessary.
I really hate giving back points. Like it's my bad that I forgot to remove it. So
Yeah, I feel that too.
So
Everyone seems
we'll
to be like willing to have it at the end, as I can see.
Mhm.
Yeah.
So let's go.
I think that's a golden way to end.
Okay, let me catch up to chat and then we'll finish off the story.
No, don't catch up the chat.
Yes, I will catch up to chat. I actually ordered my
Read it
servants to
out
write.
loud, brother.
I actually ordered my
No.
servants to write hieroglyphs stating that inside my pyramid. That is absolutely freaking based of you, Kandu. Shoe silent stare. Aki's cuteness is stronger than the Thanos snap. Thanos can go. What is a non-sweary way of telling someone to go
Into
away?
the garbage.
He can go into a forest fire. That's non-sweary.
Youch.
Felix, that is worse than. I would have much preferred.
It's
if he
not a
told him to
swear,
go
though.
Himself, though.
It is technically PG.
You're challenging me, Helix. You're trying to provoke me on this stream. Trying to be say-so, and you're doing this to me.
Okay, correct. It's written in the multiversal records predicted by the ancient beings. See, Jad, if you don't trust Jad, who do you trust? Well, obviously it's
Well,
true.
not you, Helix. Not anymore.
But you trust Jad, right?
Sure.
There we go.
Doubtful.
Stream worthy of celebration. Yep, this is an awesome stream. I'm having so much freaking fun. I really hope everyone is enjoying themselves at least as much as I am.
Baka.
Thank you, Kandu, for accepting that I can do it later. Actually, the Swedish national anthem is to be sung on Monday. Yo, it's so funny. Yes, he already talked about that. 6th of June. Heck yeah. If you need the lyrics, thank you so much, Trey. Thank you. And Ray, I got a song redeem for you to end stream on because I feel it's only appropriate. What song is that? What song is that, Shadow? Because
I'm guessing Snake Eater.
I removed the song redeem now, but if you tell me what song it is, if it's, I will judge. I will judge if it's a good stream, if it's a good song to end the stream on. Let's see. I wouldn't mind getting them back and doing that on another stream though. Okay. If you want, we can do that. Tell me which you prefer, Kandu. I can do it after we finish the story, or we can do it on another stream, or I can record it separately. The Best Is Yet to Come by Frank Sinatra. I don't know that one. I don't think I know that one. I don't think I can end the stream on that because I don't know it. I'm sorry.
Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star.
Thanos can just skedaddle away. Hey, Volesny, welcome, Volesny. Hope you're having a wonderful evening. Thank you so much for dropping by. Thanos can just skedaddle away in front of Aki. Yes, Thanos can bippabop bippabopity leave. Yes. Completely agree. Oh no, it's perfect. Oh, I'm sorry, Shadow. I don't think I know it. Let's do it on a different stream then, my friend. Okay, Kandu. Shuhart, could I bother you to return Kandu's points?
I will try. I never done that, but I will try.
if I can do it if you prefer.
No. I should bloody learn these things, right?
After you. No, after you.
Or Volechny, if you're still
I want to learn that,
Okay.
I should be doing that on other people's streams too, right?
Thank you, Shu. Thank you. I can tell you where to go to do that. You know the
I
mod
will figure
view?
it out. Yes, I am there.
Yeah, okay.
I'll figure it out. I'll figure it
Okay.
out. Don't worry about
I
it.
love just seeing you two being so cute to each other. After you, no, you, no, you first. You
Shut
can,
the fuck
no,
up.
wait, I can do this. No, you, no, no. That
Take
is
take
absolutely adorable,
takes one to know one, Aki.
bruh.
Oh, killer, killer.
No,
Yes.
I won't. No, not like
Uh,
this.
wait, we have no music again. Let me restart the music. There we go. Stream is brimming with cuties, especially chat. Especially chat. Shouldn't he listen to you? I can not gonna lie, I once had an argument like that with a gentleman.
Yeah, yeah. I'm sitting with two
That
right
should
now.
do it. Kando,
Being
check if you've got your points
absolutely
back.
Heck yeah, thank you, Shu. Okay, let's continue.
Yes, let's.
By the time Vaughn made it back, introduction to spellcasting class had ended, and it was time for lunch. Just what he needed, Vaughn thought. More setbacks in learning spells. As he approached the classroom to meet his friends, he saw Leary bursting out of the room, giving him a scornful look, not saying anything. Soon after, Thonin came out, trying to not pay attention to Vaughn, and behind him was Alexis, flanked by Flutter. She was looking down, her face a bright red. It was hard to tell if she was embarrassed, angry, sad, or all three. Her dopey-looking friend, meanwhile, was trying to reassure her, only for her to snap at him. After a few more seconds, out came Jerem. His face immediately lit up when he saw Vaughn, and he rushed over, the smile on his face replaced by an apologetic nod. "I'm sorry you got in trouble because of me," he said. "It's okay, I should have controlled my temper better," Vaughn replied with a forced smile. Jerem immediately smiled widely again with relief. I want to show you something. I think it will get your mind off what happened," he said excitedly.
Show him what?
Vivi asked. Her height had allowed her to sneak up on the two. Jerem jumped almost a foot into the air in surprise. Nothing at all," Jerem stammered nervously.
Well, I want to know.
Vivi insisted. "Where's Finn?" Vaughn asked after an awkward moment of the other two staring at each other.
Hitting on Jenna.
Vivi replied curtly, not taking her eyes off Jerem. The dark-skinned boy's face was scrunched up in nerve-wracking contemplation. "All right," he relented finally. "But let's go before Finn shows up. I don't want any more people finding out." Vaughn and Vivi looked at each other. They both looked apprehensive, but Vivi's curiosity seemed to get the best of her, as it usually did.
Deal.
He said. Jerem looked somewhat relieved, but still much more nervous than when it was just Vaughn who was about to know his secret. "Let's go, hurry!" Jerem rushed them and headed towards the boys' dorms, the other two following. The walk took a few minutes, as most treks through the massive academy did, with Vaughn trailing behind, necessitating a slowing of the pace that Jerem set. Eventually, they reached the room right after Vaughn and Finn's. The dark-skinned boy looked apprehensively at Vivi, but steeled himself and finally let both of them inside. It looked like all the rooms in the boys' wing, or maybe even the whole academy, judging by Vivi's disappointed expression, looked identical. Jerem locked the door after Vaughn closed it. The only distinguishing features of the room were the personal decorations that Jerem and his roommate had put up, which included a stack of books on one of the nightstands, and an array of multicolored candles on the other. There was one thing that stood out in the room. A cat with long, brilliantly orange fur, currently curled up and napping on a large windowsill, the sun making it look like it was almost glittering. Vaughn's mouth opened to question whether the rules allowed pets when Jerem spoke up. "Okay, you both have to promise. No, swear. You have to swear you won't tell anyone," he said, alternating staring intently into Vaughn's and Vivi's eyes. Vaughn shrugged, while Vivi looked more curious than ever. Jerem still stared, however. He seemed to want more concrete promises.
I swear.
Vivi said quickly. "All right, sure, I swear," Vaughn muttered, feeling a pang of guilt over abandoning Finn, now promising he'd lie to him about why he had abandoned him. Jerem gave them another look, as if he could tell if they were lying by the look in their eyes alone. After several awkward seconds, he turned on his heels and walked over to the windowsill. He leaned over the cat and stroked its head, causing its amber eyes to open lazily. As it stretched and eventually sat up, the boy then took a step back. "Specula contrita," he muttered. Suddenly, the cat began growing, gaining about 2 inches of height, sitting up. Its fur became dotted with sparse black spots, the fur on the sides of its face growing out slightly, and a tuft of black fur jutting over its ears. By far the most spectacular change was in its eyes. The pupils began to expand until they covered the entire eye in bottomless black, sprinkled with bright glints reminiscent of the night sky. Vaughn felt like it was drawing him in, the blackness expanding outside of the cat's eyes, taking up more and more of his field of vision, until he was surrounded in a glittering infinity. His head began pounding furiously and he felt sick to his stomach. He felt weightless and disoriented, not sure which way was up and which way was down. Then, in the distance, he noticed a house. 2 stories, looking very old and nearly crumbling. But the most peculiar thing about it was how the front resembled a face. The door frame had split and was sagging to the side, giving the impression of a frown, while the 2 windows on the second floor were half closed and had diagonal roofs, looking very sad. What made the whole picture even more disturbing was the water pouring out of the 2 windows, as if the house was crying, inconsolable. Vaughn began walking towards the house. Something was drawing him to it. As he approached, he began hearing a gut-wrenching wailing coming from inside, a sound so pitiful and desperate that he felt a pit in his stomach. Every part of his being was screaming at him to help the person making that sound. They needed him to save them from whatever hell they had found themselves in. He hurried towards the house and climbed up the stairs to the door. "Watch out!" He heard a banshee-like screech behind him, and quickly turned around. No one was there. But by the time he turned back towards the door, it had opened, and inside was what could only be described as a corridor of teeth. A writhing, wet, disgusting passage with giant teeth and fangs lining the fleshy walls. Vaughn tentatively reached inside. The moment his hand had passed the doorframe, the fleshy walls constricted, closing up firmly, the gigantic teeth crushing his hand, then pulling back to draw the rest of him inside. Vaughn screamed in excruciating pain as his body was drawn in and the walls began eating him alive.
Vaughn! Vaughn, it's okay.
He could hear Vivi's voice and slowly realized he was still screaming, tearing up his throat. It took him a few seconds to realize that he was still in one piece, and that the pain of being eaten alive had passed. He stopped screaming and tentatively opened his eyes. Above him stood Vivi, hands covering her mouth, her eyes filled with tears, and Jerem close behind her, looking terrified. Vaughn's head felt like it would explode, and his stomach was twisting and turning, threatening to spill out its contents. I'm okay, he spoke weakly. He most certainly was not okay, but a look of relief overtook Vivi's face as she leaned down to hug him tightly. What happened? He asked weakly. Jerem started, the words caught in his throat. Vivi didn't let go for another few seconds before drawing back and wiping her eyes on her sleeve.
The cat looked up at you and you just collapsed. I was scared you had passed out, but then you began screaming so horribly, like you were getting torn apart, and you just kept screaming and screaming.
She explained, her eyes getting misty again. I'm okay now, Vivi. Vaughn tried to reassure her, but the weakness in his voice told a different story. I think I just need some rest, he added. Vivi stood up and shoved Jerem roughly.
What was that? What happened?
She demanded. The boy looking away, his face glistening with a cold sweat. He had a vision! Jerem blurted out.
What are you talking about? What vision?
Vivi demanded, shaking with anger. Wait, let me just... Jerem pleaded, putting his hands up defensively, looking at the large cat which was still just sitting on the windowsill. Vivi's brow was still crunched up furiously, but she nodded tentatively. Specula contrita, Jerem said again, and the cat slowly shrank back into its original appearance. He seemed relieved enough after that, but Vivi's expression reminded him quickly there was no time to calm down.
What happened?
She insisted again.
What is that cat?
It's a lynx, Jerem answered. My grandmother sent him. I didn't have the heart to try and send it back to her or report it. I don't know what they do to it. Vivi gasped in shock. Vaughn lifted himself on his elbows, still pale as a sheet. You're keeping a Manolite? He asked.
Are you completely insane?
Vivi continued where Vaughn had left off.
Manolites are dangerous. What if it snuck out when you opened the door? What if it did something to your roommate?
It wouldn't do that. It's tame. My grandmother is a seer. We've kept Manolites for generations. It's perfectly safe. He protested.
Safe? Look at Vaughn.
He yelled back. I don't know what had happened. I haven't even gotten a vision from it yet. Jerem answered, looking down in embarrassment and guilt. Can you guys... Can you help me up? And not yell so much. Head feels like it's about to explode. Vaughn chimed in, wincing and trying to drag himself over to the wall nearby to lean against. Vivi immediately dove to help drag him over to the wall, then turned to glare at Jerem again.
We should report you to the headmaster right now,
she said. Vaughn couldn't help but smile weakly despite the great discomfort he was feeling. Vivi, it's okay, I'm fine. I just need some rest, he reassured her. Lynx visions aren't really dangerous, just really unpleasant, or so I've been told, Jerem said, latching onto a way to make himself feel less guilty. Vivi looked like she was about to yell at him again, but Vaughn spoke first. What does the vision mean? He asked, looking up at Jerem. What did you see? The other boy asked. I saw a crying house. I don't know how else to describe it. It was a house that looked like it was crying, he began. I walked up to it and it sounded like someone was inside crying too. And I mean, not just crying, wailing. Kind of wailing that comes from, I don't even know. It was horrible. Whoever was making that sound was in so much pain. It's hard to describe. Vaughn's inside churned again, though this time it was from the intense feeling of sadness and empathy at remembering the pitiful screaming and sobbing coming from the house. Vivi and Jerem continued staring at him, waiting for more information. Something called out to me before I entered the house, but I didn't see what it was. The house itself, though... He paused, grimacing at the horrifying image he was remembering. The entryway was just a corridor of teeth. Giant teeth spread out disgustingly and unevenly along pink slimy walls of flesh. I reached in and it bit down on my hand and pulled me in and ate me. Both Jerem and Vivi's expression had changed to sympathy and horror.
So that's why you were screaming like that.
She noted, then paused and looked at the now normal-looking cat who had gone back to napping on the windowsill.
That thing is dangerous. There are reasons why wizards don't keep Manolites as pets. We need to tell the headmaster right away.
Vivi said with determination. Her normally stoic facade had all but crumbled at this point. Please don't, Jerem pleaded. They'll probably set it free, but it's tame. It's been hand-raised from a baby. It won't survive in the wild. Vivi glared at Jerem again, but remained silent, considering their options. He couldn't have known this would happen, Vivi, Vaughn said, taking deep breaths to steady his insides.
That is exactly the problem. It's irresponsible.
She replied, but didn't seem to want to argue with him. Vaughn took a few more moments to steady himself, rubbing his temples and facing Jerem before speaking again. Can the lynx cause visions while it transformed? No, there is no direct line of sight between its eyes and yours. The illusion is in the way, the smaller boy answered. Okay. I want to know about that vision then. What did it mean? Vaughn asked. Germ turned away and squirmed visibly. I don't know. I mean, I know about vision reading, but what you said just doesn't make sense, he explained. There are different kinds of visions. The common ones are vague, misty, they feel like you're underwater or surrounded by a thick fog wearing earmuffs. Those are the kind that need to be interpreted. Vivi and Vaughn were looking at him intently, but Jerem was plagued with uncertainty and confusion. The way you described it sounds like a true vision. They're very rare, but also very straightforward. But what you see is what happened, or is happening, or will happen. And I don't think there are any crying houses anywhere, let alone ones where the entryway is a tunnel of teeth. Jerem concluded his explanation. I mean, it was probably a normal vision, just a bit clearer than normal, Vaughn replied. What would the crying house signify? Well, if it really is a normal vision, then... Well, keep in mind, most of what you saw was probably wrong in one way or another. Clairvoyance of any sort is notoriously unreliable and hard to interpret, Jerem answered thoughtfully. Alright, assuming what I saw was real, what does it mean? Vaughn asked again, his stomach rumbling threateningly. Well, crying is kind of straightforward. It usually means loss of some kind. The house usually signifies family, so crying house is, I guess, a loss in the family? Jerem's voice became less and less confident as he went along, ending on what sounded more like a question than a statement. Are you saying someone in my family is going to die? Vaughn asked, lifting his body off the ground impulsively from the shock. Jerem immediately shook his hands in front of himself in a denying gesture. I told you, visions are really unreliable, especially if it's someone's first. He tried to reassure Vaughn. And what does it mean when the vision is so clear? Vaughn countered, his brow furrowing. Jerem spoke timidly. It usually makes the vision more likely, but I'm sure it's nothing, really. Vaughn looked thoroughly unconvinced. The body went limp again, and he sat back down on the ground, burying his face in his hands, rubbing his palms into his eyes to try and alleviate the splitting headache. The tense scene continued until Vivi finally broke the silence.
Let's start by getting you to the infirmary. I've got some ideas on books that might help to make more sense of the visions.
She said, leaning down to help Vaughn up. His body felt too heavy for that, but once Jerem also gave a hand, Vaughn finally stood up, immediately bending over, getting very lightheaded for a moment before recovering. I've got some ideas to... Jerem began, but was immediately interrupted by Vivi, glaring at him.
You've done more than enough. I'm still not convinced. I shouldn't go and report you right away.
She said harshly, and proceeded to almost drag Vaughn out of the room. Jerem could do little but stand there, looking down. I'm really sorry, he said just as the other two left the room. Clap for you guys.
Yes.
Thank you guys so much. Thank
Clap
you
for
guys
Helix. Clap
so
for Hugh.
much.
We were taking a break just as your lines were done, but you did have your lines before the break, and I want to say really big clap for those. I think you nailed the character when reading through with the pauses and everything, making him a bit more uncertain and stuff, and I really lived into that. So yeah, nice.
Absolutely, heck yeah. You both did amazing. Like I'm so grateful to both of you.
It's only because we're reading with so much passion, like you do.
But yeah, I hope that you see why I wanted to end things here, because I actually really like the scene.
It's a cliffhanger for sure.
Yep,
And it's a nice scene.
And it's one that will not get resolved anytime soon. I'm just gonna be straight up about this. Like this, the cliffhanger of what the scene, what the vision is, that gets resolved way later. Like way later. I haven't written it down. Like I don't have it actually written down.
It's that late. It's not even written down yet.
It's much later.
All right.
But
well,
it
I'm
is,
saying it now, so now it's unfair.
but it is something that will hang over the characters for a long time.
Ugh, well, now I want to know more about Manlights too. What they actually are, and that's also not gonna be brought up anytime soon, I guess.
No, actually, there was an explanation of what Manlights are in the beginning. Let me see if I can find exactly the part that explains them.
I might have forgotten then.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. That's no problem.
I'll read chat in the meantime. Dangle mimics. Wait.
There you go.
About the chapter. We were talking about something too. So, what I thought was interesting is Azul said, Shu made it into this dimension as a cat. That's rough.
Yes.
I thought it was the great. That was exactly what I imagined too. Like, specifically having a very orange gleaming cat.
Yep.
It's just Shu art.
Okay. Yes, I suppose it is canon that you are now the cat in this universe. Heck yeah. To be perfectly transparent, this was written way before Shu ever became a VTuber, or I ever became a VTuber. So that was not the intent here, but it is as Bob Ross would say, it is a very happy little accident.
Yes, and don't forget
Oh.
to shake the devil out of it.
Oh no. Shadow, please.
Okay, let me catch up. Let me catch up to everything.
You
Let's
want
see.
to catch up to chat too?
Yes. Let's see. Where were we? Yes, Shu made it into the dimension as a cat. That's rough. Yes. Thought the same thing. Heck yeah.
Yes.
Initially, I thought about Garfield, but holy crap, you guys know how I should feel lore better than I do.
Yeah, Shu, your comment is also gold. I want a Helix to read it.
Oh, that's so good. I will get to it. Trey wondering what's going on. Heck yeah, that's the fact that I actually got a reaction like that. That makes me so happy. I can't even tell you. Dang old mimics. Hey, who knows? Maybe it's a house-sized mimic. Who knows?
Oh my god, I would not have that. I wish that is not something that appears, please.
Well, I see some connection happening here. I'm intrigued as an author, but empathizing as a person. Heck yeah. Well done. Thank you. Cliffhangers. Yep. We are ending on a cliffhanger. Good performance, very nice listen. Thank you so much, Azul. That sounds like an end of story resolution. Without going too much into spoilers, yeah. The it's not. I don't think it's exactly a spoiler because it doesn't really tell you anything about the story. But yeah, the resolution of what this vision is the finale of the story.
Bruh.
Is the finale of this part of the story, like of this
Bruh.
book. If I ever managed to actually finish it as a book, but if this was like a book, it would be the end of this book.
Oh, do you actually have an idea for a title if that would become a book? someday?
Nope.
Yeah, easy
Nope.
answer.
I do not.
Nope.
I do not have a title, and that is. I really should think of at least some kind of like working title or something. I mean, the working title I suppose is Crippled, but that's hardly. That's a very bad title. So I should think of some kind of at least working title, sure. Because I keep calling it my story or the thing I wrote a few years ago or like my writing. I really need a working title for this. The house is the friends we made along the way. Yes, those friends of ours who cry and eat us. Sure.
Yeah, their guilt is what is eating us away.
Blue, hello, Blue. Welcome to the stream. Helix, why did I call you Helix? I could obviously call you Ray. What's wrong? What? No, okay. Technically, Helix is my name. Ray is a title, but I really do not mind however you guys want to call me. If you want to call
You're
me,
my title Ray.
Your what? Or your title? What?
That is Ray, right? That's the title and Ray. So title Ray.
But no worries, Blue. You can call me Helix. You can call me Ray. You can call me whatever. Thank you so much for being here. His name is John C. Thank you, Shadow.
This reading is going down.
Oh yes, I appreciate that. Okay, let's see. Oh, you and I would know what's going to happen. I'm not sure what you're referring to there, Jad. Probably, I know all too well. Hence the reaction. What? What am I?
You're
What am I
guessing.
missing?
I think it has to do with a topic we've been talking about before, and now jumping back into it doesn't make sense again.
The cat.
The cat.
Yes.
Fan art of the cat, please. Yes.
No.
No. What?
Oh wait, no. Yes. Fan art of Shu as a cat. Yes, absolutely.
Fuck off.
100%.
I finally got something to pin on Shu. Now we can move on from what happened before and
This
just,
this
from
isn't not cat per se. It's not what is being talked about.
ooh, I have an idea. If you don't want to have the
No,
cat
no.
roll, you could.
No, cat. Yes, please, cat. No,
Big
no, no.
furry
Don't go.
werewolf.
Don't fucking go. And where are you going? No.
Big furry werewolf.
Oh my
Orange.
god.
Orange tones,
Uh,
please.
And Blue, there is absolutely nothing to forgive. Please, like you can call me whatever you prefer. Like I said, Helix is technically my name, so
No.
it's a perfectly acceptable way of referring to me. A lot of people do. Like, it's almost split in half. Like half the people call me Ray, half the people call me Helix. It's fine. I think-
Felix.
Helix.
I heard it.
And thank you for the Lord Blue. Dual Ray Helix, the meme DNA of the soul. What?
Memes, Jack.
Ray.
I mean, if you want to call me that, you can call me that. I already said you can call me whatever you want, so...
Well, you're technically a Helix.
Yes, I am. Helix, yes, absolutely, 100%.
So, when are my shoes with wheels coming? They're Wheelix. With the Helix.
Okay, so you wanted to you wanted to know what manalites are. So manalites.
Yes.
Let's
yes.
let me read the excerpt here. Other than Magil, some less developed wizards could use magical beasts called manalites, animals that had the ability to draw mana from Magil naturally and store it in themselves. The manalite could either be kept as a pet, or a small ritual could be performed to contain its mana in a part of its body after death. Needless to say, the paragraph explaining this made no effort to hide the author's disgust at such practices. So basically, manalites are magical creatures. They are creatures who, they are normal animals who transform into manalites because of their proximity to natural magical crystals and to like large sources of mana. And some people use manalites instead of magical crystals as a source of mana.
Oh, but they don't stop drawing mana.
Yeah.
So they can potentially kill you.
No, because they don't. Well, actually, yes, you're right. Yes, they could, but like if you're a wizard who knows how to use a manalite as a mana source, you probably have either some protection spells or stuff that's ways of stopping that drawing.
I am loving what chat is saying. D&D module.
D&D module. Lore. Papa Wolf, welcome. How are you doing? Thank you so much for
Oh,
dropping
he has
by.
been here for a bit. You
That's
missed
good.
when Papa came in.
I did. Oh no. Oh my god. I saw a blue name and I just assumed it was blue. But it's a different blue. I'm completely freaking blind. I'm really
Yeah.
sorry, Papa. Welcome.
Papa's here to save the day.
I am so sorry I didn't notice you earlier. And I even read your lines and I was like, I didn't even...
It's nice that I point these things out
Yes.
to you at least. So
Yes, thank you, Aki. I really appreciate that. I'm really sorry. I'm such a horrible streamer. Why are you guys here? Anyway,
I like
Yeah.
what Trey has to say as well. So Aki's a bunny, Shu is a cat, and Ray is a Digimon?
no, I am not. Listen, I'm not a Digimon. Helixmon is my roommate. He really wants to stream, and so I figured I'd let him. But I am not Helixmon. Okay.
So you are in possession of a Digimon.
Well, I mean, he's my roommate. I don't think you can call a roommate your
Well,
possession.
do you pay him or does he pay you to live there?
He pays me. I own the apartment.
But he was talking about something about getting paid on stream.
Well, yeah, because like I'm not just gonna let him stream out of like just like that. Like he wants to stream on my channel, then like I wanna like he wants to help my channel grow, so I'm paying him. You know, he's an employee.
Okay, I'm gonna drop the subject, or else you might look like a bad person, Helix, and that.
No. Let's not drop this subject. We're currently streaming with Helix. I want my money, mate.
Oh yeah, so where's Shu's salary in this? I wonder.
Hey, listen. Listen, I'm the one I'm the one running OBS here. Okay, the one who runs OBS gets paid.
Let's not
Well-
forget, I also mod for you. In Discord too. I wanna see that dosh, mate.
Do we really need to talk about this live in front of like 20-something people? Please, like
Yes.
we'll talk about this
Yes.
afterwards. We'll talk about this in my office afterwards. Okay, just drop it for now. Okay?
I find it hilarious. So I think Shu, please, could you go into detail how you've been how you've been set in this position? It's unfair, right?
Exactly. I'm going on a general strike. I'm gonna continue doing nothing. As in,
You will continue doing nothing and expect to get paid for it.
Wow, you're sounding like a brat. Not gonna lie.
what? God damn it.
Oh my god. The office, what happened in the office? Business! Trey, get your mind out of the gutter. It's business happens in the office. It's an office.
What happens in the office stays in the office. Mm-hmm.
Fuck's sake.
No, it doesn't. No, what happens in the office is that we get like there are contracts, we negotiate, we sign contracts, and the contracts make it out of the office. They don't stay in there.
Helix, with you sounding so nervous about this topic, it sounds like there are more serious things going on. Is there something you guys want to like reveal or something? Because it seems like there's a lot of tension between you two.
Couples counselor Aki stepping in.
Would you like a session of
Oh my god.
counseling?
I'm quiet right now because I really shouldn't swear.
He doesn't want to
Damn
incriminate
it.
himself on the channel live, and that is very understandable. But would you agree with the sentiment that Helix has been unfair to you?
I
So
guess.
anyway, let's catch up the chat.
Yes, yes, of course, yes, chat, yes, the chat.
Papa, I'm so sorry. I'm really sorry that I didn't see your name. I feel horrible about that. Does he eat your food? No, he's my roommate. Listen, I mean, sometimes we pool our resources together and like we cook something, and you know, or we buy something together. That's you know what, roommates do that sort of stuff. But usually he just like he does his thing, I do my thing. You know, like roommates do.
I just love the fact that you were uncomfortable enough, both of you, to just want to move on.
What are you talking about? Nothing happened.
Yeah, I have no idea what you're talking about, Aki.
Yeah.
Did something happen?
Gaslighting me.
No, I don't think so. No.
I feel the spirit in my heart here. You're hurting my feelings.
She would like to renegotiate his contract. We'll talk about it. We'll talk about it in the office later. Shu being based as usual. Yes. Ray Bratmo. No. I'm pretty. No. That's not a thing. That is never going to be a thing.
Now I have to ask, Shu, do you get like kisses as a reward from Helix being super cute and wholesome? Is that your pay? What does he pay you in? Peanuts? I don't know. Brain cells?
Do you like Are you looking for like a very, very elaborate way to get hers or something right now? What the?
No, I'm not.
No.
I'm sitting here with-
anyway.
Cold hard cash. Cold hard cash, mate.
Yes.
All right,
Yes.
good.
Only strictly professional.
Yes. I
I
make
thought
sure
it would
to.
be cat
I
food
made.
because we
I'm,
insinuated him as a cat.
okay, so
Alright.
Shadow says, it's okay. We will always support you. We will always love you no matter. Oh, Shadow, you're being way too sweet as always.
Mm-hmm.
Shadow is so freaking adorable.
Yes, I agree. We can agree that Shadow is the cutest being in this universe,
Yes.
and all other parallel universes.
Yes.
I mean, Shu should know. Shu, you travel a lot.
Supposedly, yes.
What
What do you mean
what do they-
supposedly?
I
We've-
still have what? I still don't know if I should take my law seriously or not.
Well, you should take it seriously when we are trying to
It's
do a
alright,
thing
let's
with
go,
it,
let's go. So I
alright?
travel, and what about it? What about it, mate? What about it?
What are they saying about shadow proxies in other universes?
The shadow is shadow to ever shadow. Hmm? Yes,
I mean,
Alright.
that's fair. That's not exactly wrong.
absolutely.
That's how shadows
Absolutely. Yes.
Papa, no,
That-
no, Papa. Listen to me. Look at me. Look at me. Look into my eyes. No. No.
No.
Don't look into his eyes. That's how he
Papa
gets
is
you.
telling Papa what's wrong, okay? Papa Helix against Papa Wolf.
No.
Would I bet it between this ring of people? Like, you and me can have a bet again. Alright? Shu? We could bet of who would win.
For a moment there, I thought you said
can you be-
that you two can have a bed again, and I was like,
No,
What?
no.
what?
What's happening this stream?
Excuse me? What?
You heard what you wanted to hear in this case, Helix. I did say nothing about that.
What the
Why?
fuck is happening this stream? Jesus Christ.
Shadows,
Okay,
okay, what-
Shadows is hitting Papa with a rolled up newspaper. That's what's happening, and nothing else.
Bonks? Oh.
Oh my god.
Okay, but what did you want to bet on, right?
Who would win in a ring between Papa Wolf and Papa Helix?
I'm. That is a good question. Okay, I see it happening in two ways. Like normally Helix due to experience in the ring. However, if Papa was in his Lady Ventrescu form, also
I was
known
thinking
as,
the same thing. Oh my god, my brain.
also known as Papa Wolf Bianco. Yeah, absolutely,
Mhm.
absolutely, Papa Wolf.
Mhm. I was thinking the exact same thing. Shu? How?
Listen, I am just a wrestler. I am just a normal human wrestler. I don't do magic. I don't do supernatural stuff. I just wrestle.
But you're from space.
Yeah?
Yeah.
And
which
what's your
technically
point?
makes me an alien.
What? No. Why would it make me a alien? No. I mean,
Because
Okay,
you're
okay,
not from this
okay,
Earth, right?
okay. Theoretically, we set up a colony on Mars. Are the people born on Mars aliens?
Yeah. Yeah, they are.
Yeah, they are. They're extraterrestrial life forms.
Yeah.
In a way, although I'd rather like. I think humans, alright.
Wait, so
Humans.
yeah,
We
you,
would be
you
extraterrestrials towards
but
each
you-
other, like
but-
especially. Oh wait, I can't say that. That would spoil a thing.
but
No.
but you wouldn't like have. Oh, it's the first baby born on Mars. We found alien life because we didn't find alien life. That's a human.
Well, technically they're born in space, and space itself, like, even to each other, we would be aliens after a while, wouldn't you think? Because, like, diseases and
No, I'm
everything
not
else
talking.
is not
I'm
the
not.
same.
I'm not
Felix,
talking
maybe-
after a while. I'm not talking after the species have diverged or anything. I'm talking about like the first human baby born on Mars.
But see it like
Felix,
this,
but-
okay?
No. Okay. Could I? Possibly?
Yes,
Just one observation. Felix, he wouldn't like that baby wouldn't be an alien per se, but he would be an extraterrestrial.
Yeah.
Fair.
Oh,
I
that
mean,
was what you were gonna say, right?
yeah. It won't be an alien. No, to be like if we look at like the dictionary, alien just refers to, as Scully just said, alien just refers to someone from another country. But over the course of like the past several decades, that word has come to mean something completely different. But yeah, it does technically just mean someone from a different country. As anyone who has listened to Sting's song "Englishman from New York," he sings "I'm an alien from New York." No, not from New York. What am I talking about? I'm an alien. I'm an English alien. I'm an Englishman in New York. That's the lyrics. So he says
The
he's an
way I
alien.
see it is Superman is technically an alien from another planet, right?
He's not technically.
He's
He's
not-
literally a different species from a human.
But he looks human.
But he's not.
And
It's
No,
it's in,
no,
it's
exactly.
it's incidental that
that's
he
the
looks
way I
human.
put you there. So maybe you have abilities on Earth that other people otherwise wouldn't.
I don't.
Superpowers.
I'm human.
You're rejecting that very quickly.
Yes.
So that makes me a bit more sus towards you, okay?
Wait.
bit more
wait.
sus.
So
You have
wait. So
superpowers.
if I reject it immediately, it makes it sus. But if I had actually stopped to think about it, then that would have been even more sus, wouldn't
Doesn't matter what you do, Helix. I got you before.
it?
It's okay
Damned if you do,
to
damned
sus
if you
some
don't,
people.
right?
What?
Damned if you do, damned if you don't.
Yes. Exactly.
Yes.
Exactly.
I'm sorry for putting you in like this. It's just funnier to make this bit real. All right. So in the case of if I would bet for Helix and he would have superpowers like against Papa Wolf, then in the ring, technically your bets would be higher. Like the odds would be on your favor, right? So then I would be on the winning team. But however, Papa is pretty strong in the outfit. So
Yeah.
who would you bet on again, Shio?
I think like that brings up a very interesting topic of Papov's law. Because obviously he has law, right? Everyone has law.
Everyone
they?
has the backstory.
Yes, it depends in if Papa can summon the Dimitrescu form at will.
Oh yes, it's kind of like Goku versus Superman. Yes,
It's
Scully.
kind of like a devil trigger, if you will.
Ooh,
Yes, like a power up.
is it like Tekken?
You could say so, I guess.
Devil Jin?
Yeah, you could say so. Like a power up, like 30 minutes of screaming and then flashing lights.
So let's see what chat has to say. I can tell you exactly how it would go down between me and Ray. Bell rings, Ray throws me into the ropes. My Shadow, no, don't, dude. Please don't joke about that. Please, I'm like legit super like worried about you. Like I know you told me that's not that there's no risk of that, but I'm no. Okay,
We are worried. It's not that
yes.
great.
Oh, Marble! Hello, Marble. Welcome. Hope you're having a wonderful day. They would still be Martians, yeah, but not aliens. An alien is only an alien to life forms from other planets than the alien. But is it like life forms born on other planets or life forms evolved on other planets? Because to me, the second thing
Very
is a
different.
lot more important.
Is there a difference, Helix?
Yeah, of course, because if you're
Is there?
Of course, because if a human is born on Mars, that human didn't evolve on Mars. That's a human from Earth. They just happen to be born. That particular one just happens to be born on Mars. So there's a huge difference.
To me, it sounds you're building up believable defense to make you less sus, but in reality, he likes. I know the truth.
I think you've been hanging out with Phoenix Wright too much.
Just because I have a small tin hat like Maya, it doesn't matter.
In hat.
A tin foil hat.
Oh no.
Okay.
I'm joking.
PK says, good news, Ray. The next bus was there like 15 minutes after I sent the message. I'm home safe now. Heck yeah. I'm very happy to hear that, PK. Welcome home. And welcome back to the stream. Heck yeah. Yeah, by definition, of extraterrestrial does mean outside of Earth. So yeah, okay. Extraterrestrial, sure. Earthlings are aliens to Martians, aren't they? I mean, I'm not sure what you mean.
Well, if people were on Mars,
do you
Mars?
On Mars?
On Mars? Oh God, I can't speak.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead, it's fine.
Do you mean Martians as in a different species that evolved on Mars, or do you mean Martians as in humans who went to Mars and are now having babies on Mars?
Well, we'll see that conclusion later because they don't get a chance to reply. So I guess we were continuing.
Alien can be used to refer to people from other countries. Yes, we talked about this. This is an interesting conversation to walk in on. If you're describing it as interesting, that is about the best, the best that I can hope for.
Yes. This is the most interesting conversation that happened today. No need to go back to the VOD.
Are you sure? I can bring up old things.
No.
Let's just catch up to Chad because people have been saying a lot of things, and I feel bad about ignoring them.
Okay. I see. I feel you.
If I remember the definition, I think anyone born upward is classified as a Martian. I don't know which definition you mean. I doubt there's like a globally agreed upon definition of what a Martian is. Maritime rules apply in space. Kind of, I think. Yeah, I think kind of. This raises a lot of questions about Lois Lane, about Superman not being human. Listen, in mainline continuity, at least for a while, they couldn't have kids, I'm pretty sure, because he's an alien, but then they had kids. But I think that was a different universe, but then it was so popular that they integrated into the whatever, it's comics. Comics are weird. Goku
comics
versus Super...
and time continuity is not great always.
Yep, yes. Goku versus Superman... No! Listen, that debate is so simple. Like, if you know both characters, it is super simple. If we're talking about Golden Age Superman, like Superman from like up until like the 60s, 70s or something, it's Superman. Superman is literally a god. Like he can do literally anything. And like I know Goku is super powerful, he can destroy universes, blah 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 blah. Superman can like he can clean his teeth with universes. Like Golden Age Superman is literally can do anything. If we go with Silver Age and later Superman, then Goku wins because Goku can destroy freaking galaxies or whatever at this point, and Superman can't do that. So it's really not that big of a debate. I really don't know why people are so hung up over it.
I can respect the inner nerd coming out here. It's like the chicken and the egg situation, which I can appreciate. I like me a good theory, and seems legit. That's what
it just bothers me that kind of those kind of things. I know Scully. I'm pretty sure you're just memeing and you're just making jokes. But like there are people who genuinely get up in arms about that sort of thing, and like they're fanboys who would go, "No, Goku's stronger. No, Superman's stronger." It's like, who cares? Who cares who's stronger? It's like I can make up a character right now and say that he can blink and create and destroy multiverses. There we have a stronger character than both of them. Does that mean they're a better character? No.
You should write for the SCP. Damn.
Yeah, right? I mean, that would be terrific, wouldn't it? Honestly, I think it has to do with you're either a weeb or a comics fan.
I just
Oh,
get caught.
okay.
No, the thing is, like I said, I'm a fan of both. Well, I mean, I'm more of a
Yes.
fan of Superman than Goku, to be fair. But like Superman, as he currently is, he is not stronger than Goku. That is just straight up. You cannot claim that with a straight face. But my point is, it doesn't matter because who cares who's stronger? That is not what makes a good and interesting character. Anyway,
I'm just waiting.
Oh my
to,
God,
for you to
Scully,
catch
that
up
is
with that.
that is one of the most base takes I've seen in a while.
let
I
me.
don't know comic, but
Oh.
Squirrel Girl was my go-to shitpost character.
Okay,
Damn.
let me actually catch up
Yes.
so I can read that message.
Yes.
Yeah, catch up because you're discussing every chat.
Yeah.
post.
Okay. Papa says I'm confused and I'm the one in this theoretical fight. Yes, I am also very confused. I don't know what we're talking about. If Helix was hypothetically raised on a planet with higher gravity before coming here, would that make him stronger when he comes here? So the thing is, I couldn't have been raised on a planet with higher gravity because I am 6'5". If I was raised on a planet with higher gravity, I wouldn't be this tall.
Logical argument, actually.
Nice. But it could mean that you're even stronger with better genetics, dude.
Like you would have been
that
a
would make you
giant.
an alien.
Yeah, like
Would
on
make you an
Earth,
alien.
the old folk of the Norse countries,
Listen,
they believed in giants, and maybe you were originally from a species of giants.
I can see that
Yeah.
that Ergo showed up and said hello, and I still haven't been able to say hello to Ergo. So hello, Ergo. I will get to your message in just a moment. I'm really sorry about this. I hope you're having a wonderful day, and thank you so much for dropping by. And also, I will shout you out in a little bit because of tomorrow's stream, and I will talk about tomorrow's stream after I catch up with chat. So, let's see. Money's on Helix. Sorry, Wolf. Money's also. Ray, I'm be honest with you, fam. Yeah, I'm just in discomfort and not in danger, but all your concern is well welcome because you all are the most amazing people. Know you, first of all, know you. And second of all, I really, 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 really hope the situation gets resolved as quickly as possible because it is worrying, and it's not just worrying. I get it's not actual danger. Like, I have some doubts about that, but okay, like I will trust you on that. But knowing that you're in so much discomfort is genuinely like upsetting to me. So I really hope that gets resolved as quickly as possible. Okay, I can say hello to Ergo now. Hello, Ergo. Welcome to the stream. I hope you're having a wonderful day. Thank you so much for being here. Let's see. This is also very true. Pro athletes will go to higher altitudes, train in thin air, so when they come compete back at sea level, they perform better. I'm not sure that's a real thing. This is why you hear stories about LeBron James sleeping in a hyperbolic chamber.
To take in more oxygen because you're in a high height, there's less oxygen around generally, maybe.
Yeah, I'm not
I would
sure
not be
about that.
surprised. Would you be surprised?
No, I wouldn't be surprised.
Scully
Sounds
says,
like one of those spooky pooky house cure things.
Yeah. There's a lot of that, especially like in the athletic community. There's a lot of weird things that don't really work at all, but people claim that they do. Like people use suction cups on their backs to like draw more blood into areas to heal faster. That doesn't work. Like disclaimer, as always, I'm not a scientist. I haven't done the research myself, but I have read some research on the topic. There have been like studies on the topic, and they have not found any correlation between using the suction cup things and like healing faster. Anyway, what modern Superman powers the sun is a god or something? No, that is not modern Superman. No, modern Superman is like very modestly powered compared to all that. Is Goku fireproof? Because Superman flew right through the sun. Goku is like the sun is like, I don't know. It's less than getting burnt by a cigarette for Goku. It's like nothing. Money is
Yeah,
on
at this
Superman.
point.
In words of Vegeta from DBZA, power levels approach. Yeah, yep. We all know Squirrel Girl is the ultimate life form anyway.
Yes.
Okay, so
Yes.
like older Squirrel Girl before her current incarnation. Actually, I don't know what her current incarnation is. They might have fixed her, but she had like she had an incarnation a few years ago that was pretty terrible. Honestly, it was really, really just bad. But before that, she was pretty darn based. She was really, really cool. Firmly a joke character, but like a very interesting and very fun joke character.
Yeah, I'm more than sure that when she's brought up in jokes, everyone means her like old form that used to say cuck, cuck, cuck all the time.
She what? I don't remember her saying that.
Really? Wait.
No, I'm not showing it on Scream. On Scream? Yes, on Scream. I said Scream, and I'm gonna stick with that.
Not showing it on Scream.
I can't rate this. This is a debate, damn it. There is no debate. Goku beats modern Superman. Golden Age Superman beats Goku. That's the end of the debate. There is no debate.
Now you're getting into one, whether you like it or not.
Oh my god. Okay, that reminds me, I had a question for Aki. How many IKEAs are in Sweden? Is it less than America? I'm pretty sure it's probably fewer than America.
Okay. How is this a normal thing to know? There's exactly like 23 IKEAs in Sweden. I know this, like, by heart. No. A, why would I know that? And B, how would I know?
Are you telling me that you don't know the lyrics to every single Roxette song ever released?
Who's Roxette? I'm joking, by the way.
Anyway, Marvel says, if I recall correctly, there's a wiki somewhere full of OC characters made specifically for Power PS kind of stuff. They have characters that can do stuff like move at 9 million times 10 to the 9th the power of speed, the speed of light, and destroy what is that? 100 trillion times 10 to the power of 9 galaxies on a single sneeze. Yeah, I mean those are stronger characters than Goku or Superman, so.
Allergies be crazy.
Yeah. It's very true, Helix, calling that a natural form of doping. I mean, I can believe that people do that. I'm not convinced that it works. Maybe it does. I don't know. I can answer that there are 20 of them. Oh, right, the Akios.
So, yeah, apparently there's 20 of them. I didn't know that. I was just guessing with 27. And apparently I wasn't far off.
That's very good. Okay, this is a real thing, but if I recall correctly, it's not a very effective training method. I see. Okay. I could be wrong about that. Yeah. It doesn't sound legit, but I don't know. Like, obviously Yeah, okay. I can buy that it can work, but not like very effectively, I guess. Okay, good to know. Was curious talking about IKEA last night with friends. What? Dude, you just randomly talk to your friends about IKEA?
You can call it IKEA if you want.
IKEA, yes, let's go. IKEA.
Me and Relation is building an IKEA on your Minecraft server, so I
yeah. Heck yeah.
I should go back.
Oh yeah, I haven't been on the server in so many. Oh geez, it's been a while. Let's see. Which is less than the US, which has 51. Okay. So the US has IKEA 51. Nice.
Oh yes, like Area 51 where you live,
yes.
You alien.
What? Don't, Aki, listen. I am not American.
You sure about that?
Yes, I'm absolutely sure.
Well, I wouldn't really know because I've been buried under the ground for part of my life, so literally living under a rock isn't something new for me.
On Scream, yes, I said on Scream, and I'm sticking to it. I'm not streaming. I am screaming. I just had to slowly walk in circles to brush a knot out of my cat's fur. What? You had to... Oh, because you were chasing the cat would stay put? Oh, jeez. Well, hopefully it was successful. I can literally answer it in the chat. It works in minor ways, but not significantly. I see. Okay, thank you, Trey. Thank you for the hydrating the stretch shadow. Let me just catch up to the rest of chat, and then I will do that. But still less than Germany. Germany has 53 IKEAs. What the heck? Jeez.
There's more
Right.
IKEAs in the rest of the world than there are in Sweden. I can assure you, because we're not a horribly huge country.
Yeah, that's fair.
Contrary to popular belief, half the country is actually lived on. The population becomes increasingly very, very thin the higher up you go. So basically, half of it is unused.
Yeah, that's very understandable, really, with the
Cold climate, yeah.
yeah. IKEA, yes. Walk into IKEA, get lost. IKEA, I'd sign the petition. Yes, let's sign a petition for an IKEA. We need an IKEA.
Oh,
Uh,
yes, hell yeah! I would love to design some furniture for big wrestlers and internationally traveling nomads to sit on.
Internationally?
I don't know. He's traveling through different nations and different worlds and dimensions. What would you call it? Like
Interdimensional traveler?
Yes, maybe that is what the word I was looking for was. Interdimensional travel gear.
Gear?
Seats. Yeah,
Oh.
like a small camping chair, but it's designed by IKEA.
Heck yeah, let's go. No, Josh says right need to build on that too. Oh heck yeah. SCP-3008, the Infinite IKEA. Yes, I know that one. SCPs are pretty
Yeah.
interesting. I was
I
at, you know,
feel like I would survive if the example was Papa Wolves.
before I started streaming, I actually wrote down what kind of streams I think I could do, and actually SCP reading streams was one of the things on my list. And I don't know if I should, but it might be interesting.
Could be another reading stream, which would be amazing. I love
trying-
these streams.
Yeah,
Trying stuff out, that you should.
Yes. Yeah, I agree.
done.
I think most people, if not only me included and Shu as well, like your reading is actually very soothing. I was sitting here even when I
Aw.
didn't have anything to read, and I was enjoying my time.
Aw, thank you. Okay, let me continue catching up in chat. And thank you, Scully, for the big bark. I will do that as soon as I catch up to chat. Oh my god, you guys are still right.
Hey, Shu.
Oh yeah.
Okay, lightning round. Someone have the one lamp I need? Yes. That I understand. I understood that reference or that joke, whatever. Never get lost in IKEA, forced to survive off of Swedish meatballs and lingonberry juice. I haven't been to an actual IKEA. I think we have one in like the area.
Heresy. Michael
but,
Heresy.
like we have the only one in my city is like an sorter like a center for orders. Like you go there to order stuff, but it's not like a proper IKEA where you go in and like go
What?
along the path and like have the food court and all that. It's like
What?
it's like a tiny thing where it has a small path where you go through some decorated like half rooms. But yeah, we don't have a proper IKEA here. I would need to travel quite like a bit to get to a proper IKEA.
Well, you should try the food. It's great, actually.
Yeah, but I'd first have to get to an actual IKEA.
Well, sometime in your life you probably will at one point or another.
Yeah, probably.
If
Okay.
you have the chance, try the food.
Thank you. I will. I definitely want to. IKEA was there when the idea was birthed, if you remember. I don't. For the
Yes.
IKEA. Yes. Heck yeah.
Yes.
Okay. IKEA, the real world battle royale. 53 in Germany. Jesus Christ. He doesn't stream. He screams. Literally, just yells loud enough to so everyone hears him. Yes. SCP stream when, says Marvel. I will definitely consider that. I will definitely think about that. I don't know when I'd fit it currently because I have only 3. Like I have 3 stream days and I can't deal with more than that on like a regular basis. And all 3 of them I currently have active games on them, and so we'll see when I will have like time to do anything else. But yeah, I think that an SCP stream might be pretty fun. The big bark, yes, you will get that very soon, Scully. I'm really sorry about the delay. By the way, are you still doing that writing discussion in Discord after this? Because I'd like to join. Oh, I will. Oh, yeah, we could. Yeah, we could. I like the topic
Yeah.
is kind of going all over the place. So I'm not sure if I'll be able to rein everyone in to actually talk about writing, because I feel like it'll just devolve into memes, which is cool in its own right. Let's see. SCPs are fun reads when they're not Goku versus Superman attempts to be number one.
I mean, we're making memes, okay? And that's all that's needed when you have a good time, right?
Yep. Heck yeah.
Entertaining, at least.
Let me. Marvel says, "Let me read the SCP about the soda made of ghosts." It's my favorite. I don't think I know that one, but that sounds amazing.
What? There is such a thing?
There are literally thousands of SCPs at this point, so I'm not surprised. Like there are literally
Fan made or
thousands.
just a game?
SCP is all fan made. So SCP, to explain what SCP is in general. SCP started as a single post on 4chan like years and years ago, like many years ago.
Yeah.
And it was just this single post of, there was this photo attached to the post of a really weird looking creature thing that looked kind of like it was covered in blood and maybe something else, and was in like this concrete room and was looking it was very, very weird. And what was attached to that was text formatted to look like some kind of official like Men in Black style document, where it was like SCP number, I forget what the number, 300 something, I think. Like name is SCP whatever, classification Keter, 176. Yes, thank you, Trey. SCP-176, the statue, classification Keter, I think it was Keter. And then there's like detailed explanations of like what it is, how they got it.
Wait, you mean the one who like snaps your neck if you're not looking at it?
Yeah.
That should be Euclid. That should be Euclid at best.
Oh, right. Euclid.
No,
absolutely.
Yeah.
Right, Keter were the safer
like,
ones. You're right. Keter were the safer.
Was
yeah, I cannot remember which one is the more powerful and less powerful ones.
I don't think it was about like power, but about how containable they are. It was safe, Euclid, or Keter, at least originally. Then they added more.
Oh wait, Keter. Jeez, I forgot. Was safe, easily contained. Euclid difficult to contain, and I think Keter was like
the most hard contained or whatever.
Nearly impossible to contain. Yes.
Yeah, nearly impossible. So it's like air. It's not something you can contain. It's just there.
You can contain air. That's how hot air balloons work, Aki.
Well, I'm an airhead, so I'm constantly leaking air.
That's how scuba gear works, Aki.
Imagine.
I wasn't ready for getting such a burn so quickly from you this time around.
I'm sorry.
Imagine like coming up with to a world-ending gas. Like if anyone inhales it, the entire universe will be over. So what does the SCP Foundation do? They just pump it into a balloon, and just to add insult to injury, they make a balloon animal out of it.
I'm very happy.
I love the idea.
I am very happy that.
Oh jeez.
I feel like this is becoming slowly like one of your both's like favorite pastime of just.
What?
Okay, either giving me funny burns or fucking, I don't know.
I'm sorry, Aki. You know.
I love it. Okay,
okay.
It's so interesting.
Okay, I'm glad.
The internet is clearly showing its bad trails in you, Helix. You were so fast on that one. It really made my. Unexpectedly.
I just really loved how confident you were in saying air can't be contained.
You got me really good though. I was gonna build it into something else, but hey, you got that from me. You can have it, sir. Take it home and hang it up on the wall if you feel like it.
Okay, so Jesus, can we finish one thought? SCP. It began like that, and then it grew into a website where people can post their own SCPs, and it's built to look like it's it's built to look like you've hacked into a super secret government website that documents like supernatural things and dangerous stuff. And like anyone can just submit an SCP there, and there's some people who have to look it over and approve it before it gets uploaded to the website. And yeah, that's why there are like literally thousands of them. And Trace has over 8,000 to be exact. Yep. Okay, so we have a couple of redeems. We have a hydrate, we have a stretch, and we have a big bark. Let me hydrate and stretch. You guys do that as well.
That's how you do
Okay,
it.
I can have something invisible because I don't have any drink on me right now, but I can go fetch.
Stretch instead.
Oh,
Good stretch is good though.
it's a good stretch. Yes. Okay. Big bark. Yes. Let's do the big bark.
Yeah, now the question is if we're gonna hear it too.
We're gonna hear the unedited version.
Yeah, you're gonna see. You're gonna hear the unedited version. Okay, here comes the big bark.
Still impressive, actually.
Yeah. Yeah, actually. Pretty good.
Your neighbors must hate you, mate. Oh,
I'm
fuck,
thinking
it's
that
actually-
too.
It's actually past 10 for me too. My neighbors must hate me too.
I love how you
no.
screamed in the middle of the night. Your neighbors must hate you for being so loud. Oh jeez. Okay.
We're being terrible people to our neighbors.
Good.
The thing is, I don't actually know for a fact, but none of my neighbors have ever complained. And like, I live in a building where there's almost no one even close to my age. Everyone is like 60 or 60 plus in this building. So I'm pretty sure that I also live on the first floor. So there's literally only, and I'm surrounded on all sides by either the staircase, the main staircase for the main stairwell, or other rooms and corridors of my own apartment. So the only person who can hear me is the person above me. And I'm pretty sure he either doesn't spend much time in that room or he doesn't have very good hearing. So I think I'm actually pretty lucky in that regard.
I mean, now I just imagine some kids sitting on the stairs like, oh my god, I can hear him. He's in there again. What a dumbass. You know.
Like I said, everyone is 60 plus. There are no kids here.
All right.
No, there
okay.
are actually there are a couple of kids.
They would be like your biggest fans coming into
Yeah, actually,
Twitch.
Oh my god, I hope not.
actually, yeah. I thought about it. I was gonna bring it up too. Actually, like, imagine the scariest fucking thing ever. Like, somebody I don't know from the same building or from a building nearby actually comes to the streams and stays.
Oh yeah.
And that's scary.
Oh, you want to
Like,
know
it has-
you want to know what's scary?
Oh,
Like last week, I mentioned this on the Phoenix Wright collab, but I really want to like highlight it because I don't think I actually gave it as much. I didn't explain it as well as I should have. During that collab, I took a look at Twitter, and I took a look at my notifications, and there was a name of a person that I know in real life who had liked my tweet, and their profile picture was someone with the exact same skin tone, with the exact same hairstyle, with the exact same hair color.
Oh boy, that must have been spooky.
Yeah. And
it wasn't them.
and when I say the same name, I don't mean nickname. I mean literally first name and last name.
Bruh, are you sure it isn't them?
I'm sure. I checked. It's not. But it's like
You double checked?
yeah, I did. Like the photo when you zoom in, it looks nothing like that. But on the in the thumbnail, it's like, oh, what? I really freaked out. But then I really freaked out then.
All right. Oh my. Yeah, I don't know what I would. That would
It's
be
like-
a really, really awkward situation, you know.
Especially because, like, if it was a nickname, sure, like there can be coincidences in a nickname, but no, it was first and last name.
Yeah, that doesn't really happen that often, does it?
Nope, nope, not even a little bit. Especially because I don't even remember the last time I saw anyone on Twitter who wasn't like famous or anything using their real name. Like everyone I know on Twitter uses a nickname.
Yeah. Well, at least from what I know, I haven't seen anyone actually using their real name
Yep. Okay,
in
let's
quite a while.
try to catch up a little bit again. There's an SCP multiplayer game. Aren't there like a bunch of those? I know I've seen a lot of different like indie SCP games. I don't know. None of them really seem particularly interesting. But I'm not really a fan of horror in general. I'm a fan of like the creativity. A lot of the creativity that a lot of SCPs have in them. But horror is not really my thing. Based on information, I'm narrowing down his location now. Please don't make me any more paranoid, Trey. Here's the plan to get you to IKEA. I'll teleport to a location, pass out for a day. What? Teleport both of us to a place with an IKEA, and I'll pass out again while we explore IKEA. What?
The ninja is teleporting. Are you surprised?
I have several questions.
Ninjas teleport, don't you know? It's kind of like me using hats, okay? They're convenient portals.
Exactly. Besides, where do you think the whole teleports behind you thing started from?
Yeah.
Oh, Shadow rubbing salt in the wound. Scuba, self-contained underwater breathing apparatus.
I feel bullied somehow, strangely, but
honestly, that's
okay. Good. I'm taking this with shining flags and colors. Okay, I have 5 stars on the proud one. Okay, the proud mask of Aki today.
Oh my god. I have ADHD. Finishing thoughts is not an option. Yeah, understandable. Very, very understandable and very relatable as well. Your neighbors have never complained because they're scared that you're going to shooting star press them.
That would be very fun to see. For everyone else, not the person.
Performing a shooting star press indoors is very hard.
But well, not impossible.
You try.
Don't let your memes be dreams. Don't let your memes be dreams, mate.
What did Shad? What did Shad?
Apply a finish at the pensioner, mate.
No. Sorry, Shad. I'll look at that video later. I'm sorry. It's a character thing. My character can teleport, but he uses a crap ton of energy, so it's emergency only. Like take Ray to IKEA. Yes, that is an emergency for sure. Oh my god. Okay, we managed to catch up to chat somehow against all odds. We managed to catch up to chat.
Despite all the ADHD.
Yes.
You guys are slacking.
Okay, so do you guys have? I know we went through like a ton of other stuff, but we didn't really discuss the last chapter much. What do you guys think about like the talk with Arlen and the vision of the house?
It was spoopy.
It was spoopy.
I know. This is probably the most fucking basic thing I could have said, but like, it was.
That's fair.
Written. Like well written, so that it is actually spooky. If you get what I mean.
Yeah.
What is spooky? I kind of zoned out into the comic piece you posted on Discord.
Yes, the comic.
Oh my god, no. Do I want to know?
What I meant is that the house vision was actually like written well enough to be scary. You know? Well, scary. Like you could feel it. You could feel that it was unnerving. Let's say.
Oh,
that
excellent.
makes sense. I feel that.
Yeah.
Nice. That's
If
very
we're
good to
talking
hear.
about the story,
Yep.
then yeah, I was confused what was happening at first, which might be what the characters are feeling. So
Yep.
good
It's kind of the
representation.
point.
It just kind of came out of nowhere in a way where it's good. Okay, it's not like a harsh thing,
Nice.
but I enjoyed it.
Heck yeah, I'm very very glad to hear that. One thing that kind of bothers me about that though is because like I've again I'm gonna mention my aphantasia, but because of that, I'm not sure how well the crying house works as a mental visual. Does it work for you guys?
I could see it in front of me crying with like a float out the windows, and I just
Yeah.
saw like a sad house with like eyebrows and stuff because that was the roof panels, the eyebrows itself, I guess.
Mhm.
And the mouth
Well,
of just stuff.
And
I
mm,
think I'm thinking back to like Monster House if you've seen that movie before.
no, no, I haven't. Um,
mm,
does it
mm.
look silly?
Uh, not really. I mean,
Mm,
if I could like share my own like idea too. When I
Of
was
course.
thinking about it, I was seeing some like very Tim Burton-esque shit.
Oh, I
yeah,
see. Yeah, that's actually not a
Yeah,
bad shout. I'm generally not a big fan of Tim Burton, but
but the
that's
aesthetics are good.
yeah. That is actually a very good comparison. Uh, Thank you. That's actually a very good compliment, really.
How are you?
I'm gonna show you what I mean. I think I could paint a picture into this Avantasia's head. All right,
Mm.
just hang on a second. I'm gonna save this as house. Okay. The closest I could describe to what that was is again the movie I was referring to because it has a specific house that looks like this. If it loads, yeah.
Oh, okay. Okay.
So that
Let
was
me
kind
try
of like I
to
was
That's
thinking.
pretty cool.
share that on stream. Um.
Goodbye, PK.
Oh, bye bye,
Have a
PK.
nice one, mate.
Thank you so much for
Oh,
being
bye bye.
here.
Have a good one. Yes, I agree. Have the best one.
Wait, do you use browser sources for this?
I did
I just
now.
drag it in.
Generally no, but in this case I did. I
I
figured
see, I see.
it would be much quicker.
Okay,
But yeah,
makes sense.
thank you so much for being here, PK. Okay, so the thing that I'm describing in the story does not look like this. Like it definitely doesn't look like this. But yeah, I can see how the crying house
I
might
can
look
see
to you
where it's
guys.
actual teeth instead, and like the gums and everything, like unevenly spread teeth. That's the difference. I would say that it's more human, if anything. Actually,
The
having water coming out of the windows instead too.
the main difference is also that it actually has a door, and
Yeah,
past the door is where the teeth are, where the fleshy bits are.
yeah,
But
inside the
yeah.
house
Yeah,
actually.
that's really cool actually. 'Cause that's exactly the image you had in your head, Trey. Heck yeah.
I predicted it.
So there's
And
Well, it didn't
yep.
bet on it, so it doesn't.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Also, Trey, I saw that you wrote. I will read this in just a little bit. I'm very interested to see what your prediction is. I just want to try to finish this topic at least at least somewhat. Um,
No.
the thing I was trying to do with the with the grindhouse visual was something that I've seen and I don't actually understand, and so it was a big experiment on my end because you guys know how sometimes you see a visual in like a movie or a TV show or whatever, or even a painting
yeah,
or even just an art piece, where you look at it and you think this should look silly, this should look funny, but it doesn't. But
Not
it
sure
looks
what you're
like
referring to.
cool or scary
yeah. I'm
or
not
something like
sure.
that. I don't have any
Uh,
examples off the top of my head.
like there's the fact itself, like the scenario is goofy. Like it would if it
No,
was
no.
raining squirrels. or something.
No,
If
not
that
the.
would be
I mean,
scary.
it can be the scenario. It can kind of be the scenario, but it's like you look at something and it looks like really cool or really scary or whatever. Like it looks, uh, you like it in one way or another. But if you like stop and try to analyze what's happening, it shouldn't be cool. Does that make any
What you mean?
sense?
Are you talking about suspension of disbelief, basically?
No, no.
I am.
Oh,
I mean,
what Trey said. It looks funny in other scenarios, but would be creepy in this one, like in the game We Happy Few. I don't really know much about the game We Happy Few, but yeah, I
mhm,
guess something that is
mhm.
only scary in context, for example.
Right. So
Like if
context
you,
dependent.
Wait, okay,
Okay.
so say clowns in It. Okay, they're supposed to be funny. Outside of the movie It, a clown might be funny, but in the context of the movie, they're scary.
yeah, but Pennywise still looks scary. Like his design
Sure,
is
but
is
the
scary
inherent
overall.
idea here.
No, I mean something that literally would look funny in a different circumstance. Like for example, I guess an example that comes to mind. Not it's not a real example, but just something that came to mind. But imagine a picture of a child's bedroom, and
Right.
if this and in the picture there are like dolls, a lot of dolls, and one of the dolls, and for example, let's say the kid is sleeping, and one of the dolls has its eyes turned towards the kid. I don't know if I'm even
Mm-hmm.
describing things
Yeah,
properly,
yeah.
but that image in if it's part of like a kids show, it would be 100% innocent. It would just be a cute image of the kid's room. It's
Kind of
nothing wrong with
like
it.
Toys movie, Toy Story, where they come
Um,
alive. Actually,
yeah,
being
yeah,
cute
I
and
guess,
caring
kind
about the
of.
kid.
Yeah, I guess. But you take that exact same image and you put it in a different circumstance. You put it like in maybe not a horror movie, but like you put it in
Annabelle? That is
uh
a horror movie, though.
in a what?
In Annabelle or Chucky, whatever. It's a doll
Uh,
that comes to life.
I mean, to be honest, I've been imagining this as something horror-esque from the beginning, so I don't
Yeah,
know.
me too.
yeah, that's fair. That's fair. I don't even know what I'm
Maybe
talking about. I guess
kids are scary, mate.
I
What
need
what I'm
to.
saying is that, like, okay, so you have the toy having eyes open, like towards the kid, and it would be scary in a scary movie. But if you take it outside of that scary movie, like in Toy Story, where they are actually all, I'm caring for you, Andy, but they cannot know that I'm alive because that
Mhm.
would be scary, right?
So, if
Mm,
what we are
They're
getting
framed
from
no, not
differently.
really. That's not really what I'm referring to.
Okay, so
I
what
I
are
need
you referring to?
I need to find an example. I need to find an example of what I'm referring to, and I don't have one
sure,
ready.
absolutely.
Because
Should we read the prediction before we
yes,
go too far on this?
yes.
Mhm.
Okay, I have a prediction again, but I feel like I should just keep it to myself. No. You can tell us. But yeah, it's
And you can
beautifully
bet on
written.
it.
Yeah, we can bet
Mhm.
on it. But it's a beautifully written section designed to scare both the readers and the characters. I also feel it sets up a possibility for Vaughn to have some connection with the other girl later on. Yep,
Mhm.
yep. I cannot disagree with any of that. But yeah, please tell us your prediction. I'm very interested to hear predictions.
I think that is the prediction, my friend.
What is the prediction? That it sets up a
That
possibility
there's
for
a
Vaughn?
possibility for Vaughn to have some
Uh,
connection with the other girl later on.
that doesn't really sound like a prediction specifically. It's
Maybe?
more like a
I don't know. Maybe I'm just like
maybe.
overthinking here.
No, maybe you could be right. Let's see. Yes, they can. Kind of. Not exactly, but kind of.
What are you
Uh,
reading?
I don't want to say it
Turtles
because
being
it'll.
able to
No, I don't know. No, I don't want to say it because this will very quickly spiral out of control.
turtles.
During the Apollo 11 moon mission, the command module pilot Michael Collins took a famous photo. But did you know that's the only photo in existence where Collins is the only person, living or dead, to not be included in the photo? I really, I like that. I like that idea, but it's also kind of not true because like the people on the other side of the planet aren't technically in the photo either.
Actually, that's fair. Good point.
But it is, but like, uh,
It
I
could
don't
be
know
a
how.
photo with the most amount of people on it, or maybe like that.
Yeah, or I don't know how to phrase it for it to be technically correct, and it really bothers me when stuff is really cool but is technically incorrect. Let's see. Yes, PK went, and I hope PK is having a wonderful day. That house, yes, is that exactly the image I had in my mind? Heck yeah, Monster House. I could see the image you were forming, but it has a similar image to this. I see. I see. That's awesome. That is awesome. That house looks like it's going to try and sell me mineral water. What? Marble? What?
What's the
I don't understand. Is that a reference to like a commercial or something? Okay. The house is an allegory for the old folk tale of the Baba Yaga with the house being sentient and on chicken legs. But
Oh.
let's not have that distract us from the fact that in 1998, Undertaker threw mankind off a Hell in a Cell and plummeted 12 feet through an announcer's table. Yes, let us never be distracted by that fact from 24 years ago. But yeah, he did, and not only that, he then went back up to the top of the cell, and he fell through the top of the cell, which is also like a structure. It's not like it's not open at the top. It has like a roof, and he went through that, which was not intentional. That broke during the match, and they didn't intend for it to break, so he wasn't prepared to take the fall into the ring from the top of the cage, and he fell on top of thumbtacks on top of that.
Oh, geez.
And I don't know if I should say this because it is very gross and it is very horrible, and old wrestling can be very, very terrible.
Mhm.
I mean, I'm gonna say it anyway. Like we're talking about this anyway.
mhm.
When he fell, he busted his teeth so bad that one of his
Mhm.
teeth. Oh, thank you for the wrestling rant, Aki. Now I can
Yeah,
safely
I
talk
might
about
as
this.
well.
I
Yeah, I might as
appreciate
well
that.
just go for it.
I appreciate that. He busted his teeth so bad that one of his teeth went through his bottom lip and lodged itself inside his nostril.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Ooh, it hurts in me too.
Yeah. Yeah. Mankind, also known as Mick Foley, that's his real name. Awesome wrestler, really, really amazing guy. A bit of a not a great example for kids. Let's put it that way. With the amount of stuff that he put his body through. So yeah, thank you, thank you, Papa, for reminding us of that.
It's a good moment, okay? When I feel like it's very appropriate to redeem the wrestling rant, so you can speak freely about this. That was a big revelation to me.
I really appreciate that, Aki. Heck yeah. Scully says depends on the shading and BGM. Kind of. Yeah, that's also part of this was when we were talking about that thing that I wanted to describe. Yes, that is a certified bruh moment. When I was talking about something that should look silly but doesn't actually look silly, yeah, can depend on the shading and BGM. Sure. We Happy Few is a game where people are extremely happy regularly, so the town looks really happy and nice. But in reality, for the main character, the town is just taking drugs to be happy and will beat down anyone that doesn't align with their views. I didn't know that. I've seen. I think Steam has recommended that game to me a few times. I've seen like the photo of the policeman with the very creepy big smile. I suppose that's kind of what I'm thinking about. Yeah, I guess. Prediction. This prophecy is something called a self-fulfilling prophecy. He views this as something that could harm his family and aims to stop it. But just like when he steps into the door, he only gets hurt in the process and causes the situation to happen. That is a very interesting prediction. Should I say if that is true or not? But it is a very
Well,
interesting prediction.
That seems like a very, very big thing in the story. Besides, is
Yeah.
it maybe not?
No. Like I said, the vision is a very like it's the finale of the story. It's the most important set piece
No,
of
then
the
if
story.
it was like like a thing you were just debating if you wanna write, then yeah.
No.
But if it's the finale,
It's something that no, I mean it's something that I know exactly what it is. Like I know exactly what it is. I just haven't written it down. I mean,
I see.
I have a scene written down because at one point I was writing like random scenes that I really wanted to try and get to, and I have a couple of scenes like that that I've just written in a vacuum basically, and I actually
Mhm.
have written a scene that is part of that finale. I don't know if I should
Mhm.
read that. That is probably a bit too big of a spoiler.
Finale, no. If you have
Yeah,
like an extra scene that may or may not
I actually
happen, you could absolutely.
I actually
Part
do.
3 AO.
Sorry.
AO
Oh,
part
part three.
3.
Kind of. Actually, yeah. Let me bring up that the other scenes. I think I have two other scenes apart from that. Let me just find them, and I will catch up on chat in the meantime as well. You guys never saw
Absolutely.
the YouTube poops with Tyrannosaurus Alan and the volcano selling him Volvic mineral water? No, I don't think I have, Marvel. I was never really big into the YouTube poop scene. There are a few older ones that are like super duper good. Like if you guys have not seen Fesh Pins, it's a YouTube poop of the Fresh Prince of Bel Air. There are two parts of it. It is
Eckies Peckies.
oh my
Hello.
god.
The
Uh,
Flashpins of Bel-Air.
the Fesh Pins is just incredible. I laughed so freaking hard. Like I legit had a muscle ache on my abs after that.
Wait, what are we talking about?
A YouTube poop called
Apparently.
Fesh Pins.
Oh, Fesh Pins. Wait,
Yes,
that sounds like
it's a parody of Fresh Prince of Bel Air. Yeah, and
the
it's
best thing I ever
amazing.
heard.
It is
Fesh Pins.
it's freaking amazing. Like look it up and watch it. There are two parts to it. It's like oh my god, it's way too good for me to even describe. Anyway, let's see. Never seen
I
that
mean,
link.
if we would have a YouTube poop of you, Helix, I think it would be called Raylix.
Felix.
That's fair. That's fair.
Felix.
Then I want to wait to see what happens on its own. That was weird to watch. I'm not gonna watch a YouTube video while I'm streaming, but thank you, Marple. I will watch that later. Actually, Trey asked for it, so thank you for the link. I got Ray off topic again. Yes, you did. Yes, you did. Let's see where are the notes? This website has changed.
Belix.
Helix Belix. The Belix movie script. That's the next reading stream.
What would what would Shuhart be called if he was a meme?
If he was a meme,
I already am a fucking meme, mate.
he's a
No.
meme.
No. Would you be the red for just like red?
What?
I don't know. There's some kind of short that would be like Abizea. Abi.
A bee? A bee?
And that would be a short, right? And then you have
Oh, you mean the versions?
like
The
a regressing name, like it's going back in time and becoming monkey. Is what I'm saying.
Oh, I know the type of memes you mean. I mean,
Yeah, like what
I
would
know.
be a meme name?
Uh,
Based. You are the based.
like in what was it? Like in Mumble Rap Skirt?
Skrit. That's his name.
Yes.
Oh jeez.
I
Almost
would
the
be
way
no
you
wait.
said it.
I would be achy. I would be achy.
Yeah. Yes, you would be achy. Oh jeez. I still cringe over the fact that I called you that in the beginning.
Well, you are not the only one. There's at least like 10 to 20 people that has called me achy Acacia, and we have Kiki,
Acacia-
and we have...
Acacia is my favorite. Acacia is so good.
I'm a wood.
Listen, it's better than me because one of my friends, Akumaru, calls me Rye, as in RYE, as in the thing you make bread from.
Right.
Yeah.
So you should
Hey.
you know. Okay, if we went with that interpretation of your name, then you should have like a fan base name, right? You know, and call them catches.
Oh,
What?
That was a literary reference.
based.
Oh.
We're bass.
Okay, yeah, we're bast.
We're bass. But that was my fault.
Oh my god.
What the fuck? No, that's
Shoehard. Oh no, Shoehard.
I mean, I actually started like going to bloody Reddit, but don't insult me. Don't call me a Redditor.
You insulted me with cuteness.
Okay, so I have one scene that we could read. Thing
Wait,
is,
more? Yes.
yeah. So there are 3 additional scenes that I've written down. One of them is for the finale, which obviously we can't read that, even though that's probably my favorite one of the bunch. There's
Oh,
another
boy.
one that reveals more about the relationship between Arlen and Lianan, which again is
Shadow.
very, very spoiler territory, I suppose. And another one that is the third one is, it's about a character that I want to add to the story, but I thought of this character after I stopped writing, so I would need to go back and add her in. But I really, really like the character. And
If anything, we could read some character bios. We never did that.
oh, that's true. That's true. We could maybe but those are very, very spoiler filled. Like those are pretty much just
right. Yeah,
those are pretty
right.
much
We
just
could-
straight up
sure.
spoilers.
Right.
Okay, let me bring this up.
That is something you could do when you're finished with the piece, and we
Oh, yeah,
could do that at the end of like the final reading.
Well, the thing is, even if I'm finished with this book, those would still be spoilers because there's a lot of stuff that I want to happen after
Oh,
after this
that
part of the
is
story.
very big brain.
Because I have
Excellent part.
yeah, I've got plans for multiple parts after this, after the first one.
7-part story. Become the next. I was about to say become the next person that should not be named. But maybe not. Maybe not.
What have I done? I literally typed it out and said it. No, Shadow, no. Hi, cutie. I'll actually see you later in the ring. I'll beat you up. No one's gonna believe in me enough to win, though.
The heck?
Huh?
I'm trying to capture the. Oh, there we go. Let me just-
Capture a performance? Well, sir, you have performed. Aw, Trey, be cutie.
Okay. Let's see.
So this is.
Does this work?
Uh,
I think
what
works.
is this then?
Kind of. So this is the scene that I mentioned. It is about a character called Aniel, Aniel Faye. She has not appeared in the story so far, because, like I said, I came up with her later. But I really like this character. The thing is, I haven't read this scene in ages. It could be horrible. I don't know. I really
I
don't.
could try
I
reading the lines from streams, but there will be a delay.
I could send you. No, I can't send you the link. I can send you the whole thing in Discord.
All right, sure. That would be great. And in the meantime, I would like to see what would you say your skills on making memes are, Shu?
My meme making skills?
Yes.
Serviceable.
I have an
idea later.
Absolutely top freaking tier.
No,
We should make some memes after stream.
sure.
Hard. Fast streams.
I don't really like have an ideas at this very moment, but sure, absolutely, that could be fun.
All right.
Okay, I copied it.
We will make great things. All right. I can see it on Discord, so I have it up and
Yeah.
your stream, and so perfect. We got everything.
So, like I said, I can't vouch for the quality of this because I haven't read it back in ages. But basically, this is a little bit of a spoiler because it's a spoiler for Aniel's character. Because
Okay.
I'll give a little bit of context for what we're supposed to know about her before the scene. So she is the most obvious thing about her is that she is missing one of her arms below the elbow. That is the most visible thing about her, obviously. But she is the class clown. She constantly tries to make light of situations. She constantly tries to make everyone laugh and just set the mood, make the mood as light as possible.
I just wanna ask one thing: is this just two characters, Vaughn and Aniel?
Is this what?
Does this scene include just those two?
Yeah, it's only those
Alright.
two. I'm sorry.
Right.
I'm sorry, Shu.
No, oh no, I'm not gonna be able to voice act in Magical Katawa Shoujo.
Oh my god, yes, Katawa Shiryu is actually great though.
Oh jeez. Oh my god.
Recommended read for anyone who likes visual novels is actually good. I had a meme with someone where Lemon was a code name.
Oh no!
Oh no. Oh no.
I
No.
didn't play that route, and I know what you're talking about.
Wait, you haven't played it? That
No.
route? Oh
I
my
stopped at 2.
goodness.
I
It
stopped
is
at
pretty
2.
funny.
What is happening in chat? What the heck is happening in chat? Aki is
It's
a bit
crazy like
cute. Yes,
usual.
yes, Aki is a bit cutie. That is very true. Jad the Red, that is also very true. A cutie, yes, a cutie, absolutely a cutie. Basad. Oh, Shuri Diuwu. Yes, that is perfect. I love that. I love that. Ray Cutix, hate that. I absolutely hate that.
For obvious reasons.
No. And a cutie, yes. Let's
No.
see. Papa, you're making me want to write things you could sue me for. What?
Yes, Shu.
Do I want to
yes.
know? I don't think I want to know. Do I want to know, Shu?
Threats.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay. That's actually kind of a relief. On screen, you see a cutie, base stick man, and epic heel. Yes, that is a perfect way to describe us.
No. We're the squad, that's it.
There's a meme creation game you could play, makeitmeme.com. It's fun with friends.
Ooh.
Hmm.
Interesting
Good.
suggestions.
Good look into that.
Like a meme.
Okay, so yeah, that's the context for who Aniel is. She is like obviously very injured, and the class clown. She is always smiling. She's always laughing. She's always making jokes.
Sounds like me.
But this scene paints her in a very different light from that. That's why I wanted to
Alright.
kind of explain the context.
Good. Let's get into it, shall we?
Okay, yes. Aniel's face was nearly unrecognizable. Contorted painfully, muscles tightened, trying to push away the feelings that were bubbling up through sheer force of will, but failing. She sat upright and put her hand on the bench, like she was getting ready to stand up and walk away, but something was stopping her. It was likely the fact that either Vaughn would see her facade break, or everyone else would if she left in her current state.
I'm sorry.
That's Vaughn.
Oh, wait, that's one, sorry.
Yeah, no worries. I'm sorry, Vaughn said, almost instinctively. He knew he hadn't done anything to warrant an apology, but he felt like he should do it anyway. He wanted to do anything he could to get Aniel to smile again, to pretend he never saw this side to her.
It's fine, really.
She replied, forcing an ill-fitting smile onto her face.
I don't care if he doesn't like me.
You do, though, Vaughn countered. He couldn't comprehend why she would even attempt trying to hide it in this situation. That's perfectly fine, to care.
I can't.
Enya replied, looking down at her knees. Can't what?
I mean, I don't. I don't care about how other people see me.
She added, though it was hardly a convincing explanation. But you should, don't you think? What other people think, the way other people see things, it matters, doesn't it? Vaughn asked, searching for her eyes, but Enya's hair obscured her face from the side.
Maybe it does.
She replied after a short pause, her voice nearly a whisper.
But it can't matter when it comes to me. If it does, then
Enya's voice cracked at the end, stopping her mid-sentence. So, you don't care what your friends think about you? Vaughn asked. That can't be true. I don't believe you're like that.
what friends?
She asked back, barely audible. Enya's head lowered even more, and she cupped her face in her hands.
I don't have any friends. I'm the class clown. I make people laugh. I do stupid stuff. I act quirky. Also, I can keep the stares at bay for a few minutes. Also, I can make people stop looking at me with pity. To tell them, to tell me with their eyes how sorry they are for me, how awful my life must be. I sound like such a head case.
She added with a quiet, bitter laugh. I don't pity you. I'm pretty sure Vivi doesn't either. Or Jerem. Or Gianna. Vaughn replied, turning his body towards Aniel, still trying to look her in the eye to make her believe what he'd said.
The hell you don't.
Aniel replied, rubbing her eyes.
What do you think of me, then, if I'm not pitiable?
Vaughn paused.
Pitiable.
Pitiable. Vaughn paused for a moment. He wasn't sure what he thought about Aniel at that point. A minute ago, he envied her zest for life, her ability to make light of every problem, the way everything rolled off her back. But now it looked like that was all fake. He didn't know her. He thought they were friends, but he never took the time to get to know her. What kind of friend does that? What kind of friend is so blind to someone's pain, so naive that someone with so much emotional and physical scarring can really be that nonchalant about all of it? I don't know what to think, Vaughn replied finally. I think I've been a very bad friend to you. I think that I want to know more about you so I can better answer your question. Anya turned her face away, but Vaughn could see her hand shivering. She didn't reply for several seconds.
More pity then.
She whispered, her voice cracking once more. No, not pity. Regret that I didn't see this coming. Regret that I was so content to see you acting happy. That I never realized it was all an act. I thought I was your friend, but I was wrong because I never put in the effort to earn it. Vaughn replied, no longer certain in his role in this exchange, his gaze drifting down to his knees. I envied you, you know? Vaughn spoke again, after the two sat in silence for a while. Ennio finally turned to face Vaughn, though he no longer felt like he deserved to look her in the eye. So wanted to believe that a person can just ignore their problems, and that would be enough to make them go away. I wanted to believe that I wouldn't be defined by my past, that having to let go of my dream would one day be so insignificant that I might forget it ever happened. It's not that easy, is it? It'll never go away, it's just something I need to learn to deal with.
I guess we both weren't the best friends to each other, huh? I don't even know what dream you're talking about.
Ennio said.
For what it's worth, I'm sorry you had to give up on it.
It's worth a lot, Vaughn replied. Thanks.
What a cumbersome scene between the two.
Cumbersome?
I don't know. It's like a moment, you know. It's
Yeah.
not the right word for it.
Yeah.
It's a moment, okay? It's a vibe. that things aren't as easy as they seem, I think, is what I'm trying to put it at.
Yeah.
I could really strangely relate to this in a way. You know, like
That's
you go through a lot of things, like being all happy about it, but really, if you put more thought into it, it might not be as easy as it seems. Like most people have a charade where they appear to be someone and the next they're not, and that's something you wouldn't expect, and that's something that has happened. This very discussion they have here is something that I've actually had in the past with someone else. So strangely, that was a callback.
That makes me very, very glad actually, because I like the scene, but I am a bit worried that it's a little heavy-handed. But
Maybe. Depends on
maybe
context.
maybe it's heavy-handed out of context, like because we're jumping into into the middle of one of their like emotional climaxes, like one of the key moments of Ennio as a character and Vaughn as well to a degree.
A very
Without
growing moment.
without having known anything about Aniel previously and without knowing anything about their relationship. So uh, probably the context would make it a little bit less heavy-handed, maybe.
I think if the context, if anything, that she usually is very bubbly and
Yeah.
talking about things very casually, and come to this contrast where she isn't, will be coming as like a small shock to someone reading it, because it inherently has a very heavy atmosphere in how she really gets these thoughts down, and I admire that. That's kind of like admitting some things too. Character growth is not simply just going through point A to point B, I believe, and this is very emotional, where you learn something new about someone you wouldn't expect, and I adore that. I think that's good.
Heck yeah. Thank you so much, Aki. Uh, the thing is, this to me, this is point A to point B. Like to me, this is point B. Like I don't care too much. I obviously I do care like about like the plot and stuff, but to me, this is the important stuff. The plot and the situation, the things that happen are all in service to the characters, not the other way around. So
Mm-hmm.
this scene isn't something that is in the middle of things to shake things up. It's not a means to a plot end. No, this is the actual like this is the goal, and it will
Ooh.
and it will eventually like potentially lead to other goals that are again about the characters growing and developing.
Some butcher's line aside, what did you think, Shu?
I think I had one thing I want to say. Like, don't worry about it being heavy-handed or anything. Like, nothing has to be settled all the time. Actually, it could be less interesting if whatever you were writing was settled all the time, and the context may actually, like, in my opinion, make it a bit more heavy-handed. You know, if she's so bubbly before and now she's that, but that's good.
I think it would make an impression, if anything.
Yeah. Just
That's fair.
make it harder, hit harder, you know.
Yeah, that's a very fair point actually. That's a really fair point. Thank you, Shu. Certainly an emotionally weighted scene, says Azul. I hope that's a good thing. It sounds like a good
Mhm.
thing. I hope that's a good thing. But yeah,
I think you don't have to worry, but yes.
hopefully you guys can somewhat understand why I want to add Annie out to the story. Like I thought of her, like I created her after I stopped writing, and it's like in my head she is part of the story, but technically she's not. She's nowhere in those 100 or so pages that I've written. She's just in the notes here on this website and in my head.
But sometimes that's all you need to kind of continue knowing where you want it to go. And I haven't written a massive story like this in what could be years, from like assignments we had to write stories in school, and then I went on my own kind of rogue, going further into to actually do something that is more in tune to this. And I remember having like an entire story actually around another bunny character, funnily enough.
Oh,
Where I
a
actually got
different bunny
help
character.
writing. I
Oh,
have
right,
a
right.
very
Like,
long,
you,
interesting thing.
yeah, I think you've shared some of that. If that's the thing
Yeah,
I'm thinking of.
I was gonna make an animated episode, like about a specific bunny character I'm thinking about, and because I found the lore, and it's also magical like this. It's very fantasy-esque, and I had the entire script and everything pulled for the episode as well, so I can kind of feel like the vibe of knowing something is in there in the story, but it's only in your head so far, but you are getting there. And in your case, you're actually doing something. I haven't worked on that for years now.
I'm not exactly doing anything right now. I'm just reading.
Well,
I
you're at
haven't
least
actually
picking
written
it up.
down anything in ages. So I need to actually start actually writing again.
Well, see it like this. You haven't been touching it for a long time, but now that you're picking it up, you can still appreciate it for what it is. And I haven't picked up my thing still in that long time, so it would probably not be the same if I started writing now either. But here you have something that you can continue and base on, and then keep going for it. For me, it's kind of like that at this point.
Well, what I can say about that is you should probably pick that up again because it's
Animation? Nah.
I mean, maybe not animation, but like if you're really into the story, like try to create that, try to tell that story in some way. Maybe a comic, maybe writing. I don't know.
I don't want to hijack too much about that either, but to finalize what that actually is about and what I'm talking about is like a lot more about the familiars of wizards, kind of. And what I found really interesting when developing it, me and my friend was discussing why they had powers. And in this universe, the more shapes they have, the more powerful they are. So essentially, the main like familiars that couldn't be controlled were fractals because
Ooh,
they're infinite patterns. And the main
that's
character has a circular shape, which has no edges at all, which means it's the lower tier.
that's actually pretty
But
cool.
yeah, it has a lot of like cool aspects like that, and it's very interesting where this world kind of functions because they are like the high tier gods of the world, the region, and everyone gets assigned this familiar, which is super cool. Because they are very similar. Like it's a parallel universe, you could say, like where everyone has like a mirrored version of themselves, and they link between the character and the familiar. So they're essentially very similar, but not the same person, but they could be if they were in this alternate universe kind of thing, thinking. So they have a strange connection between each other, and that's where the magic kind of also aspires from. So yeah, that's about that. I won't take up more time on this.
No worries, no worries. That's actually very interesting. I'm really glad you shared that. Heck yeah. But let me say good bye to Azul real quick before he
Oh,
leaves.
yeah, mate.
Bye bye Azul. Thank you so much for being here, and I'm so happy to hear that you're feeling significantly better now. I am so happy to hear that. Have a wonderful rest of your day, Azul. Heck yeah, and I hope
we
things get better like real
If we could
soon.
manage anyone to have a better day because of this, I would walk away very happy.
Yeah, absolutely,
Absolutely. Fuck yes.
100%. So about actually, I want to say something about. I'm thinking we should probably end soon, but maybe try to. Oh, we are past the 5 hour mark. Actually, my
We
timer
are.
hasn't it just updated. Okay. Well, I just want to say something about Trey's prediction before we end. Um, so I'm not gonna go. I'm not gonna say directly whether it's true or not, but I will say that I I am a big fan of stories making moral sense, meaning that I would not have, at least in most circumstances, if I can help it, and unless there is a very good reason to, I would not punish a character for doing the right thing. Like if a character does the right thing, they they might not get a reward, they might not get, or it might not be immediate, but they will not get punished for it. So
Sounds fair.
yeah, like I'm a fan of that kind of thing. Like I think that stories in general are they're very powerful in teaching us teaching us I don't want to say morality, but yeah, I guess morality. Like they can teach us a lot of the right ways to think about things. And I absolutely do not want to reinforce the idea in anyone's head that sometimes doing the right thing is the wrong thing. Yes, technically, in reality, yes, it's true. Like sometimes you can do everything the right way and have a worse result than if you had just done the worst thing. But that's not something that is consistently true. And I don't think that people should think in that way. Because if you think in that way, if you think, oh, this time I did the right thing and it didn't work out, and if I had done the bad thing, it would have. So next time I'll do the bad thing. That is the thing I want to avoid. Like if it didn't work out this time, odds are it will probably work out next time. Like the success rate of doing the right thing is greater than the success rate of doing the wrong thing.
Yeah. I think the only thing I can like this to find the likeness for this too is children's stories where the moral of the story is where it's supposed to teach you, like the boy who cried wolf, if you've heard it.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, and that's supposed to teach us something significant. And I remember actually when my bun of parents with big lugs sat down with me and told me the story of the boy who cried wolf, because we had gotten life jackets with these whistles that my friend at the time would like to blow the whistle for. And that kind of leaned into don't do that because it's very bad to do so, and we didn't understand why. And it was because the whistle is a sign that you need help,
Oh,
and people won't come for your rescue if you do it because you think it's fun.
yeah.
And that kind of led into the story itself. So yeah, it does have like a powerful thing where stories can become part of your reality in the sense of teaching you something important for later in life. And that's why I significantly remember this story being told.
Yeah,
So yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
that's it. That's pretty much exactly it. Like, um, yeah, yeah, I think that's exactly it. Really, like in my head, for some reason, it was a little bit different, but now that I think about it, it's pretty much exactly that. Yeah, I don't know. I just the thing that really one of the things that really inspired this whole idea, and especially the whole idea of this not punishing the characters for the right decision and this whole like success rate thing and stuff like that, that actually came from an animated that I watched like years ago, which I really really highly recommend. It's called A Place Further Than the Universe. It's like the concept of it is pretty silly, and honestly the show is a little bit silly. um, the idea there is like it's a bunch of high school girls. One of them, her mother was a Arctic researcher, and she disappeared on a scientific expedition. And so this girl's obsession is to go to Antarctica, like potentially to look for her mom, but she's fully aware that she can't look for her mom in Antarctica. But she just wants to go there because that's what her mother did. And it's like, is this really it's really silly on the surface. You think like high school girls going to Antarctica, that can't happen. Like that's just dumb. But as the show goes on, it's like it doesn't try to convince you that oh the impossible is possible if you just believe. No, instead it shows you how these girls' consistent constant efforts put them in a position where they can become lucky, where they can take advantage of luck. Because ultimately, it is a massive stroke of luck that, spoiler alert, it's in the trailers. They do make it to Antarctica, but part of, like, they don't just luck their way into it, because if they hadn't put in all the work and they hadn't been so set on it, so consistent in trying to do it, they never would have been in the position where that luck could even happen. So I learned a lot from that show, like on a deep personal level, I guess. I don't want to sound too flowery about it, but uh, you have to put in the work in order to take advantage of opportunities, because opportunities may come even if you're not putting in the work, but you won't be in a position to take advantage of them. So that's kind of the thing that I'm working on. The kind of thing that I'm trying to integrate into the story, that like consistently doing the right thing will lead to better results. Will let you will allow you to have better experiences.
Okay. Well, yeah, it's kind of like, I don't know. Like Trey is saying in chat, like every story has a message, whether the author necessarily intends it or not. A good author just gets their message across more effectively, if you want to think of it that way.
Yeah,
Which
yeah,
I agree with, which
Com-
is very incredible to do actually. And
absolutely,
I guess
completely
writing
agree.
skill is not my ace, but you could always try.
I mean, you never know. Like I never would have thought that writing would be my thing until I tried it.
True. And we can show, this shows like appreciation for something you've made to begin with. Like this is a celebration, like freaking 400 followers, and we're reading
Yeah,
this. It's
yeah,
amazing, right?
absolutely, it is. Okay, so I don't want to keep you guys any longer. I think we went through all of the stages of the stream. We read through the
Yeah.
story. We had a whole lot of memes and jokes and stuff, and it was a heck of a lot of fun. And then we had a little bit of a emotional crescendo with this final scene. And I think it is probably time to raid.
Yes, I do agree with you. Do you have anyone in mind?
Let me take a look and see who's live, because I don't know who
Yeah.
is currently live.
I would have a suggestion, if anything, if you don't find anyone.
Let me just take a quick look.
Yeah. I hope you guys in chat really enjoyed this as much as I did. As like an epilogue to this, I found a lot of like reading this would be very nervous for me too, because I really wanted to perform. So it felt good to just be part of this as a partial reader. You did a good job, Helix, and I think so too. Shu did a great job. I think he's BRBing still, so
I
I'll
am,
save
and
for
I
him.
still will. But just wanted to pop into one of the topics. Well, there's morality on one way, but there's also like comfort on the other.
Yep.
Because even if, well, honestly, I'm not sure if you're like writing for adults, or like teens, or even like younger teens. But if you were writing with more adult company in mind, you know, book makes sense. Well, does not. You know. What
Yeah,
do you feel?
that's very true. That's a very good point, really. Like the
And
stories you tell can make as much sense as you make them make.
Yeah, a very complicated sentence there, but yes, I get it.
And that's actually a very good point, because there's a lot of cases where something happens in real life, and if it had happened in a book, you would have been like, "That's stupid. That would never happen."
And the next thing you know, something like that just happens.
Yeah, exactly. But the thing is, you should still avoid doing stuff like that, because it's usually that's for stuff that doesn't make narrative sense, and narrative sense is very important, I think.
I think it has to do a lot with like context you put things in. Like you can have a segment of where it's raining rubber duckies, and that would be very ridiculous to real life because it would never happen, right? But if it's significant to the
I
story, like
mean,
something that happens makes it logical, then you can anchor to it.
you say that, but I don't know specifically about rubber ducks, but there have been cases where like snakes and reptiles have rained from the sky when like a hurricane has scooped them up
Oh,
from
right.
the desert. So
Right.
weird stuff, very very weird stuff happens occasionally.
It's Euclid. Cannot be contained. It just happens.
It's like the air. Yes. Anyway. Anyway, I am thinking of rating Fua. I haven't rated her in a very long time, I feel like.
I think that's a very good suggestion because that was part of my suggestions too.
Oh really? Who else were you thinking?
Marinia. Another
Oh,
one.
Mari is
Very
also
nice.
a very good call. Ari is
think
also a
you
very
can go
good
with-
call.
Yeah.
There's a lot of people I really want to raid. Dima is also live. Coda is also live. Zara is live. Jesus Christ. It's so hard.
There's a
to
lot of
figure-
people. You are having a hard time choosing, but no
Yeah.
matter what, we'll find the right place to bless a chat, okay?
Yeah,
Guys,
let's go.
you
Let's
can do it.
go with Fua. Let's go with Fua. I
Yeah,
think,
we'll
she-
bless
she's-
their chat.
She's been dealing with some unpleasant stuff recently, and I think she could really use a little bit of a pick me up.
I'm ready for the raid. Let's give some hard-earned love.
Heck yeah. Okay. Raid messages. There we go. And
I'm
I want to
gonna-
thank you guys again so much for joining me and for reading with me. It was a heck of a lot
Oh
of
shit,
fun.
just in time.
yeah, we're rating.
Alright, let's go.
But yeah, thank you guys. Thank you so much.
No you. No you.
And thank you to everyone in chat who stuck around for all of this. It genuinely means the world to me that you guys would even give me the time of day for something like this, and let alone stick around and like enjoy yourselves, and even get into it and like offer predictions and stuff. That's just mind blowing to me. Tomorrow on Urgo's channel. Let me shout him out real quick. Tomorrow on Urgo's channel, at 5 p.m. GMT. 5 p.m. GMT. He will be DMing a one-shot tabletop RPG session for me. It'll be like a one-on-one thing. I have no idea what to expect, but I am
Ooh.
super excited for it. So tomorrow on Urgo's channel, go check him out. Go follow him. We will be doing some really fun stuff.
That
I
sounds
almost forgot for
splendid.
that. Yeah.
That is amazing. I want to check that out now if I could. Just have to control time first.
Heck yeah. Okay, bye-bye, everyone.
Do you play on PC only, or do you play on your phone?
I love
Yeah,
that
I
you
play
got a
on
bot
PC
this
only.
last thing. Want to
If I
become
do
famous?
if I do end up